Yo Rin shook the milk carton in anger, not at all happy that the guy had bought it for her. The girl asked to buy beer, but Hwan Seok wasn't going to get her drunk. Meanwhile, he opened his can of beer. The girl was more daring and immediately snatched his beer can out of his hands. She clearly didn't want to drink the milk and was willing to show it off. Hwang Seok looked indignantly and dumbfounded at his neighbor, who immediately started taking big gulps. She didn't care what he thought of her or what his opinion was. When Hwan Seok came to his senses, he snatched his beer can back from the girl. She laughed when she saw his dazed look, and he thought she'd gotten more houndish since their last encounter. They were silent for a while. Yo Rin looked at the river in front of her and the way cars were driving on the other side of the bank. The guy took a few sips of his beer. For some reason, at that very moment, the girl felt a rush of energy, calm and happy to be spending time with a man who had become too close to her. Hwan Seok turned his head toward her and wanted to know how she had been doing all this time while he had been away. He was worried to hear that the girl might have gotten into some trouble again. Yo Rin twisted her head sharply in his direction. Then, smiling slightly, she shrugged her shoulders. After all, what else would happen in the life of a high school girl? She pretended like everything was fine, and in her own thoughts she remembered that momentous day when she stood in the teacher's lounge and made the decision to leave the school. Her teacher at that moment was shocked by such a serious statement of the girl. He looked at her worriedly, realizing the hardships of life for a schoolgirl. Yo Rin was unwavering in her decision. She stood in front of the teacher feeling guilty for deciding to leave her studies. But she also clearly understood why this decision was made. She had unfinished business to which she was ready to give all her time. The girl then went to see a man who had once worked with her father. She tried to find any help the man could provide, any information or clues. The man, however, did not want to hear anything. Then he slammed the door in the girl's face, not wanting to see or hear her anymore. Yo Rin felt depressed because she couldn't find any clues. The girl wandered from person to person, trying to find any information that was related to the developers of the complex her father was working on. One day, Yo Rin met with the landlady of the building where she was renting an apartment and learned that Hwang Seok had moved out and his apartment had been sold to a man. The woman was then very happy that she had made a favorable sale. The girl managed to get in touch with a man who might know something about that company. Director Park was ready to share information with the girl because he had been investigating the case for more than a year. But his conditions were too lascivious for Yo Rin to agree to them. The girl left the man, not wanting to hear anything from him, and he was still surprised when she slammed the car door like that and left him. Back home, Yo Rin stood at the door of the apartment that once belonged to Hwang Seok. She was having a hard time and hadn't heard from her neighbor anymore. She wanted to know how he was doing. One day, Yo Rin sat at an internet cafe and scoured websites looking for information. She came across a company called Suit Korea, which recognized itself as an independent company. The girl from Sut Korea put the flash drive that Yo Rin gave her on the table. She scrutinized the files that were hidden there. Sungmin looked anxiously at the girl in front of her and warned of the consequences that were sure to arise, and Yo Rin was prepared for them. All those memories flashed through her mind in a single second. She lowered her head, coming back to reality, and tears spilled from her eyes. Hwang Seok noticed that his roommate had started crying and was puzzled to know the reason. Yo Rin immediately started wiping her tears, not wanting to tell what caused them. She suddenly hugged Hwang Seok's arm, lying about the real reason for her tears. The boy looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a close display of affection. Hwang Seok clearly sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't force her to admit it. If she wanted to lie on his shoulder, he wouldn't resist. He put his arm around the girl, trying to give her his support. They sat like that for a long time. They were silent and looked at the river in front of them. The guy spent the whole night in this place. The girl was ready to leave and said goodbye to Hwan Seok. He, on the other hand, wanted to know where she was going to go. Yo Rin only smiled at him and thanked him for their time together. The girl wasn't going to tell him where she was going to go. Hwan Seok didn't insist on answering. He was happy to see her in a good mood and unharmed. In a second, the girl was ready to turn around and leave him. Hwan Seok called out to her and asked for her phone. He extended his hand in anticipation. A moment later, holding two phones in his hands, Hwan Seok was installing the very app on them so that he could track where someone was. Even though the app was created for couples, it was very effective. Finished with his manipulations, the guy handed Yeo-rin her phone. He was a little embarrassed to admit the fact that it was a couples app. He didn't want Yeo-rin to think badly of him. The girl gave him a surprised look when the guy urged her to call him if she suddenly had something wrong. He promised that he would rush over to her right away. Yeo-rin smiled. She was very relieved to know that Hwan Seok continued to worry about her. Tears appeared in her eyes again, for this moment was very touching. Now that they had said enough to each other, the girl turned around and went on her way, while Hwan Seok stood still for a while longer and watched her figure moving away from him. Yeo-rin looked at her phone. The very same app was turned on there. There were two hearts on the city map that were gradually getting farther away from each other. She was happy to see how worried he was about her and wanted to know that the girl would be okay. Suddenly, her phone rang and Yeo-rin's heart shuddered. Even though she was expecting this call, it was still exciting for the girl. Yeo-rin picked up the phone and spoke. It was Sung-min calling her. The girl kept walking. Sung-min was worried about where Yeo-rin was now and how soon she would arrive at her destination. Covering her eyes, the girl reported that she would be there soon. When the phone call was over, she took another glance in the direction where Hwan Seok was. The guy was no longer looking at her, but went on his way. She continued to stare at his back and thought about how many times she needed his help and how much she needed him. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes again. She had already made up her mind and would no longer be able to turn to Hwan Seok for help, not wanting to put him in any more danger. Yeo-rin was on the verge of crossing the line. The girl walked over to the trash can she came across on the way and pointed her hand with her phone there. It was a very hard decision for her, but she saw no other way out, so the phone easily fell out of her hand and ended up in the trash can. Hwan Seok returned to his friend Hyung's apartment. The man turned to him, wanting to know the details of why he hadn't been home all night. The guy immediately fell on the bed, unable to even speak. He was tired and wanted to sleep. Hyeon offered him something to eat, but Hwan Seok refused. He pulled out his cell phone and the screen lit up brightly. The guy stared at it silently for a while. The phone screen was glowing with the app he had installed for himself and Yeo-rin. The girl's heart was still at the river. He didn't pay much attention to it, even though the girl herself was talking about the fact that she had somewhere to go. Anxiety left the guy's body. He had seen Yeo-rin and she was fine. Now he could calmly close his eyes and sleep without worry for the first time in a long time. Meanwhile, Hen continued to eat in front of his laptop. He was watching the news and they started talking about a girl who had been attacked by the Mafia not too long ago. Hwan Seok heard the anchor in the background telling the girl's story, then followed those words that had not yet reached the realization of what had happened. The anchor reported the intervention of the Dowon group. The presenter continued talking and reported that Yeo-rin would be holding a conference today and was going to tell the world how the Dowon group was involved in the situation. The boy's eyes opened abruptly as the meaning of the words reached his consciousness. He abruptly jumped up from the bed as he continued to listen to what was now being broadcast on the news. His heart pounded alarmingly in his chest. He hoped to the last that it was all just a dream that he had dreamed in such a short time. But the anchor's voice continued to speak, and Hwan Seok was already near his friend's laptop. Hyeon stared at the guy in surprise, thinking that he was just hungry. The guy stared at the monitor with his eyes wide open. He couldn't believe that Yeo-rin had actually decided to take such a step and hadn't told him a word about it. He immediately snapped out of his seat, realizing that making such aggressive remarks to such people would not end well for the girl. Hen looked at his friend dazedly, not understanding why he was in such a hurry. The man sat with his bowl of rice in a stupor. A little excitement for his friend enveloped the boy, but he didn't know what had caused such a violent reaction. He returned his gaze to the laptop monitor, where a close-up of the girl's face, who was ready to reveal some terrible secret. Journalists, reporters, photographers, all these people looked only at the girl who began to speak. There was silence in the hall, and only the clicks of the cameras and the voice of the schoolgirl could be heard. Yeo Rin spoke into the microphone and told the introduction to her truth. She confessed that she had to drop out of school to find out more about the people who were involved in her father's death. This conference was also monitored by Deputy Yeo and Kim Min. They were listening intently about what the girl was about to tell. The man bowed his head, immersed in his own thoughts, when the girl mentioned the name of the firm that was involved in hiring the mobsters. The girl looked demurely into the cameras that were directed only at her. She spoke firmly and confidently. The fear that had accompanied her all this time had receded, and now she was burning with what she was doing now. The people who were in the hall were at her side, and as it turned out, her father was not the only one who had suffered at the hands of the ruthless bandits. She was in the place with the rest of the victims giving this conference. After such a serious statement, a whole bunch of questions came from the journalists. They shouted one in front of the other in the hope of hearing the answer to their question. The most important question in the room was the one that the girl had to have solid evidence before throwing around such accusations. Yeo Rin frowned. After all, she could not back down now. A flash drive appeared in her hand, and she raised it high so that everyone in this hall could see it. Holding the thumb drive at the level of her own face, she revealed that on that medium were the classified materials of the Dovon Group. It contained the records and plans of the executive director, as well as his connections to the underworld. Kim Min looked at the TV, and his face showed no emotion at all. It seemed as if it was all about someone else. Deputy Cho, on the other hand, became too nervous. The woman's face became tense and cold. Sweat began to run down her forehead. She couldn't understand how these materials could have gotten into this girl's hands. Deputy Cho was certain that all the files had been destroyed. Kim Min spoke up. At this moment, the source of the information leak was the least of his concern. Their machinations were now known to the world, and this problem should have been dealt with first. His eyes squinted. The man was not going to give up so easily and quickly. He was sure that he would still be able to clear his name and turn this situation in his favor. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from the TV, and she was addressing Kim Min. The man stopped talking and looked carefully at the girl on the TV. The red-haired woman tensed up even more. Yeo Rin raised the check in her hand and decided to recall the words Kim Min had said to her when he came to her father's funeral and handed her the check. At that time, he held out his card to her and also said that the victims should be compensated and the perpetrators should not escape the punishment of the court. Yeo Rin addressed these words to Kim Min, promising that this was how his story would end. The girl defiantly tore open the check he handed her. The small pieces scattered in different directions. Kim Min's lips spread into a poisonous smile. He felt that this game was going to be very interesting, but what excited him more was that it was a schoolgirl who had challenged him. The man looked at the girl's formidable gaze from the screen and was already anticipating what further action she would take. He was impressed by her determination. Wang Xiok ran as fast as he could, afraid of being late. He flew into the room where Yeo Rin's conference was to be held. He stopped abruptly, his breathing hitched and his eyes widened at what he saw in front of him. There was no one in the room where the conference was to be held. Wang Xiok was late, and there was no one there. He didn't want to believe that this was really happening. Since Huan Xiok knew who they were dealing with, he was now even more worried about Yeo Rin's fate. After all, the opponent was a ruthless bastard. Kim Min was still sitting in his office, pondering their next moves. He had made several decisions and was about to give orders to Deputy Cho. The man stood at the window as he continued to give orders. The girl stood behind him, listening carefully to the orders, and as soon as he finished, she would quickly begin to carry them out. Deputy Cho was very quick to leave notes in her clipboard. The tasks were many, but the situation itself was not standard. She liked that her boss didn't lose control and acted quite deliberate. Kim Min continued to stare out the window as if finding his solace in it. As soon as he wanted to talk about Yo-Rin's fate, he was prevented from doing so. There was the sound of a phone ringing in the study. He jerked slightly at such a sudden noise, and Deputy Cho turned around to the phone. The girl didn't immediately run to the phone, faltering slightly. She had alerted her director that the call was going through to a VIP phone. Kim Min's gaze tensed, because only higher-ups could call the VIP phone. This problem had already reached the ears of people who were higher than him. Kim Min's voice was heard in the receiver of the phone, speaking politely with a note of excitement in his voice. The man who called the VIP phone held a cigar in his mouth. Kim Min was immediately bombarded with angry questions about the news the man had just seen. The Rolls-Royce was rushing through the city and heading towards the main office. Even though Kim Min assured the man that he had everything under control, the man decided that his intervention was mandatory. Kim Min wasn't thrilled that the chairman himself was personally traveling to the main office, and now he would have to personally answer to him for all his actions. Park Dae-jun was furious at the news he had to see today. He was going to take care of everything personally and punish everyone without exception. With anger, he clenched his hand into a fist so hard that the cigar broke into several pieces. After such a high-profile conference, a crowd of journalists had already gathered under the Dovon Group's main office building, eager to learn as many details of the case as possible. The guards were trying to hold back the reporters, and they were having a hard time doing so. It was not easy to hold back such an excited crowd. They were bombarded with questions, but they couldn't answer any of them. Park Dae-jun had already arrived at the main office and was in Kim Min's office. He was holding a golf club in his hands. The man was looking out the window from which he could see the crowd of reporters. Kim Min stood behind him, waiting. The chairman turned to Kim Min and addressed him, his head slightly lowered, ready to listen to whatever he had to say. Except there were no words. Park Dae-jun immediately punched the executive director in the face. The club whistled through the air, hitting the man's body. Blood immediately flew out of Kim Min's mouth. Kim Min was in a state of shock from such an unexpected blow. He stood bent over and tried to realize what had just happened. The chairman continued to speak in a calm voice and wanted to tell him the reason why he had appointed him as the executive director. Park Dae-jun was furious, so he immediately swung for another punch without thinking. He beat Kim Min as if he were a dog that didn't follow his master's tricks and orders. The office was filled with loud sounds from the blows, as well as Park Dae-jung's furious yelling. He was indignant at what had happened and was taking out his anger on Kim Min's body. On the wall was a portrait of him, as well as the first chairman, Cho Do-won. The man stopped. Kim Min's blood dripped from his club, and he stood on all fours spitting out bloody clots. Swinging his foot, the chairman wanted to know one more thing, why Kim Min went to Chae Hyun-suk's funeral. The foot struck Kim Min's chest, knocking all the air out of his body. The man coughed in pain, his face covered in abrasions. Park Dae-jun waited for an answer to the question he asked. At that moment, Kim Min felt pain of a different nature. It wasn't the pain from all the blows he had just received, but a pain in the middle of his chest. The man's heart clenched tightly, stabbing very hard. He stood in front of the chairman on all fours, gasping with painful feelings. Park Dae-jun was surprised that the executive was no longer able to endure his beating. The man clutched his chest with his hand, trying to calm his aching heart. His eyes bulged, the veins in his neck swelled. The chairman's words echoed throughout the office. He walked around Kim Min, mocking his poor health. Park Dae-jun's face twisted with anger and vindictiveness toward the man who was kneeling in front of him. He wondered if swinging his club at him one more time would kill the CEO. Without the slightest hesitation, he decided to test his hunch. The hands that were holding the club swung up sharply, making a dangerous swing. At the last moment, the chairman managed to stop when he saw Deputy Cho in front of him. The woman sat down beside her principal, trying to help him, and glared menacingly at the chairman. She was holding Kim Min and her gaze was fixed on Park Dae-jun. She told him bluntly that she was done beating him up. What he had done was quite enough. The man visibly staggered and started fixing his hair. He definitely didn't want to hit the girl who was now sitting next to the executive director with a club. Deputy Cho Shi-ho looked at the chairman with disdain, especially when the man mentioned how her grandfather was doing. Apparently he wasn't the last person in this world. By this time, Kim Min was able to get to his feet. He was still holding onto his chest. The man spoke to the chairman, making a promise to settle all the problems they had gotten themselves into. The girl looked anxiously at the principal. Blood continued to drip from Kim Min's face as he continued to promise that this incident would not affect the chairman as well as the company. Park Dae-jun took out a handkerchief and started wiping his club from the blood. Also, as soon as he heard the news, he immediately gave his men a task. He wasn't going to forgive Yeo Rin for the actions that could have gotten his company hurt. Therefore, he would be very satisfied when the girl paid for her actions. Kim Min immediately came to his senses, and the chairman's actions made him anxious, because if something happened to the girl, suspicion would be directed at them. This was exactly what he was trying to convey to the chairman's mind. The man folded his hands in his pockets. The chairman's lips stretched into a smirk as he once again reminded Kim Min of his place. If there were any suspicions, they would all fall on Kim Min's shoulders. The man realized that he was all alone in this struggle and that only he could pull himself out of the mess he was in. The chairman walked over to the table where his box of expensive cigars was lying. He ran his fingers over them and chose one. The man continued to brood over the whole situation, letting Kim Min know that the blame would fall on his shoulders anyway. He lit his cigar before adding that the director would be given a nice prison cell. He moved closer to the executive director, telling the plan he had already thought of. The girl was decided to be killed, but Kim Min was to turn himself in to the police after her death. The thick smoke from the cigar hit Kim Min's face. He remained silent, unable to answer in his own defense, knowing that he would only incur the chairman's wrath. A while later, the executive director and Deputy Cho left the office and walked down the corridor. The girl anxiously glanced in his direction, wanting to know how he was feeling. She was very angry at the chairman who treated him so badly. After all, if it wasn't for Kim Min's plan for illegal income, Park Dae-jun wouldn't be where he is now. Cho Shi-ho continued to speak in a bad light about the chairman who took credit for others. But as soon as something didn't go according to plan, he wasn't going to protect his own people. It wasn't news to Kim Min that if the situation turned out this way, he would be the first person they would try to leak. They continued walking down the corridor. The man knew that sooner or later the chairman would show his true colors. The girl turned to him and wanted to say something, but the CEO stopped her. He asked her not to worry, and Kim Min's face expressed something strange. It wasn't clear if this situation was agitating him, and it was possible that he had already thought of a plan that could save him. They walked to the elevator doors and waited for it to go up to their floor. Deputy Cho was worried about the director's health and suggested that he go to the hospital. Kim Min didn't even glance in her direction. He wasn't going to waste his time on that. Besides, he needed to get to Yeo Rin before the chairman's men did. The head of security stood in front of the others and reprimanded them for missing one person and allowing him to penetrate the walls of the building. Deputy Cho turned to the people behind and walked up to them, reminding them that the chairman himself was in this building today and there should be no mistakes. The head of security bowed to the woman, telling her that a reporter had managed to break into the firm's building. She stared at him dazedly. Cho Shi-hai immediately started yelling furiously at them for such a serious oversight. Kim Min turned around slightly, listening to what was being talked about behind him. He turned to Deputy Cho, asking her to drop the matter and leave this problem on their shoulders, as they had more serious matters to attend to right now. At the same time, the elevator doors behind the CEO began to open, and someone was standing in the elevator itself. When the doors opened completely, the voice of the head security guard was heard, who immediately recognized the person who had entered the building. Kim Min realized that there was someone standing behind him. The man turned his head to see the reporter, but he definitely didn't expect to see an all-too-familiar face behind him. Hwang Seok smiled a sinister grin as he greeted Kim Min. He had been looking for him for so long, and now this sadistic man was standing in front of him. The guards immediately scurried around, confirming that this was the same man who had climbed over the fence and into the building. Deputy Cho abruptly turned around and saw not the reporter, but Hwang Seok in front of her. She immediately realized that the case was too dangerous and screamed at the top of her voice, worried about her principal. Hwang Seok waved his hand that was holding the weapon he loved tightly. The rope was immediately tied around Kim Min's neck, making him lose his balance and find it hard to breathe. The red-haired woman and the crowd of guards rushed towards them to help the director and grab the insolent man who had decided to attack him. Hwang Seok wasn't going to fall into the clutches of the angry crowd so easily. He pulled the rope on himself in one swift motion, and the man was immediately pulled into the elevator he was in. The elevator doors began to close. Through the small gap he could still see the girl hurriedly and with irritation on her face running towards her boss, trying to make it before the doors finally closed. Kim Min was shocked that he had been captured so easily. Hwang Seok, on the other hand, was pleased that he had caught everyone by surprise. The guy smirked at the girl as the doors were about to converge. The elevator doors closed, and the guards, along with Deputy Cho, never had time to do anything about it. The woman ran so fast and hard towards the elevator doors that when they closed, she crashed into them with force. She looked at where the elevator was headed, ordering her men to do everything they could to stop the elevator. The girl was furious that they were in this situation. Especially it was in the hands of the man they had been bullying for months. She realized that the principal was in maximum danger right now. Hwang Seok pressed his hand against Kim Min's neck with force, slamming the back of his head against the elevator wall. The guy was enraged just at the sight of that sadist's face. Kim Min tried to dodge the guy's onslaught, but the hand clung tightly to his neck. The man was having a hard time breathing, squirming with exertion. Hwang Seok leaned closer to Kim Min's face. He warned him that he had seen the news and understood what his enemy would want to do next. The guy immediately made it clear that if they decided to lay a finger on Yo Rin, they would all be in trouble. Kim Min only smirked at such a boisterous statement. He liked the guy's enthusiasm. It made him feel a special emotion that no one could understand in this situation. But Hwang Seok didn't like his enemy's face so contentedly. The guy pressed even harder on his neck and knocked him against the wall of the elevator with force. The tension in the elevator was too strong to think rationally. Kim Min informed the guy that all his actions were in vain. This triggered a new emotion in Hwang Seok's body. The guy looked at him puzzled, not understanding why he said that. The man raised his smug gaze to the guy and announced with a note of intrigue that the girl would die today. This phrase infuriated Hwang Seok to the max, and he squeezed his enemy's throat even tighter, but he demanded to know what this sadist was planning to do to the girl. Kim Min reached into his jacket with his hand, searching for some sort of object. He pulled out and showed Hwang Seok a special cell phone that was only for Dewan Group board members. A grin flashed across the man's face. Hwang Seok looked at the phone from which people's voices began to come out. What he heard made him even more excited. He was in a stupor as he listened to the reports being given into the phone. People were looking for the girl in all the places she might have visited. But what scared him the most was that there were too many such groups and they had all spread all over the city. They tried to trace the girl by phone, but one of the groups reported finding her phone in a trash can by the Han River, exactly where they had last seen her. The guy waited for an answer as to what it all meant. Kim Min's lips curved up, for the order to eliminate the girl had already been given, and all forces were being used to catch her. Hwang Seok couldn't contain himself any longer. The guy smacked Kim Min's smirking face with all his might. The man felt a cutting pain and his head twisted to the side. The guy loomed over the fallen Kim Min. Wang Xiuk's fists clenched as he ordered the man to call off the task. The man wiped his bloody lips with his hand. He couldn't cancel this assignment since the order was given by someone who had more power. The guy couldn't believe his ears as he continued to say that from the moment Yeo Rin went on the air, he wasn't the only one who was interested in her. Because of such an aggressive act, the entire Dowon group was hungry for revenge. Wang Xiuk didn't immediately realize what had happened. Their elevator ride had come to an end. He was so engrossed in their conversation that he didn't think at all about the fact that the elevator would soon stop and the doors would be opened. They were met by a crowd of angry bodyguards who were ready to go all out. The guy quickly assessed the situation and made a lightning-fast decision. He immediately pulled Kim Min towards him. Wang Xiuk put the man in front of him as if he was his shield. The guy warned everyone that if they tried to attack him, he would snap their executive director's neck. He pulled Kim Min tighter against him, deciding it was the right thing to do to walk with him through the crowd of angry guards. Everyone in the hallway tensed up. Their executive director had been taken hostage and the guards were afraid to take any action. The tension was building. The men froze, their bodies tense because from one wrong move, a serious mistake could happen. Kim Min was the only one who didn't want to worry about himself. Through a closed mouth, he gave orders to his guards to attack Wang Xiuk without worrying about the consequences. As the guards continued to stand silently on the meth, afraid to move, Kim Min gave the same order once more in a sterner voice. The men didn't know what to do. They were worried about their headmaster, but at the same time he himself had told them to attack without hesitation. Kim Min's eyes flashed when he saw that the guards continued to stand by and do nothing. He wasn't going to repeat his order a third time. It was only after that things got underway. One of the guards swung his baton with force and slammed it into Wang Xiuk's back. The guy couldn't hold back the principal. Kim Min deftly jumped away from him, giving the guards free rein. Kim Min pulled out that very cell phone again. He showed it to Wang Xiuk and decided to make a gift for him since he had gotten too far. The phone flew towards the guy's body. Wang Xiuk immediately saw it and wanted to reach for it. Kim Min decided to get out of the place right away. He rubbed his neck that Wang Xiuk had dangerously squeezed just a short while ago. The elevator doors began to close, leaving the trouble behind. Wang Xiuk jumped up from his seat and shouted what an asshole Kim Min was. He was furious that he had gotten away so easily. But at that moment, Wang Xiuk's real problems were just beginning. He glanced to the side and saw several guards rushing toward him, ready to shatter his bones. At the last second, he managed to roll over and bounce away from where the metal baton had struck. Wang Xiuk couldn't let go of the precious phone that would give him the details of Yeo Rin's case. He immediately rushed to it and grabbed it. The guy had no choice but to tear out of his seat and try to escape from the angry guards. He raced down the hallway with a crowd of men chasing him. The face of his mentor, who had given him sound advice that day, flashed before his eyes. They had been running from a mob of bandits the same way back then. If the enemy was outnumbered, he needed to find a place where there was a wall behind him. It would help him avoid being hit from behind. Wang Xiuk used his mentor's lesson this time. The boy ran to a place that was more or less suitable for protecting his back. He grabbed his balls and clenched the ropes tightly in his fists. The men crowded in front of him, and a fight broke out between them. The first blow was colossal. The man was thrown aside and had the spirit knocked out of him. The others stared in surprise at the force of that blow. Wang Xiuk was actively waving his balls in different directions, defending himself from the approaching guards. The men who were approaching him were immediately thrown aside as the balls slammed into their bodies with all their might. With blow after blow, Wang Xiuk crushed the guards with his weapon. Moans and sighs echoed through the corridor they were in. One of the guards couldn't take it anymore and pulled out a knife from his jacket. He had hoped that it would not come to this type of weapon, but his opponent proved to be too skillful. The guy immediately noticed the dangerous weapon in the guard's hand, and his balls flashed near him. The man continued to hold the knife while ringing blows rang out around him. The guard who was holding the knife in his hand stared at him in surprise after Hwan Seok's attack. Only the hilt remained in his hand, while the blade itself was knocked away. While he was marveling at what had happened to his knife, he completely failed to notice that dangerous balls had whizzed towards him, and a second later, the man felt an extreme pain in his face. The phone that Hwan Seok had dropped into his back pocket came to life. Information regarding Yeo Rin's capture began to be transmitted through it again. Hwan Seok took his eyes off the fight and looked toward the phone from which messages were continuously coming in. They had managed to locate the girl, and she was in the Suit Korea building. An order was given for all groups to move to the point where the girl was now. It was too serious. Hwang Seok had completely forgotten that he was in too much danger himself. It was because he was so distracted by his phone that he completely ignored the fact that one of the guards had gotten close to him. Hwang Seok's back arched with a piercing and unexpected pain. Hwan Seok bent in half, the pain in his back not stopping at all, but even getting worse. He realized that he had been stabbed. Since this pain, Hwan Seok would not confuse it with any other. The guy turned his head in the direction where the guards were standing. The guard twitched when he saw the look the wounded guy was giving him. Hwan Seok strode forward, ordering the guards out of his way. He had absolutely no time to fight them here. There was still a knife sticking out of his back, causing the guard's view to be shocked. The guy was furious at what was going on around him. He had to get to the Suit Korea building in time to save Yeo Rin and stop those freaks from doing what they were planning to do to her. After a while, Hwang Seok was breathing heavily, staring in front of him. His hands were trembling, but they were still tightly gripping the ropes from the metal balls. He looked at the pile of black-suited men he had just plowed into the ground. A knife continued to protrude from his back. He had managed to disarm them despite being seriously wounded himself. Voices started to come out of the phone again with orders and reports for the work done. All the teams had already arrived at the place where they would be able to destroy Yeo Rin. Hwang Seok's heart was stinging violently as he was too far away from the place where the trouble was going to happen. Through the pain, Hwan Seok walked down the corridor. He wanted to get to the girl as soon as possible and help her in any way he could. But first, he needed to find a way out of this building. He had absolutely no idea where he was right now. As he walked, Hwan Seok clearly realized that he had lost too much blood during the fight. The guy was most afraid of dying and missing the 3 days that could be fatal. His eyes were already starting to swim. He somehow made it to the elevator and pressed the call button for it to come to him. The only thought on his mind right now was to get to Suit Korea as soon as possible before he passed out. Except there was something he was absolutely not expecting. When the elevator doors opened, there was a whole crowd of men in black suits and with bats in their hands. All of their faces were twisted with anger and a desire to punish Hwan Seok. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. The unexpected appearance of the reinforcements caused a storm of disappointment in his soul. He exhaled heavily. He was in absolutely no mood to get into a fight again. The guy realized that the more time he wasted here, the more blood would drain out of him, and he definitely wouldn't be able to get to Yeo Rin. Gathering all his will and strength, he rushed away from the elevator with a shout. A moment later, Hwan Seok flew out of the building's window. It was too desperate a move, but he saw no other way out of this situation. Those people wouldn't give him a chance to get out of this building. Hwan Seok clasped his face with his hands so that the shards wouldn't hurt him too much. The men who were in the hallway stared in amazement at the broken window, realizing what floor they were all on. The guy was flying downstairs at an incredible speed. There was a man standing outside who looked up the moment he heard the glass break, and what was his surprise to see the guy flying directly at him. As soon as the realization came to him that this guy was flying directly at him, the man was skewered with fear and terror for his own life. Suddenly a ball on the ropes appeared, and Hwan Seok threw it forward. With a deft movement, he hooked it onto a street lamp. The street lamp creaked from the weight placed upon it. Hwang Seok thus slowed his own fall and was able to hang from the ground. He saw a man in a cab driver's uniform in front of him. He took advantage of the situation and asked him for a ride to South Korea. The cab driver was stunned by the situation. The guy jumped down heavily, landing on his feet. The pain from the knife hit all his nerve cells, but he tried to ignore it now. The cab driver was still in a state of shock. Hwan Seok looked up at the cab driver. He was not in the mood for jokes, and he offered him double the price if he didn't ask too many questions. The cab driver immediately came to his senses and, with feigned politeness, opened the door to his car in front of Hwan Seok. The boy shakily made his way to the back seat. Kim Min was looking out the window from his office. He had a good view of what was happening outside. The man's face didn't look surprised. After all, this was what he had always expected from such an unremarkable guy. Behind him, Deputy Cho appeared. The girl was glad that her principal was all right. She also talked about what was currently happening outside the South Korea building. The chairman's men had already cordoned off that place. He didn't react in any way but continued to look out the window. The man knew that something was going to happen very soon. Hwang Seok sat in the back of the cab. The guy realized that he needed to get rid of the knife that was still sticking out of his back. He took a few deep breaths and grabbed it by the hilt. After he pulled sharply on the hilt, the guy felt a new tremendous pain that rippled through his entire body. It turned out that getting the knife out was an ordeal, and perhaps even more painful than when it had been thrust into him. He shoved the bloody knife away from him. The seats in the car were already stained with his blood, and Hwan Seok himself was struggling to breathe. He looked up and couldn't help but notice that they were driving too slowly. The guy asked the driver to hurry up. Only the driver suggested that Hwan Seok look at the road and see why they were driving so slowly. The cab car was caught in a long traffic jam. There were cars on all sides that there was no way to maneuver around. While they were standing in the traffic jam, the driver decided to ask the guy where he had gotten off. The man had seen a lot of things in his youth, but he had never seen anything like this before. His voice sounded mysterious with some intrigue. The cab driver put his gold glasses on his nose, which made him feel cool. Turning sharply toward the guy, he suggested that he might have been some secret agent on a secret mission. When the driver turned toward Hwang Seok, he definitely didn't expect to see such a gruesome sight there. There was a knife on the seat, and the whole place was covered in blood. The passenger himself didn't look good. He was clearly in pain. The cab driver got very nervous and even offered to take the guy to the hospital, only Hwan Seok twisted his head. He couldn't be late. Deputy Cho was tense as she realized it was already too late. The chairman's men were too close to the girl. She was standing behind her CEO and saying things that he himself understood perfectly well. Those people were the elite in such matters, and they were ignorant of blunders. The man was losing hope as he realized that the girl's life would be cut short any minute now. When the cab driver delivered the guy to the appointed place, he started calling him. The cab driver didn't need the money. He just wanted him to be okay. Except Hwan Seok stopped responding and the car had too much of his blood. Hwan Seok thought he was dead before he opened his eyes. But when the fact that he could think came to the guy's attention, his body abruptly jerked itself up on the bed. He couldn't understand what had happened, for his apartment had burned down. Breathing heavily, his head was going through all sorts of thoughts as to what could have happened to him. As he looked down at his body, he noticed that he was covered in bandages. As if trying to make sure, he ran his hand over his stomach. His hand crawled to the place where he had been stabbed. The wound hadn't gone anywhere, and it gave off a nagging pulse. The realization came to him that he hadn't died of blood loss. Now he had to figure out where he was and who had helped him with his wounds. His gaze traveled around the room, which clearly belonged to a woman. There was a dressing table with various feminine quirks against the wall, and frank lingerie lying on the floor. The apartment itself was bright and spacious, not at all like the ones he'd been in before. The guy had no idea where he was. He heard the sound of water running, which meant that someone was in the apartment and he would soon find out who owned it. Sungmin decided to take a shower while the guy in her bed slept. The girl turned on the hot water and a thick steam enveloped her body. Hwang Seok was terrified from the fact that he didn't understand what was going on. Only one thing he knew for sure: there was someone in the apartment. Finished with the shower, the girl's hand pressed the knob, turning off the water. She then picked up her glasses. After throwing on her robe, she walked out of the bathroom, wiping her wet hair. Sungmin was happy to see Hwang Seok regaining consciousness. The guy himself just gawked at the girl who walked in. He was expecting to see anyone, but definitely not her. Her body was still dripping water from the shower, and she slowly approached the bed where the guy was sitting. She abruptly lowered herself onto the bed and got too close. Sungmin was glad he was awake. She thought he wouldn't be able to survive from such a wound. Hwang Seok was too tense from such a sharp approach. The girl's face was so close that Hwang Seok couldn't stand such close contact anymore. For some reason, the most lustful thoughts began to crawl into his head, making him even more uncomfortable. Sungmin ran her fingers over where the boy's wound was. The bandages oozed blood in that spot. She examined the wound site for a while longer and concluded that the blood had stopped, which meant that the wound was healing, and he would be fine. Hwan Suk watched her every move carefully. The boy's eyes opened sharply when the girl reported that only 24 hours had passed, and the progress of the boy's healing was incredible. The realization that a full 24 hours had passed stirred Hwang Seok too much. He realized that this was too much time to commit the murder of a single schoolgirl. Sungmin grabbed his hand when he had already jumped up from the bed. She had a lot to tell him, and the first thing she asked him to do was to calm down. He turned toward her in surprise, feeling a warm hand on his arm. Sungmin's face brightened and a smile played on his lips, the girl informing Hwang Seok that Yeo-rin was safe now. Hwang Seok was amazed at this news, and more so because Sungmin understood exactly what was bothering him so much and why he wanted to escape. After a while, Sungmina and Hwang Seok were riding in the car. The girl admitted that she had heard a lot of things from Yeo-rin about him, but she couldn't even imagine that it was about this guy who wanted to get a job at their company not so long ago. She abruptly interrupted herself. The girl's eyes glazed over as the realization came into her head that the day he had given her the contract, he had business related to saving Yeo-rin's neighbor. The girl remembered well the look in his eyes and what he had said about some unfinished business he needed to complete. Now a puzzle was forming in her mind. Sungmin glared at the fact that such a brave man was sitting next to her. She even admitted that she would definitely fall in love with him a little more. When her emotions had subsided a bit, Hwang Seok turned to the girl. He wanted to ask her one question that he was now very concerned about. The girl turned to him with a smile, ready to answer any of his questions. One thing that Hwang Seok cared about was why she and her company decided to help Yeo-rin and stood up for her. He looked at her trying to see the catch and waited anxiously for an answer. At the same time, there was a conversation going on in the chairman's office. He was sitting in his chair looking out the window with outrages about the South Korea firm coming out of his mouth. Kim Min stood behind him and listened to the lamentations in silence. Park Dae-jun was furious because he didn't understand why that firm decided to stand up for the girl. Kim Min decided to inform his boss about who they were dealing with. He began to tell him about South Korea. He told him that this company was world-class and was one of the top 10 companies. The chairman turned unhappily toward the CEO. Kim Min praised Park Dae-jun's decision to back off with his intention to kill the girl. After all, this case could have hurt their company too much. The chairman pounded his fist on the table with all his might. He was indignant that his plan had not gone as planned. And most of all, he was worried about the reason why that firm had decided to interfere in this matter. Kim Min watched as his boss's plans fell apart. In his heart, he felt a sense of awe that everything was going the way he wanted it to. Hwang Seok and Sung Min were walking down the hallway of the South Core building. She was talking fluently about how she met Yeo-rin. The girl looked at the guy excitedly, talking about how she tried to stop the girl. After all, that scheme she had planned was too dangerous. She began to tell Hwang Seok about their meeting. That day, Sungmin looked at all the data that was on the flash drive. Even then, she understood why the girl had approached them, because the local media was completely unwilling to get involved. The girl then warned Yeo-rin more than once about the consequences she would face as soon as she voiced this information. She was even more worried about Yeo-rin since she was still a schoolgirl. Yeo-rin raised her gaze and told her what was lurking in her soul. Yeo-rin had been gathering this information for the sake of revenge. Sungmin listened attentively as she continued to talk about how the information she had found opened her eyes to other things. With her head down, Yeo-rin recognized the fact that her revenge had grown into something more, because it wasn't just her family that had been hurt. There were many other people who had also suffered at the hands of the Dowon group. Clenching her fists tightly, she realized that if she made this information public, she might end up like her father. The girl then proudly realized her head and declared with full determination that if she did nothing, the number of victims would only increase. Then Sungmin saw no longer a scared schoolgirl, but a girl who realized all the risks and no matter what, was willing to challenge such strong people. Sungmin and Hwang Seok walked to the door of the conference room. There was a small window in the door through which they could see what was going on inside. Hwang Seok looked carefully into the hall, and what he saw there warmed his soul. Sungmin repeated her observation. The girl who came to them was very strong and courageous. Standing in front of the people, the girl was leading a meeting about the people who had suffered at the hands of the Dowon group. Everyone present listened to her attentively. The woman turned to Hwang Seok with a smile. There was no way she could pass by this girl and not give her her helping hand, since she wouldn't be able to call herself an adult after that. Hwang Seok was silent. He was happy to see the girl safe and sound, to know that she had found support and people who were in line with her against a terrible enemy. Sungmina wanted to already open the doors for them to enter the study. She thought it would be wise for Yeo-rin to know that the guy was worried about her. Only Hwang Seok abruptly grabbed the girl's arm before she could open the doors. Sungmin looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he reacted that way. It wasn't like he wanted to enter the hall for Yeo-rin to see him. Continuing to watch from the sidelines, it was enough for the guy to just know that the girl was fine. Hwan-suk turned to Sungmin cautiously, stating that they were being too careless in this matter. They really didn't know what the person they had started a war against was really capable of. The guy thought it was important to warn Sungmin about this, so that the full picture would be revealed before her eyes, and they didn't think that they would be able to muddy Kim Min-hyeok so easily. Kim Min was still standing in the chairman's office. The man smiled. A plan for what he would do next was already brewing in his mind. Park Dae-jun listened to his CEO carefully, knowing that he had a good imagination for various matters. Park Dae-jun raised his surprised gaze to the man in front of him as he began to talk about how only he would be able to handle this case. Kim Min smiled as he hinted to the chairman that he himself could be victimized if he delegated the case to someone else. These words discouraged the chairman. He had not expected Kim Min to dare to bare his teeth in front of him. The man bowed respectfully before his chairman and was ready to leave his office. He had said everything he had to say. The man turned around. Deputy Cho politely opened the doors in front of him, letting the executive director walk forward. When the chairman was alone in his office, he gritted his teeth in anger. The man was very unhappy because the little sod had decided to show his teeth. In his mind, he couldn't understand how someone could cross him or, worse yet, threaten him. Kim Min and Cho Shi-hai walked in complete silence down the hallway for a while. The girl was pleased with what she saw in the office, thinking that this situation had happened very opportunely. And at the same time, she was very anxious about the case, because their opponent was a foreign company on which they had no leverage. The girl continued to speculate on the matter, but Kim Min suddenly interrupted her and started talking about another topic. He recalled the moment when the chairman beat him with a club. Back then, he didn't fight back only for the reason that the whole Dowon group was outdated. The girl was surprised by such a statement and even paused to realize the gist of his words. His lips spread into a smile as he spoke those words. The man gave orders to the girl. He ordered her to contact the foreign mafia they had contracted with a year ago. Kim Min wanted those to come to Korea immediately. Deputy Cho continued to stand in a stupor, trying to catch her principal's train of thought. She realized that those people he was inviting to Korea were too dangerous. This game was reaching a completely different level of fighting. Even Deputy Cho was stressed out by such an order. Kim Min-hyuk turned to his deputy, a sinister smile shining on his face. He wished that the day would come when things would take an extremely bloody turn. After a while, the foreign mafia that Kim Min-hyuk had summoned to Korea had already arrived at the airport. These people looked too dangerous. Their faces expressed no emotion, and their eyes read that they were ruthless. Sung Min stood in front of Hwang Seok. She understood that the guy was very worried about Yeo Rin, and that's why he was so agitated. The woman looked at the guy and assured him that nothing could have happened to the girl. If the press found out that she was in danger of something, it would ruin the Dawon Group's reputation even more. She also added about the fact that she had a 24-hour guard assigned to her who would protect her in case of danger. Those words calmed the guy down a bit. He really hoped these guys knew what they were doing. The guy realized that there was nothing else he could do here. He hoped that Sung Min could take care of his roommate. He had nothing more to add and felt it was time for him to leave. Sung Min watched as Hwan Seok moved further away from her. Before the guy got too far away, she decided to ask him one more question that was troubling her soul so much. She wanted to know why he didn't want to stay with Yeo Rin and help her. Hwan Seok stopped and, without turning around to the girl, asked her not to tell Yeo Rin about him coming here. He hesitated for a moment, trying to find the right words. After that, he turned his head towards the girl and told her that he had things to do that only he could do. Kim Min had a meeting with a foreign mob that had flown into Korea on his orders alone. They sat at a bar drinking expensive wine. The men were looking at each other and talking very passionately about something. The two men were happy with the terms they had set for each other. After their not-long conversation, the mob got up and left. Kim Min continued to sit in the same spot. Deputy Cho walked over to the executive director, who was at this time finishing his wine after meeting with the mobster. Judging from his face, he was very satisfied from the meeting he had just had. Sung Min was ready to leave the Sut Korea building. Before she left, the woman walked over to Yeo Rin to say goodbye to her. Yeo Rin lowered her head as she was reminded for the umpteenth time that the girl was not allowed to leave the building. This made her feel very sad. Sung Min immediately noticed Yeo Rin's mood and once again tried to convey to her the importance of her staying in this building. After all, this was the only place where she was safe. Yeo Rin was incredibly grateful to the woman for doing so much for the girl. In addition to discovering the whole truth, she was also worried for the girl's safety. She now didn't know how to thank her for all her good deeds. Suddenly, Yeo Rin felt her cheek being tightly squeezed by her fingers and lightly twitched. The girl raised her wide-open eyes in surprise. Sung Min took her other hand on the girl's cheek and began to gently squeeze them. She was very pleased to see this young girl brave, doing her best despite her age. The woman didn't expect any thanks from her. Sung Min didn't even want to hear anything and saw no reason for such sadness. She turned away from the girl and waved goodbye and ordered her to go to bed. Yeo Rin was pleasantly surprised that the woman was so kind and caring. The girl stood in the hallway for a while longer, rubbing her blushing cheeks. Just as Sung Min had asked, Yeo Rin went to her room and went to bed. It was already late, and there were still a lot of issues to deal with tomorrow. Her eyes opened as her thoughts brought her back to Han Suk. She hoped he was all right and was glad that she had been able to find some really good people. Suddenly, the silence in her room was broken by the sound of a ringing phone. She immediately got up from her bed and looked towards the phone that was on the table. Yeo Rin walked over to the phone and picked up the receiver. Anxiety immediately filled in her body as it was a late call. The first words the girl heard were with a note of anxiety. The woman who called her wanted to know if the girl was all right. Yeo Rin's eyes widened as her excitement was not in vain. The woman held the phone to her ear. She was one of those affected by the Dawon Group's actions. Her voice was shaking and all of her words were very frightened. As the woman watched her building went up in scarlet flames. Her apartment was in this building that had completely succumbed to the hot flames. Yo-rin was shocked at such terrible news. The woman went on to say that she had called many of the victims, but the worst part was that so many simply didn't pick up the phone. One man was walking home from work. He was walking past the construction site, completely oblivious to the sides. At some point, the iron beam started moving on top of the structure. A strange creaking sound was heard. Then one of the metal supports flew down, straight at a man who was walking by the place. The news had already begun to report on the incidents that had occurred in the city over the past 24 hours. One bus had been involved in an accident, killing 5 people. Because a gas exploded in one of the houses, the entire building burned to the ground, leaving a lot of people homeless. It was also reported that one man died because of falling iron beams. Kim Min and his deputy Cho were watching the news on their TV. The girl turned to her principal and reported on how many deaths had been confirmed in such a short period of time. From the man's face, it was hard to guess what emotions he was feeling right now. He listened very intently to the girl's report as she continued to talk about what was just happening. Kim Min leaned back in his chair and was still satisfied with this report. He asked his deputy to list a portion of the reward to the Red Mafia who had a hand in each case. And despite the fact that the girl obeyed all the orders given to her, she still did not understand the intentions of her superior. It seemed very illogical to her to destroy all the victims. She couldn't understand what such vivid aggression could lead to, because then all suspicions would fall on the Dovan group. The man averted his gaze, having his own thoughts on the matter. Kim Min believed in the professionalism of the Red Mafia, so he didn't even doubt that they could have left any traces behind. She listened attentively to his arguments and never ceased to be amazed at such an insidious mind that was in this man's body. His lips stretched in a smile as the man thought about the possibility that the police might have some connection to the case. He turned towards Cho Shi-hai very abruptly, and there was a terrifyingly strange grimace on his face, as if this man was going crazy. He thought that it would be funny if the police somehow connected them to this case. Deputy Cho looked at him dumbfounded, completely unaware of what that reaction was on her superior's face. He abruptly rose from his seat, ending the day. The girl continued to be in a stupor and did not know how she should react to the strange behavior of the executive director. Anxiety was building up in her soul about it, for he was completely unwilling to share the details of this game with her. She continued to stare at the back of the man she didn't know at all and didn't understand what his future plans were. Sungmin was just getting into her car when she received a call from Yeo-rin to inform her of what was going on right now. Yo-rin remained silent while Sungmin talked about how she suspected Dowan Group of what had happened. The girl's heart clenched with pain and worry. The woman once again warned the girl that she was not allowed to leave the building. She was already seated in the car and pressed the ignition button. A second later, a very scary sound came to Yeo-rin's ears through the tube. The girl got a chill inside. She immediately realized that something was wrong. The girl tried to call Sungmin, but there was only deafening silence in response. She hoped that the sound had not touched her familiar in any way. Yeo-rin continued to shout into the phone, but no one answered her. The car that belonged to the woman was burning hot. There was a guard standing outside the girl's room. He was supposed to make sure that no one and nothing could harm Yo-rin. The girl suddenly opened the doors from the room, much to the guard's puzzlement. He looked at her anxiously, trying to figure out what had happened. Yo-rin approached the man, her face too scared. She immediately spoke about Sungmin being in danger. The guard didn't immediately realize what the girl meant. The man looked at her frightened look with misunderstanding. He heard a connection on the ear radio. It started to say that there was some kind of problem on the first floor. The man put his hand to his ear, trying to make out the message better. Yo-rin tensed up even more when she heard about the Dowan Group victims coming here. The men came and demanded that Yo-rin be given back to them. They all radiated anger and fear because of what happened to the others. The people entered the building and the mood was their anger. They all looked at the girl who was the reason why all of this started. Yo Rin stood in a stupor. The girl definitely didn't expect all the victims to come here to take out their anger on her. The first to speak was a man. He leant forward, his voice angry. Out of 31 people, 12 had already randomly died. They were looming over the girl, and each one was saying something angry. The people needed to find someone who would become the culprit for the atrocities that it wasn't her who had committed. Unfortunately for Yeo Rin, she had provoked them into action. The man came even closer, his gaze sizzling. The result they had achieved was completely different from what they had originally planned. His anger was so intense that it was easiest to blame it all on the weak girl. He walked up to her and grabbed her by her blouse. They all realized that 12 people would not end this case. They feared for their own lives. The men were looming over the girl, and she didn't know what to do. The man's anger could be felt on her skin. Tears began to flow from Yeo Rin's eyes, for she didn't know how to fix this. All these people only blamed her for bringing disaster upon themselves. One woman came out of the crowd, the same woman who had called Yeo Rin and had her house burned down. She screamed at the top of her voice, urging people to stop. She was in tears for what was happening. But what bothered her more was that everyone was taking out their anger on an innocent girl. Kim Min was in his house. He was on the phone with the Red Mob, and they were reporting on where the victims were. The man was having dinner with his mom. The woman was surprised that he spoke English so skillfully. He scooped up some food and with all care and love offered his mom a tidbit to try. At the same time, a scandal was unfolding in the South Korea building. The woman spoke in defense of the girl. She shouted at people who should have been responsible for their own actions and not blame her for everything. These words caused emotions of shame in the people who had recently been ready to tear Yeo Rin apart. Everyone lowered their gazes and stood with drooping faces. Through her tears, the woman continued to scold these people for their behavior. After all, they had already taken this step, and all they had to do was fight onward instead of destroying each other. Suddenly the woman's phone rang. It was an unknown number, and she picked it up. What the woman was told on the phone caused an overreaction on her face. Her eyes widened with surprise. People looked puzzled at the woman who was shouting words related to $1 million in her voice. When the receiver was put down, the woman stared puzzledly at her phone for a while longer. The other people started asking questions about what was going on. Yo Rin's eyes widened when she learned that the woman had gotten a call from Kim Min himself, offering these people an excessive amount of money, so much so that it could very easily make anyone's head spin. The woman was shaking with excitement. She realized that such a suggestion might not come anymore. People looked anxiously at the woman who told the terms of the deal. If they backed down and dropped all charges, each would be compensated $1 million. And also there was only one condition. They had to bring Yeo Rin to him. All eyes turned towards the girl who stood as if in darkness, completely impenetrable darkness, where no one could come to her aid. The people who had already come here without reward and were ready to give her to Kim Min turned their heads toward the girl. Now that they knew they had been promised so much money, nothing would stop them anymore. Yeo Rin herself understood this very well. They immediately all rushed towards the girl at once. She immediately bounced away from the angry crowd, trying to dodge the grabbing hands. Someone grabbed the girl by her clothes and pulled her sharply. She sobbed and begged them to stop. But it was too late. The men were torn by their lust for money. One guard approached the second guard. He wanted to know what they should do in this situation. The man immediately replied that they would do nothing. He watched as the angry mob pounced on the girl, and was completely unwilling to interfere with what was happening now. After all, by order, they were only supposed to guard the girl from the Daewon group. Yo Rin was immediately grabbed. The men held her arms tightly. The girl tried to scream and kick, tears streaming down her cheeks. But it was impossible for her to resist a whole crowd of people. After a while, she was taken out into the street. All the people were walking together. No one wanted to let the girl escape, and everyone wanted to get their $1 million. Yo Rin was so tired that she could no longer resist the onslaught of all these people. She was already imagining what fate awaited her. Suddenly, a car with a big trailer arrived. It stopped right in front of the crowd of people. The victims looked at the people who had pulled the car up, and the people inside did not inspire any confidence. At the same time, Kim Min was having a peaceful dinner with his mom. He had a good-natured smile on his face, and the man was spoon-feeding the woman. And on the grounds of South Korea, a rampage was going on. Those who came by car began to roughly load people into the trunk. Kim Min knew what was happening now at this moment because he was very pleased with how great everything was turning out. The bandits started roughly throwing people into the trunk, not caring at all about their condition. Everything was happening too fast that no one even had a chance to regain their senses. Yo-Rin silently watched as these people were tricked and forced to do what was favorable to these bandits. People were begging for help and salvation, asking for forgiveness and very much afraid for their lives. The girl sat silently. She had been in a similar situation before and knew the dangers of such imprisonment. Her tears were pouring. All she could think about was that they were all going to die because of her. At this time, all the people were loaded into the cab of the car. One of the mobsters started to climb into the passenger seat. There was a man watching them the whole time. The two mobsters talked amongst themselves and were about to drive off. They had completed part of the task that had been placed on their shoulders. Suddenly, something flew into the open window. This something was fiery and overly dangerous. The surprised man only caught a glimpse of the fire as it swept past his face. There was a very loud and violent explosion that caused the car to shake violently. The people in the trunk of the car ducked and screamed. When everything quieted down, they began to talk among themselves and then began to call for help. The girl sat in shock at what was happening around her. The trunk doors opened and light fell on a guy who was standing in the opening. Yo-Rin immediately recognized that fiery hair and the unchanging blue Olympic. She couldn't believe her eyes, even when she heard a voice so painfully familiar. Tears rolled down from her eyes even harder. Hwan Seok had reappeared to save her. The guy curved his lips in his trademark smile and greeted Yo-Rin. He was enjoying this momentary glory of appearing so epically to save the girl. As he stood by the car, people began to approach them from the other side. Dressed in black suits, the men stood in front of the guy. They were the same red mobsters that Kim Min had invited from another country. The guy looked at the men who had just appeared in front of him. He knew that Kim Min would arrange something like this, so he decided to prepare better this time and not go alone on this mission. Behind the mobster, 3 men appeared. They were also dressed in blue Olympics, and with a fierce yell, they drew attention to themselves. The mobsters immediately turned around to assess their new adversaries. Except that such a spectacular appearance of Hwang Seok's friends had absolutely no effect at all. The black-clothed men jumped with laughter when they saw who had decided to confront them. All but one turned around and walked in the other direction. Only the one largest man remained. The one who was in charge among them patted him on the shoulder as if he could handle them all by himself. There was no greeting or conversation between them. At the same second, one of Hwan Seok's friend's foot flew into the face of the bulky man. The director of the training hall decided to be the first to show off his skills, and with a single kick from his foot, he punched the bulky man right in the face. The man's cheek curled up from such a strong and unexpected blow, and in a moment their biggest fighter was already lying on the ground with his legs behind him. The gym director deftly landed on his feet and looked at his result with a smile. Hearing the body hit the ground, the other mobsters abruptly stopped and stared in surprise at what had just happened. Just one man, the smallest of the men here, was able to take down their largest mobster with a single blow. The man recognized these men as foreign mobsters. He knew they were freaks. His face spread into a smile as he was eager to test his strength on these bandits. From that moment on, Hwan Seok's company was no longer treated with ridicule. Knives immediately came into play. They were all sharp and had serious serrations. One man was immediately attacked by 2 men. They tried to reach him with their knives, but the man was very cleverly able to dodge their attack. In one movement, the man knocked out of their hands the knives with which they were so actively trying to hurt him. His every movement was clear and precise, but he did not even take his hands out of his pockets. The knives flew into the air. The man assessed their positioning, and a second later he was already in the air, doing a somersault. His feet touched the hilt, and there was a light thump. A moment later, the weapons flew back to their owners. The knives entered their bodies, and scarlet blood immediately spurted from the wounds. The director of the training hall deftly landed on his feet. Two mobsters were lying on the ground, writhing in pain from the knife stabs. Their friend began to actively search for something in his pocket. He pulled out some sort of small stick that looked very much like a writing pen. The man immediately saw the bandit pointing this strange object in his direction. After that, he immediately jumped up to him and got underneath him. The bandit stared at the man in surprise. Without thinking long, the gym director poked his 2 fingers into the eyes of the man who was about to do something with the strange object. It was a very unexpected move. The bandit immediately screamed in pain. The gym director snatched the unknown object from the mobster's hands while he was squirming in pain. He began to look at it with interest and thought about how to use it. A moment later, he pointed the wand at the mobster and pressed the button he felt under his finger. Several bullets flew out of the wand and immediately penetrated the mobster's body. The gym director was delighted at such an interesting item he was able to get his hands on. Yun Ha and Kwang Su stood in a stupor, amazed at how their mentor had easily dealt with the mobsters. They walked over to their principal and began to complain in 2 voices about the fact that the principal had not given them a chance to prove themselves. At this time, another bandit appeared behind their backs. The mobster was in great tension as he realized that just one man was able to smash his entire faction. A foreign sound distracted the man from his observation. He twisted his head and looked to the side. Something special had caught his attention. At that very time, Hwan Seok reached out his hand to Yo Rin, helping the girl out of the car van. She looked at him with eyes full of hope, and once again, this guy had come to her rescue. When the girl got out of the van, she was followed by people who, not so long ago, were ready to give her up to the bandits for their own gain. They started asking this guy for help, hoping that he would let them go together. The man who was closest to the exit reached out his hand toward Hwan Seok and prayerfully asked him to take them with him. But the guy's reaction immediately made it clear how he felt about them. Hwang Seok kicked the man in the chest with all his might so that he flew back into the van. The man flew back into the van, crashing into the people who were sitting there. Hwan Seok clenched his fists. He was angry at these people who had betrayed his neighbor so easily. The people realized that they had been very foolish, but Hwan Seok continued to tell them everything he thought about them. They were scared and confused. The guy looked at them with a stern gaze. In front of him was a group of insignificant people, so he had absolutely no pity for them. Hwang Seok's anger continued to boil over. He was ready to beat them all up for what they had done. By this time, a cab car pulled up behind him. Behind the wheel was the same driver who had helped him get to South Korea not too long ago. The cab driver looked out of the car window cheerfully. Hwan Seok pulled Yeo Rin behind him to get into the cab. The mobster realized what was happening and realized that his most valuable prey was about to escape his sight. The man felt sick to his stomach at the realization that he might fail his assignment. After all, in his life, he had never once failed. The guys in the hall were playing a game, choosing who would go to fight the remaining bandit. Kwang Su won the game and came out ahead. He clenched his fists so hard that they crunched ominously. This sound caught the bandit's attention. The boy began to rub his fists, for he was anticipating a very good fight. He was ready to confront the bandit, and a flame of determination burned in his soul. Mafioso realized that it would be hard for him to cope with these guys on his own. Besides, his target was a girl who was about to escape. He pulled out a grenade and immediately pulled the pin. It was a smoke grenade, which immediately enveloped the space in an impenetrable fog. The guys tensed up from such an unexpected turn and because they had lost the ability to see well. They continued to stand there waiting. They never decided to act because there was absolutely nothing to see. The mobster was well prepared. A moment later, a stinking odor reached their nostrils. In addition to the fact that there was an impenetrable veil, it was also accompanied by an acrid odor. The mafioso took advantage of the commotion he created and rushed to the side, away from these people. His mission wasn't over yet and he wasn't going to delay here. It turned out that it wasn't just a smoke grenade but tear gas. The guys were choking on it, coughing loudly, and tears were streaming from their eyes. The cab driver was excited for a new adventure. In his years, he was excited to experience such a vivid adrenaline rush. He was also certain that Hwang Seok was some kind of secret agent who had hooked up with foreign spies. As the man continued to fantasize, Hwang Seok cut his speculation short. He had absolutely no time for such talk right now, especially when Yeo Rin was sitting next to him, in a terrible mood. The girl couldn't stop her tears. She was thinking more and more about those people who were hurt because she had discovered the information about the Daewon group. Aside from those 12 people who were killed, the girl was grieving the most because of Sungmin, who was only helping her in this expose. The guy realized that she wouldn't be helped by comforting words right now. He himself was in a lot of pain from what was going on around him. He was about to say something important to her, but his words were cut short. A sound he heard caught his attention. He immediately turned his head to the window, and what he saw there was too exciting. The very head of the mobsters had caught up with their cab car on a motorcycle. He pointed a gun towards the window and was ready to shoot. Several loud shots rang out. The window of the car shattered, sending shards flying in different directions. The man was trying to succeed in his mission, at least in this way. The cab driver was no longer as cheerful as he had been a few minutes ago. He tensed up a lot and tried not to lose control of the car's steering. Hwang Seok covered the girl with his body, and they ducked down together as the sounds of gunshots continued to echo above their heads. Yeo Rin continued to cry and started apologizing to her boyfriend for getting him into her problems again. She was really scared, and she definitely wouldn't be able to survive if something happened to him through her fault. Hwang Seok watched the girl, who kept screaming over and over again that all the troubles that happened to them were all her fault. The guy took out some money and held it out towards the driver. It was the price of such a desperate trip that he had gotten this man into as well. The command sounded for the cab driver to press the pedal to the floor. He didn't have to stop whatever happened. The driver held tightly onto the steering wheel and was ready to fulfill that command. Hwang Seok reached his hand to the door and clicked the lock. The guy made a last promise to the girl that he would catch up with her once he had sorted everything out. Yeo Rin raised her teary eyes and stared at her roommate in surprise. She couldn't even think that he would think of doing something crazy. The car doors opened. The speed made the world behind him seem to blur. Hwang Seok looked at the girl, his trademark smirk flashing across his lips. He knew they would see each other soon. The guy couldn't wait any longer. He had done something unreal when he jumped out of the car, the kind of thing only seen in movies. And now he was flying towards the mobster, who was driving parallel with a gun pointed at him. The mobster himself was shocked by such a desperate and fearless act of the guy. His face was twisted with the realization that this guy was going to hit him, and they were at a decent speed. Hwang Seok managed to hit his target directly. He knocked the mobster off the motorcycle, and the two of them rolled together on the asphalt, scraping their skin. The out-of-control motorcycle began whizzing across the asphalt. Breathing heavily after such a dangerous maneuver, Hwang Seok was the first to rise to his feet. He looked toward the man who was holding his bloody head and moaning in pain. Because the motorcycle was lying on the roadway, the truck that was following them began to swerve away from the collision, swerving to the side. Hwang Seok immediately jumped to his feet and leaped towards his enemy. Everything was happening too fast. The guy grabbed the bandit and pulled him tightly against him. He was still in shock from the fall and couldn't fight off the tight grip. Wan Seok continued to hold him tightly as the truck sped toward them. The boy had absolutely no intention of taking cover from the dangerous vehicle that was about to catch up with them. The realization of what was happening began to reach the bandit. He began to shout in a low voice, for the truck was getting closer to them every moment. It was wild to the man that the red-haired man was ready to die. The guy didn't understand at all what language this bandit was speaking. He just kept holding him, knowing that he would do anything to prevent him from getting to Yeo Rin. His lips stretched into a wide smile, revealing a row of snow-white teeth. He wasn't afraid of death now, even though his apartment had burned down and he didn't know for sure if he would ever be able to resurrect. The truck driver was shocked at what was happening on the road and that he had to maneuver such a large vehicle. He was very tense, swerving out of the way. The truck was about to touch their bodies with its sheer weight. It was getting closer and closer, the headlights blinding the men's eyes. Wang Xiok's wish was too simple. He didn't see a better opportunity to deal with the bandit at that moment. The truck slammed into their bodies with force and the men flew off of it like toys. After the collision, the truck was stopped. The driver got out of the truck in horror and looked at the men who were lying on the pavement. His heart flooded with anxiety because he had hit people. As the mobster lay unmoving, the driver continued to shout across the street that his life was now over, and because he had hit people, he would be put in jail. After a moment, the mobster raised his head. His whole body was writhing in acute pain from the hard impact of the truck, but he was still conscious and clearly understood what was happening to him. Not far away from him, the man saw his own gun, which had fallen out of his hand the moment the guy jumped out of the truck at him. He had a hard time getting to his feet, so he just started crawling towards the weapon. The only desire pounding in his temples was to deal with the reckless red-haired guy as soon as possible. The mobster's hand was reaching out so hard towards the gun, but at the last moment, Hwan Seok was able to intercept it. Hwan Seok brought his fist over the mobster's head. The man stared in horror at the guy who was still finding the strength to attack him. Hwan Seok's fist smashed into the mobster's face. A crunch of bone was heard, and blood spurted out with renewed vigor. His head rapped to the side from the blow. The guy couldn't stop and continued to throw blow after blow. The driver who got out of the truck was horrified by what was happening. He started screaming, trying to stop Hwan Seok. The bandit collapsed lifelessly on the pavement, and a pool of blood began to flow out from under his body. The guy was hunched over, struggling to stand up straight, breathing heavily. After the collision with the truck, his body was very badly injured. Hwan Seok turned to the driver and told him that the man he had just beaten up was a gangster guilty of murder. The man bulged his eyes, not believing what was happening. The guy wanted the driver to give this information to the police when they got here. The man stayed near the corpse in a stupor. He even assumed that the guy who was leaving was a detective. Wang Seok reached a deserted alley. Leaning his back against the wall, he fell to his knee. The guy realized that all his organs inside were shattered and he was going to die soon. His breathing was ragged and wheezing. Every movement was given to him with great difficulty. His brain continued to work feverishly, and one thing did not give him peace. He did not want his corpse to be found. Gathering his strength, he rose to his feet again and began to look for a place that could be a hiding place for him. He didn't want his corpse to be found because the news would reach Yeo Rin, and she would once again blame herself for another death. At this time, the cab driver had already brought the girl to the place he and Hwan Seok had agreed upon. He led her down a long hallway in the building. Yeo Rin didn't ask any questions, drowning in her own grief. The man approached the door that held the bell. His finger pressed the call button. The girl's eyes were devastated and completely without a glimmer of life. She was grieving so much that everything that was going on around her had no meaning. But when the door in front of her opened, Yeo Rin raised her head. The girl's face immediately stretched out in astonishment when she saw the person behind her. Sungmin was greeted by Yeo Rin. The woman looked as if nothing had happened to her. Only her eyes gave away the fact that something terrible was going on around her. She was happy to see the girl in front of her. Yo-rin continued to stare at Sung-min in a stupor. She couldn't believe that she was in front of her and unharmed. The girl began to stutter from the stress that had been heaped on her shoulders. When the full realization came to her that the woman in front of her was not a ghost, Yo-rin rushed over to her, and the girls hugged tightly. The girl couldn't stop the tears from coming over her again. She was crying so hard because everything that was happening now was only because of her. Sung-min understood such acute feelings of the girl. She felt so sorry that such a young girl was carrying such a heavy burden on her heart. Unable to bear it, the woman cried as well, continuing to hug the girl and trying to comfort her. Hwan Seok found the best place he could think of. He was going down into the sewers of the city. In this place, he wouldn't be able to be found right away. His body couldn't take the strain anymore. The boy relaxed, leaning his back against the damp wall. This was where he was going to die. Only 3 days should pass, and the body would be gone. This was a good hiding place. At the same moment, the phone that Kim Min had tossed to him vibrated. Hwan Seok accepted the incoming call, and Kim Min's smug voice reached his ears from the phone speaker. The guy immediately remembered the moment when his main enemy had shown him that phone. When he had thrown it to Hwang Suk, he had given him a huge gift. After all, it was through this phone that all the information about what the bandits were going to do passed through. The boy brought the phone closer so he could hear what Kim Min was saying better. He was just a little bit away from a crushing death. This phone was really helping him a lot. The guy tried to make out the incomprehensible language for himself and listened to every word that sounded. The only name he heard was Sung Min's. It helped him at that moment. The girl was already getting into the car and was on the phone with Yo-rin. The moment she started to press the start button for the car to start, Hwan Seok grabbed the car doors. He managed to get Sung Min out of the car in time. They ran away together from the explosion that happened moments later. The girl was terrified of what was happening, but trusted the guy who saved her life. It was only because of that phone that he was able to save Sung Min's life and come to Yeo-rin's rescue at the Sut Korea building. Only one question bothered Hwang Seok very much. It was the reason why Kim Min decided to give him this opportunity. Kim Min sat in his office and looked at the phone he was using to talk to Hwang Seok. The guy had correctly guessed that Kim Min's goal was so that he could confront the bandits who had come for Yeo-rin. A smile flashed across Kim Min's face because everything was going the way he wanted it to. He was pleased to hear that the boy's thoughts were on the right track. He indulgently praised him for making such an astute guess. Those words only made the boy angrier because he didn't want to do what Kim Min had originally intended. Hwang Seok didn't like it, and he roared with anger. Hwang Seok looked at the phone and with a voice shaking with anger, he promised that as soon as he was resurrected, he would get even with everyone who had a hand in the suffering of civilians. Kim Min knew that the guy's apartment had burned down and the chance of resurrection was too slim. He reminded Hwang Seok of that, instilling more fear in his soul. Hwang Seok was angry. He didn't like the thought that he really might not be resurrected, but in his voice, he promised that they would meet again. Just 3 days, and he would definitely come for Kim Min. There was no more strength to speak. His hand sluggishly slid down and the phone clattered against the concrete. It was the boy's last moment. His eyes were open, but they couldn't see anything else. His breathing stopped and the pain was gone. Kim Min realized that their conversation was over. The man picked up a wine glass from the table and took a few sips. He enjoyed the drink, a smile on his face. Even though he was instilling fear in the guy that he might not be resurrected, Kim Min himself was confident that he would meet him soon. Kim Min thought about the guy who still had no idea how exactly his ability worked. He was sure that the price for each resurrection was colossal for the guy. Only neither he nor Hwan Seok himself knew about it yet, but he was very curious to find out. The TV was already showing the news that there had been a real shootout last night. The truck driver was talking about what had happened and was able to help the police in catching the bandit who had organized the shooting. Also on the news, they showed a picture of the captured bandit who was a member of the Mafia and was on an international wanted list. They were able to find out that the target of the bandits was the same Yo Rin who had released information about the corruption of the Daewon group a few days ago. The girl's face was once again shown on the news. Kim Min ducked slightly to the side as a glass flew at him. It shattered as soon as it made contact with the wall. Park Dae-jun was furious at what was happening. His fists were clenched tightly. He glared pointedly at Kim Min, demanding answers from him. The man couldn't stop screaming, his entire body shaking from the anger that was raging inside him. He now realized that the situation was completely out of his control. Kim Min, unlike his boss, looked too calm. He even asked the chairman to calm down because he thought everything was going according to plan. The guy's words made the chairman even more agitated because what was being shown on the news didn't match Kim Min's calm attitude. The sudden change in conversation surprised Park Dae-jun, and he stared at the guy who continued to speak to him in a calm voice. For some reason, he decided to remember that day as soon as he joined this company. Kim Min continued, reminding the man that at first he was just his secretary and he was the CEO. Even recalled the fact that Park Dae-jun had helped him advance his career. The man tensed up even more as he still couldn't understand what this conversation was about. Kim Min then made a promise to himself that he would do everything he could to make Park Dae-jun the chairman. The man growled because the guy was stretching this dialogue, and he still didn't understand where it was going. Cupping his chin a bit, Kim Min spoke up about the reason why he was so fierce then to help him move up. Kim Min moved closer to his boss and said without fear that it was very easy to remove an incompetent and stupid person from the pedestal. And in saying that, he clearly made it clear that he was talking about Park Dae-jun. The man's face twisted with anger. He couldn't even believe that this brat dared to say such a thing to him. Unable to find anything better to say, Park Dae-jun swung his fist at Kim Min. This way, he decided to show him who was in charge. But he stopped the moment he did, as shouts started coming from the corridor. Someone was rapidly approaching his office. Kim Min continued to stand in front of him, unafraid that he was about to get punched in the face. 3 men immediately entered the office. One of them picked up a form of identification and introduced himself as a police officer. Park Dae-jun stared at the uninvited guests in a stupor. The man who was holding the documents immediately began to say that the chairman had been arrested on suspicion of embezzlement, bribery, and something that shocked the man. The chairman's eyes bulged when he was accused of attempted murder. He stood in a stupor, completely disbelieving what was happening now. Through his teeth, he bellowed Kim Min's name as he realized that he was the one who had done it. The police put handcuffs on his hands and they began to lead the chairman out of his office. Kim Min accompanied him with a look. The man had a slight smile on his face. He was happy with the way things were going. He wasn't even frightened by the threats the chairman was shouting throughout the hallway. A picture of Park Dae-jun, the second chairman of the Daewon group, continued to hang on the wall. There was a small secret hidden in that portrait that recorded everything that was happening. The camera was located in the eye and was invisible to those who were unaware of its existence. On the same day, the news broke the breaking news that Kim Min Hyok had informed the police that Chairman Park Dae-jun was planning an assassination. Kim Min Hek provided the reporters with a video recording of the chairman beating him and telling them about his intention to destroy the girl. All the key words that related to the case were aired. In the video, Kim Min was in a favorable position, being beaten and warning his boss against rash decisions. Viewers were then shown footage of the chairman talking about what he was going to do to the girl. All of this led to Kim Min giving a conference about what happened. He stood behind the podium and talked about how he could not believe to the last that his boss would dare to go to such a terrible atrocity. Standing at the microphone, the man looked depressed and disappointed that his company had caused such terrible damage to people. He apologized and was willing to provide compensation. The reporters were delighted with the juicy news. They wanted to find out more details. Questions were shouted out and everyone was curious about the documents. Kim Min very diplomatically dodged this answer. Since this matter was being handled by the investigators, he couldn't give them an answer. His whole appearance inspired empathy and sincerity. He played his role well. The sad look, the sad voice, the whole picture evoked sympathy and trust in this man. The news said that documents were forged to manipulate stock prices. Also, the news said that Shin Hyun-seok, one of the members of the victim group, came forward today. She approached the company's bankruptcy victims and blamed the Dowon Group for their problems. The woman had intentionally contacted Yeo-rin, and now she was horrified that so many people had died. That was the reason for her guilt. It was Yeo-rin and Sung-min who watched this news. The girls were horrified at what was really happening. Yeo-rin couldn't believe her eyes as she recognized this woman. She couldn't even imagine who she really was. She remembered the day when the angry people came after the girl. It was Shin Hyeon who had stood up for her. Perhaps even then she had realized what a mistake she had made as people began to die, the ones she had brought here. With her eyes wide open, Yeo-rin stared at the television, her ears ringing. She could no longer hear what was being said. Kim Min stood in his office by the window. Deputy Cho's voice sounded calm and quiet. The woman confirmed the transfer of funds to Shin Hyun-seok's account. She also revealed that the investigation of the case had been suspended. The man was satisfied with a job well done. When he said that the situation had been brought back under control, she didn't say anything, just looked at Kim Min in silence. They stood in silence for a while, but Deputy Cho never left with one question. She wanted to know at what point everything started to go according to his plan. The woman realized that such important documents could not so easily pass into the wrong hands. A whole chain of schemes began to form in his mind. She also dared to assume that the person who had given the documents to Yeo-rin was not Kim Min himself. The man only smiled at such a good guess from his deputy. That day when Yeo-rin stood at Hwang Suk's door crying because the guy wasn't around, something happened. Through her tears, she heard her phone pinging softly. That's how text messages came to her. The girl picked up her phone and opened the message. Back then, she didn't know Shin Hyun-seok yet. It was the first text message from a woman telling her that she was in the same situation as her father. Shin Hyun-seok stood in Kim Min's office and held the phone in her hands. The woman informed the man that she had sent a text message to the girl, just like he wanted. Kim Min raised his hand in which he held a small flash drive. With a slight smirk, he asked the woman to give that flash drive to Yeo-rin. The woman realized that she wasn't doing a good deed, but the money this man offered her for doing such a task was too coveted. Watching the news, Yeo-rin realized that she was just being cruelly used in some game she was completely unaware of. She was once again just a pawn on a chessboard. The girl sobbed even harder, realizing that all the effort had been in vain. The only one rejoicing now was Kim Min. The whole plan that had begun long before these events had borne good fruit for him. Hwang Seok felt like he could think again. His body had regained consciousness. While his eyes were still closed, he realized that he was alive. His eyes opened wide as if they wanted to see for themselves that he was alive. A bright light pierced his eyes. The only thing he wanted to know was where he was. Turning his head, Hwang Seok suddenly realized that he was in bed. Sung-min was lying next door to him, and she opened her eyes just as surprised and stared at Hwang Seok. Choi Seong-kyu was on the phone and was shocked by the news that was happening in Korea. He couldn't believe that Kim Min could oust Chairman Dae-jun since he himself had personally helped promote him to the position. It was suggested that he watch the news, but he was in no hurry to do so. While the man was having a phone conversation, there were two men behind him. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and bags were placed over their heads. As the vice president continued to talk on the phone, the two men trembled with fear, for they were in the worst possible position. The phone conversation was over and Choi Seong-kyu hung up the phone. The man walked over to the two men who were wearing bags on their heads. He smiled with all his teeth as his mood lifted in an instant. He had planned to brutalize them by chopping the two men to pieces. But the plans had changed and his mood was completely different. The men continued to tremble and one of them cried out, begging for mercy. Pulling out a gun, he promised them that they would die quickly, without agony. The weapon in his hand clanked dangerously. After 2 shots rang out, the vice president turned to his men. He ordered them to get him the nearest ticket to Korea, since he was in Japan. The men bowed obediently. Choi Seong-kyu's face lit up with a smile. Even though his face and clothes were splattered with blood, he was already anticipating his return home, where something very interesting was happening. Sung-min stared at the guy in front of her, not realizing how he could even be in her bed. It was a shock to the girl. Hwang Seok looked at the girl in front of him with the same expression. He thought he could wake up anywhere, but definitely not in this place. After a few seconds of stupor, the guy and the girl, as if having springs in their bodies, bounced apart from each other in different directions. Hwang Seok blushed from the embarrassment and immediately began to apologize for resurrecting himself in the girl's bed. He didn't even think about what he just said. Sung-min immediately asked him a question, wanting to know who he was. The guy stared at the girl, for this question had been bugging him. He himself would like to know the answer to it. With her head lowered, Sung-min struggled to recount how she saw Hwang Seok appear in front of her out of thin air. Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe it. For Hwang Seok, it was a real blow. He didn't know how to explain it, so he started mumbling something about her imagining it, since she was not wearing her glasses. While Sung-min was sitting on the bed and staring at the guy, Hwang Seok decided to make a quick getaway from her apartment. He mumbled about getting so drunk last night that he apparently broke into her house. Unfortunately, it didn't work for him. The girl grabbed the guy's arm tenaciously and pulled him toward her with force. A moment later, Hwang Seok was rolled onto his shoulder blades, with Sung-min hovering over him from above. It stirred his mind so much that he couldn't move. The girl, on the other hand, didn't want to hear silly stories after all. She wasn't a fool to believe such a thing. The girl saw well what had happened, and she didn't need glasses for that. She also didn't miss the phrase he dropped about resurrection and asked a new question. The guy realized he was cornered. It was driving him crazy, because the girl clearly made it clear that she would not leave him until she heard the truth. Finding no other way out, Hwang Seok told the truth about his resurrection to anyone for the first time. Sung-min clamped her hand over her mouth in shock, and the guy himself was ready to fail from such embarrassment. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable with his own story. By this time, Song-mina had thrown a blanket over her shoulders, as she was not comfortable sitting in front of him so naked. He finished his story and was prepared for her not to believe it. Sung-min put her foot on her leg. Bowing her head, she looked at the guy once more. The girl took his story as very real, which made Hwang Seok surprised even more. The girl wanted to know how Hwang Seok was able to survive everything that had happened to him. It was such a subtle and caring question that the guy was surprised to hear such a thing. It was the first time someone wanted to know about his well-being. She kept looking at him and imagined how hard it had been for him all this time. After all, he had fought the war alone, dying and resurrecting as he continued to fight. The girl's eyebrows went up, her gaze full of empathy. She couldn't even imagine how hard it had been for the guy and how lonely he'd been all this time. Hwang Seok was shocked by the girl's so sincere feeling. He had never thought that someone would want to understand and sympathize with him so much. The very first death he had experienced flashed before his eyes. That was when he first felt the knife in his body and experienced that very fierce pain. Then he remembered his body dissolving into a barrel. It was also very painful, and there was nothing he could do about it. That death was followed by the next one. And after that, there were so many more torments he had to endure. His lips curved into a slight smile. He thought that no one would understand him. But after talking to Sung-min, he felt a little better. When the topic of his resurrection receded, the guy wanted to find out where Yo-rin was now. His last memory was of him and the cab driver directing her to Sung-min's place. The girl tilted her head sadly. She was silent for a while, choosing her words, and then she said she was sorry. The guy didn't immediately understand what she meant. Then the girl told him about what happened to Yeo Rin. Hwan Seok's eyes opened in surprise and fear. There was a meeting at the Dawon Group regarding the suspension of Executive Director Kim Min Hyok. A number of the men stared intently at the guy sitting in front of them. They wanted to hear an explanation from him personally. That's why they gave him the opportunity to tell his point of view on everything that was going on. President Shin Ai-chul wanted to know the reason why Kim Min did those things and what his motivation was in general. Kim Min covered his eyes. He was in no hurry to give his answers to such questions. The man looked even more intently at the guy in front of him. He was ready to take his silence as a sign that he had nothing to say for himself. The men who were sitting around the table began to raise their hands. They were voting for the guy to be removed from his position. At that very moment, Choi Sung-kyu burst into the meeting room. He had a smile on his face and his hands were in his pockets. His appearance was relaxed and overly casual. The man was enjoying the moment. Shin Ai-chul turned his head in surprise and was amazed to see the vice president of the company himself in the room. Choi Sung-kyu walked up to Kim Min and threw his arm around the guy's shoulders. He was addressing the president. The man was thrilled at what a great deal Kim Min had pulled off. The president didn't like the conversation that was unfolding between them at all. He looked at the vice president with tension. Choi Sung-kyu reached into his jacket with his hand, the fabric rustling slightly. The man didn't see the point in suspending Kim Min at all, because it would have been much easier and more sensible to shoot him here and now. He pointed his gun at Kim Min while his gaze was fixed on the participants. Kim Min spoke for the first time in a while. He addressed the vice president, reminding him of what he had said before he left the country. Realizing that the man was unlikely to remember his words, the guy voiced them again. He glanced at the gun that was still pointed in his direction. The vice president shouldn't have acted like a gangster. The kid's words only amused the man even more. He knew who had founded this company. And at that time, it was the gangsters who were in charge. Choi Seong-kyu continued to hold the gun pointed at Kim Min. He thought that gangsters should have killed people like Kim Min who had given up his boss so easily. Kim Min turned his head toward the gun. A wide smile spread across his face. The guy didn't care at all about the fact that he was about to be killed. He was sure that the man would not be able to do it. That serious statement caused even more amusement. A smirk stretched the vice president's lips. He loved watching the guy in front of him imagine he was invulnerable. And at that moment, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Hwan Seok looked at the girl in bewilderment, and she had to tell him what had happened to Yeo Rin during his absence. For some reason, Yeo Rin was now in custody, in a prison cell. The gun that had just been fired was looking towards the ceiling. Dark smoke was coming out of the barrel. At that very moment, the people who were sitting around making a decision about Kim Min's resignation were all armed. President Shin Ai-chul alone was looking around in confusion. Choi Sung-kyu looked at the men in front of him in surprise. He was just as surprised that they stood up for Kim Min. 3 pointed the gun in his direction, ready to pull the trigger, and the 4th fired a warning shot at the ceiling. He began counting how many men had crossed to the other side. The men continued to keep their pistols raised. 7 men, including Kim Min, were on his side, which meant that half of the board had chosen the guy's side. Kim Min smiled contentedly. The vice president lowered his gun and looked at the guy with respect, believing that he had a clear talent. After all, half of the board of directors had gone to his side for some reason. He was curious as to what such a thing he had offered them. A second later, the thought occurred to him that it probably wasn't Kim Min's merit. He remembered the girl, Deputy Cho. She was the granddaughter of the first chairman Cho Do-won. The man was sure that this girl was the one who solved all the issues and had no small influence in this company. The man looked at all these people and the guns that were pointed at him and puzzledly scratched his head with his weapon. He clearly didn't expect many people to support Kim Min. The vice president turned to the guy, eager to know what his next plans were, especially when it became clear how supportive he was. Kim Min looked at Choi Sung-kyu from under his forehead. As he continued to speak, the guy was in no hurry to give his answer. He held the intrigue until the last, after which his lips stretched into a smug smirk, and he slowly, stretching each word, put forward his proposal. Kim Min wished to consider dismissing Park Dae-jun from his position. Seating himself more comfortably in his chair, squaring his shoulders, Kim Min finished his sentence by saying that he wanted to put forward his own candidacy for the position. The guy wanted to become the chairman of the Dowon Group. Shin A-chul's face turned pale. The man flinched at such a bold statement. It was too unexpected for him. Such a statement shocked him. The president didn't want to believe that this boy dared to think of such a position. Choi Sung-kyu raised his hand as a sign for everyone to calm down. Then he smiled broadly and said that he was also interested in getting involved in the matter and nominated himself for the position. Kim Min glanced at him unhappily. He didn't expect the vice president to show up at the company today since he had been in Japan before. The guy squinted his eyes at Choi Sung-kyu. This man's sudden appearance had changed the plans Kim Min was counting on a bit. The man looked at Kim Min, a cheerful smile on his face, even as he threatened to break his bones and grind his flesh. But Kim Min himself didn't give in to fear of such explicit threats either. He also smiled at the vice president, saying that he would look forward to that moment. At the police station, the detectives sat on sofas and ate their lunch deliciously. There was silence and a chance to enjoy the food. Just as Detective O popped another portion of noodles into his mouth, a restless female voice was heard in the hall, as well as a name that made the man's face twist with indignation. Yo-rin heard Hwang Seok's voice and raised her head in surprise. The girl no longer thought she would ever hear or see him again. She still continued to sit behind the bars in the same way. Hwang Seok was standing on the other side and was furious that the girl was sitting here. Along with him was Sung Min. Yo-rin opened her eyes wide looking at her savior and continued to disbelieve that he managed to survive after he jumped out of the cab. Her heart clenched painfully in her chest. The guy looked at his roommate. He didn't like the fact that the girl was behind bars at all. He was sure that it wasn't right and she should definitely get out of the police station. Hwang Seok grabbed the bars of the bars and started shaking them with force, as if that could help open them so that the girl would walk free. Detective O jumped up unhappily from his seat because it was his lunchtime. The guy continued to make noise, yelling at the entire squad to get the girl released. The man jumped up to the guy and grabbed him tightly by his clothes. He was angry at him for acting so inappropriately. Hwang Seok, on the other hand, announced that he was the girl's guardian and was ready to take her with him. A verbal altercation ensued between the two. Detective O couldn't release the girl because she was in the case of falsifying documents for the Dowon Group. Hwang Seok yelled that she was just a victim and was not guilty in the case at all. The girl stood silent and could only watch. The argument continued, and with each word the tension grew more intense. Yo-rin couldn't do anything about it. It was hard for her to watch. When things started to get out of hand, Yo-rin called out to Hwang Seok. She didn't want him to get in trouble with law enforcement again because of her. But what worried her the most was that she hadn't heard from him for 3 days. The girl had been worried sick about him, and now that she saw him in front of her, she felt a lot better. She didn't need anything else in this life, only to know that the guy wasn't hurt. Everyone fell silent and turned their heads towards Yo-rin. Tears reappeared in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks in hot streams. She could no longer fight and see innocent people suffering because of her. The girl cried as she stood in her cell, repeating over and over again that all the bad things that happened were only because of her. Hwang Seok was angry that the girl was crying again, believing that she should have gotten her act together and done everything she could to punish those responsible. Before he could finish his desired words, Hwang Seok felt the very pain that had visited him more than once. He looked at the girl, but everything began to swim in front of his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening to him. His head ached unbearably. With a groan, Hwang Seok hunched over, clutching his head as if that would somehow ease his pain. Sung Min approached him worriedly, as she had never seen him in such a state before. Yo Rin also looked at her friend worriedly, tears continuing to flow from her eyes. Hwan Xiak continued to moan furiously, and the girl didn't know what was happening to him or how she could help him. Realizing that he couldn't deal with the pain here and not wanting anyone else to see it, Hwan Xiak went to the restroom with a trembling body. He spit the bloody clot into the sink, staining it red. The guy looked into the sink and realized that every time he was resurrected, he shouldn't have expected anything different. Such an ability was not something that could be given for nothing. His eyes opened wide and they were bright red. He had realized something, and it was something obvious. As he wiped the bloody stains from his face, he realized that he might not have another chance to destroy Kim Min. Hwang Xiak's eyes and face changed a lot. He was worried that the enemy might get wind of his weakness. Kim Min sat at the head of the table. Another meeting was scheduled. The people around him were supporting the guy's candidacy. A girl stood beside him. With a smile on his face, he thanked everyone for their support. The guy also thought that with so many votes, they had a chance to challenge the election procedure. Bei Jin-soo, the executive director, looked at the boy unhappily. He wasn't happy that they were being commanded by some boy, but because of Deputy Cho, they decided to support his side. And that's exactly what he said to Kim Min during their meeting. He was completely unwilling to follow the orders that came from him. Deputy Cho immediately joined the conversation, addressing the executive director, but Kim Min's raised hand prevented her from finishing her speech. Kim Min was not so naive as to think that these people had come here out of sincere feelings. He folded his hands into a lock and smiled as he continued to discourse on the topic. Everyone present in this hall was afraid of losing their seats. Everyone understood that if the vice president became the chairman, there would be big problems. The men turned white at the mere thought that such a thing could happen. Kim Min continued to smile, and his eyes sparkled with a hint of madness. After all, if he lost this fight, all these people, it would be very bad, especially after they openly showed their support for him. Before leaving the meeting room, the guy asked them not to shake the air in vain. He knew they would be afraid, so he didn't need to do anything himself. He only had to remind them of the fate that awaited them if Kim Min didn't get the support he needed. Kim Min and Cho Shi-ho were in the car after a hard day's work. The girl turned to her boss, praising him for a good job. While the deputy spoke, the guy looked out the window as houses, stores, and streets flew by. She glanced at Kim Min once more, remembering the important news she had forgotten to tell him. The girl started to talk about Hwang Xiak, but at some point she didn't finish her speech. Suddenly, Kim Min put his head down on her shoulder. Being so tired so much, the guy didn't even notice how he fell asleep. She was surprised by this, as he always behaved in a collected manner and didn't let this happen. Immersed either in sleep or in memories, Kim Min saw his mom. He remembered her always apologizing. The woman kept repeating the words sorry without end. As a child, Kim Min was seriously ill. It was too expensive to treat his weak heart. The doctor told her that it would be too expensive to treat such a serious illness. The woman again asked for forgiveness, promising that she would pay for the treatment as soon as she could. Because her son was seriously ill, the woman fell into a false religious cult. She had to borrow money and then was threatened because she couldn't give it back. Kim Min had only himself to blame for all of this. If it wasn't for him and his poor health, their lives would have been different. As he got older, the guy got a job and desperately tried to gain favor with him from the first days. Back then, Park Dae-jun was only an executive director. The man mistrusted the young lad and ridiculed his frailty. Kim Min got into a company he never dreamed of, but the place was not as rosy as he would have liked. Park Dae-jun began to raise him in his own way. He beat him up for every mistake he made. One day he punched him in the face just because Kim Min gave him a cigarette instead of a cigar. The CEO was furious that Kim Min was spineless. Because of this, a decision was made to show him a perfect different life elsewhere. Kim Min found himself under Choi Sung-kyu's command. That day was the first time he saw how things were done. Young In-won was on his knees then, trembling and begging for forgiveness for his mistake. He had gotten a good beating for crossing a man from the Dowon group. Kim Min watched as the grown and strong man groaned and begged for mercy. It was that moment that drastically turned the boy's thinking around. It was at that moment, at the sound of pleading for mercy, that Kim Min felt the ecstasy of having power. That feeling drowned his soul in a wave. Since then, he's been growing. His talent only blossomed. He was proud of himself and loved the way people bowed their heads before him. He felt that the Dovon group was the perfect place for him. The more the guy tucked the weaker ones under him, the more his position in the company grew stronger. Kim Min loved what he was doing. This feeling of power and superiority never left his soul. After a while, the guy was able to get a mansion from the company, which became his fortress. One day, he joyfully returned home, wanting to see his mother and tell her about his achievements. The woman turned her head toward him quite joylessly, looking at the lad who entered with a blank stare. A moment later, when her gaze came into focus, his mother smiled broadly and, like a small child, called Kim Min his father. For the boy, that moment was a real shock. He couldn't even think that his beloved mom would ever lose her mind. Leaning his head on his mother's lap, Kim Min wondered why this had happened to her in the first place. He needed just a little more time for the revenge the boy was preparing to take to come to fruition. When he felt the car stop, Kim Min came out of his painful memories and opened his eyes slightly. He didn't realize how he had fallen asleep. The man got out of the car, wished him a good rest, and moved towards his house. He stood in front of the door of his house for a short while before entering. He only had a little bit left to reach the peak he so desired. Kim Min swung open the door to his house. He had a wide smile on his face. The guy had prepared it for his mom, who was waiting for him. He saw someone he totally didn't expect to meet in his house. Wang Seok was sitting at the same table as Kim Min's mom, spoon-feeding her. The boy smirked as his enemy entered the house. He had been waiting for him. Seeing Hwang Seok so close to the person most important to him, Kim Min's face twisted. He felt too sick in an instant. He hadn't expected such a cruel turn of events, especially that an enemy would sneak into his fortress. The woman smiled when she saw Kim Min. She introduced Hwang Seok as her son's friend, Jung Woo. The guy kept smiling. He liked the fact that he was able to catch Kim Min off guard. Kim Min bent in half, clutching his aching heart, which immediately gave out from such a sudden stress. The watch on his arm that measured his pulse beeped and beeped, signaling that he was having heart trouble. The man raised his head forcefully. He was furious that Hwan Suk had managed to sneak into his house. He wanted to know how he had managed to do it. Wang Seok continued to smile. He enjoyed watching Kim Min suffer now more than anything else. The guy decided to share this secret with him. While still in the restroom of the police station, Wang Seok realized that he had made a big mistake in coming here. He was too predictable in his actions. With a twist of his head, he decided even then that he should start acting less predictable, so that Kim Min wouldn't be able to predict his future actions. There was a man standing in one of the alleys. He was giving a report over the phone to Deputy Cho, who told him how Hwan Seok would act. The man confirmed her hunch as he followed him and Sung Min. The girl gave him some more instructions. The man nodded and ended the conversation. He would contact her later once he knew where Hwan Seok was headed next. The mysterious man didn't even realize that his identity had been revealed, and the Hwan Seok he was keeping surveillance on was already behind him. The guy put the ropes around the observer's neck and pulled them tightly. He started squirming and trying to release the pressure from his neck with his hand. Hwan Seok took a footrest on his shoulder, continuing to pull his ropes as hard as he could. With his foot, he could feel the man's body trembling from exertion and lack of air. Looking at this bandit who had been so easily caught, Hwan Seok decided that he could get all the information he needed out of him. Hwan Seok moved closer to Kim Min. After the guy took out this stalker, a few more of them appeared. After dealing with them, he found Kim Min's address in their phones. It was the perfect plan. Kim Min realized that his men had screwed up. Wang Seok snidely pointed out that if he hadn't put a stakeout on him every time he resurrected, he wouldn't have been able to find out his home address. The guy leaned over slightly to look into his eyes and continued his story. Standing in front of Kim Min's house, he ambushed the place. Nervously smoking a cigarette, Hwang Seok waited for the car that was supposed to bring his enemy. All of a sudden, a woman's voice came from somewhere and startled the guy. The woman was scolding him for smoking, causing Hwang Seok's cigarette to fall out of his hand. The voice came from the intercom that was attached to the gate. The woman's voice suggested that Hwang Seok was Kim Min's friend, after which she friendly invited him to wait inside the house. Hwang Seok was shocked by such strong luck. That was how Hwang Seok was able to enter his enemy's house. Kim Min continued to stand in front of him, hunched over and holding his chest where his heart was bursting with pain. He smiled broadly again as he looked at his enemy. The guy had promised him not too long ago that he wouldn't be so predictable anymore, and he proudly thought he had fulfilled his promise. Kim Min felt even worse. He could no longer stand the pain that was tearing through his chest. The stress he was under was too much because something hadn't gone according to his plan. The man fell to the floor, exhausted and unable to fight anymore. Hwang Seok watched him with his hands folded in his pocket, and his mom twitched worriedly when she saw that something was wrong. After dark, Kim Min opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was blurred, but the red-haired head still loomed on the horizon. Opening his eyes, he was able to focus his gaze. His mom was looking at the boy anxiously, worried that something might have happened to him. Hwang Seok continued to smile. He crouched down beside Kim Min lying on the floor, holding a jar of pills in his hand. It was these pills that gave Kim Min a chance to regain consciousness and soothe the painful sensations in his chest. Kim Min began to rise to his feet while being confused. After all, in that state, he was too much vulnerable and could be easily destroyed. The man didn't understand why Hwang Seok didn't take advantage of this moment. Especially, he realized that Hwang Seok had only come here for one purpose, to kill him. The boy looked at him in bewilderment. Hwang Seok agreed that he had come here for that very purpose, but there was a reason why he didn't take advantage of such a good opportunity. He looked into Kim Min's eyes. The man was looking at him the same way. A physical pressure felt between them. The woman stood back and chickened out of fear that something might happen to her father. That was a good reason why Hwang Seok couldn't kill Kim Min in front of his mother. Hwang Seok decided to offer his enemy a deal, but those words only elicited a chuckle from Kim Min. He didn't think that their problems could be solved with words. The guy immediately decided to point out the fact that he wouldn't touch his mother. He wasn't the kind of villain who could be so ruthless that innocent people would suffer. Only he wouldn't do that if Kim Min left Yo-rin alone. Kim Min listened to his words carefully. He still didn't feel good after the attack that had just happened to him. Rising to his feet, Hwang Seok decided to suggest that they sort things out without the interference of outsiders and people close to them. That was all he wanted to say to Kim Min. The guy put his hands in his pockets and walked to the side, leaving Kim Min behind him. Kim Min didn't look in his direction and spoke. He felt funny that Hwang Seok thought he recognized his weakness. Hwang Seok was angry. He turned his head back and angrily repeated that he wouldn't touch his mother. The woman at that moment happily lowered herself beside Kim Min. She was so happy to see that he was okay. Tears appeared in her eyes and her lips stretched in a happy smile. She was really worried that he was in pain, but now she could see that the guy was feeling a lot better. Kim Min didn't say anything. He stared at one place with a devastated look, while many thoughts ran through his head. After a moment he spoke, and his words were unintelligible. He decided to remind Hwang Seok that there was a very big difference between them. Kim Min's hand abruptly went to his jacket. He grabbed something tightly, and a second later, several gunshots rang out and scarlet blood spattered the room they were all in. Hwang Seok turned around sharply at the sound and was shocked at what had happened. His heart skipped a beat. Kim Min was still on his knees, holding the gun he had just fired. A trace of blood appeared on his face. The gun was pointed towards his mother. The bullets that flew out of the gun hit her body. The woman collapsed in shock at what had happened. Tears began to flow from her eyes, and all she could talk about was that her Kim Min should be back soon and that she would have to feed him. The woman was completely unaware of what had happened to her and what was going on around her. She then collapsed on the floor, bleeding in a pool of blood. Kim Min continued to sit with his gun in his hand as he silently watched his mother die. Hwang Seok saw it with his own eyes, but he couldn't even think that bastard would go to such a length. He was so stunned by it that he couldn't find the words. Even though Kim Min had killed his mother, his pulse didn't even flutter. That much was the weight of this decision. He looked towards Hwang Seok and told him in a completely calm voice that he had no weaknesses. To Hwang Seok, this was terrifying. He had no idea that his enemy was so horrible that he could kill his mother so easily without remorse. The boy approached Kim Min and brought his fist over him. Now he could not hold himself back and kill him for what he had done. Kim Min missed the first blow and didn't even dodge it, as if he wanted to feel the pain. But that was enough to bring him to his senses, so Kim Min quickly raised his gun in his hands and pointed it at Hwang Seok. The rapid bullets entered the boy's body. Hwang Seok flinched from the pain those shots caused him. Blood splattered in different directions. Even though Hwang Seok had been shot, his rage was so strong that he couldn't stop his desire to destroy Kim Min. The guy's foot flew up and crashed into his enemy's head. The blow was so strong that Kim Min flew aside, but the boy managed to stay on his feet, and after a few meters he regained his balance. A fight broke out between them. Kim Min pointed his gun at Hwang Seok, trying to hit him in the head so that he would surely die. Hwang Seok grabbed his enemy by his shirt and pulled him towards him. After that, he smashed his forehead into Kim Min's head with force. Blood splattered in different directions. The blow hurt not only Kim Min but also Hwang Seok. They fell to the floor together. Blood was leaving Hwang Seok's body through the open wounds. The strength was too little, but the guy realized that he still couldn't complete the intended assassination of his enemy. As soon as Kim Min wanted to raise the hand that held the gun, Hwang Seok immediately intercepted it and pressed it back to the floor. He climbed onto his enemy's body. With one hand, he stubbornly held the hand with the gun, while the other rested on Kim Min's neck. His fingers gripped his throat tightly. Hwang Seok was furious and wanted to kill the bastard once and for all. The boy looked at him and tried to understand what was going on in his enemy's mind that he had done such a thing to his own mother. Kim Min lay there obediently and didn't answer anything to Hwang Seok's cries as he continued to ask questions. How could he kill his own mother so ruthlessly? He continued to stare at his enemy and still didn't understand his intentions. He was too cruel a person if he dared to take such a desperate step. Hwang Seok was skewered even more when Kim Min talked about how everything had a price. The guy didn't understand at all what he was saying and didn't even want to understand it. Nothing could justify such an act. Hwang Seok's hand squeezed Kim Min's throat even harder. He was pressing so hard that the veins on his arm were swelling. He really was ready to kill him. Suddenly, Kim Min's mother's voice was heard. She raised her head and pleaded in a pleading voice not to kill him. Hwang Seok froze, unable to move. Tears flowed from her eyes. The woman started talking about how her son had a heart condition and would die if the guy didn't stop. She started talking about paying back the entire debt and continued begging for Hwang Seok to stop beating him. The guy let go of Kim Min's throat. His arms sagged, and he looked at the woman. She held out her bloody hand in their direction and continued to beg him not to kill her boy. The woman was able to recognize her son in the last moment of his life. As Hwang Seok looked devastated at the woman's suffering, Kim Min's hand with the gun rose to the level of his head. Hwang Seok took a deep breath, feeling the soft bed beneath his body. For a while, he just lay there, and no thoughts even entered his head. Turning around, the guy realized that that crazy bastard had managed to kill him after all. It had happened so quickly and suddenly that he hadn't even realized it. Looking around, he saw the familiar surroundings around him. It was Sungmin's apartment. He realized that he would now constantly revive in this place. Getting up, Hwang Seok anxiously started scratching his head and felt something strange under his fingers. Taking out the object, he opened his palm and saw a small gray button. Hwang Seok wondered how a button could be in his hair, and even after waking up after death, there was a loud knock on the door which made him stop thinking about the button. The boy's heart shuddered at such a sudden pounding. Male voices sounded outside the door. Hwang Seok tensed up as he heard that they were going to burst into the apartment. The door swung open and there were two armed men on the threshold. They immediately ordered Hwang Seok to freeze in place, and one of them pointed a gun in his direction. The decision was made instantly. Hwang Seok wasn't going to listen to the order and pulled out his weapon and plunged it into the man's face. The other man stared in surprise, still not raising his gun. Having cleared an escape route for himself, Hwang Seok rushed out of the apartment and down the hallway. The detective's partner rushed toward the victim. Hwang Seok was already running outside at an incredible speed. He couldn't understand how these people were able to figure out the place of his resurrection so quickly and were already waiting for him there. He realized that 3 days had passed since his death, and anything could have happened during that time. Hwang Seok's thoughts swirled in his head. He was just as worried about Sung Min. The pain in his head made itself felt completely unexpectedly. His whole body shuddered. The street in front of his eyes swam. Being at a high speed, Hwang Seok couldn't handle his body and collapsed to the ground. The guy fell so hard that his legs were thrown upward. Grabbing his head, he groaned again. It was the same pain he felt every time he woke up. Hwang Seok raised his head, his eyes red with fire, his face streaked with tension. He stood still and his eyes widened when he saw something in front of him. There was a notice hanging on the wall with his picture on it, and it said the guy was wanted. He was wanted for armed robbery, killing a woman and assaulting a man. Hwang Seok was furious that Kim Min had pinned the murder of his mother on him, which he himself had committed. Voices were heard behind him, men trying to find him. As he ran into one of the alleys, he realized that the men who were following him were not bandits, but policemen. His situation was very much aggravated. Suddenly, a man in a black suit and black shoes appeared in front of him. The guy hadn't raised his head yet, but he was already tense. He looked at those black shoes and then slowly started to raise his head. His gaze ran all over the body of the man who stood in front of him. His head cocked up too high, making it clear that someone too tall was in front of him. The police officers continued their hunt for the suspect. They ran down the street looking for Hwang Seok to apprehend him. Deciding it would be best to split up, the men ran in different directions. The man in the black suit was watching them from the corner of the house. His hand was tightly gripping Hwang Seok's throat. The guy tried to break free, but the grip was too strong for him to do anything. Hyun Nim finally managed to find Hwang Seok. He continued to hold him tightly, and with his other hand he pulled out a sharp knife. The man realized that death was no big deal to Hwang Seok, so he informed the guy that he would cut him into small shreds so he could avenge everything he had done. He wanted to start with the guy's eyes. The knife came dangerously close to Hwang Seok's red eyes. Hwang Seok looked at the man, asking the man to stop. The voice in this situation sounded loud and effective. Hen Nim froze. The guy wanted to understand where Hyeon Nim came from here, but the man wasn't going to go into details. He was still holding the knife dangerously close to the guy's body. Then Hwang Seok asked a new question. He wanted to know if Kim Min Hyuk had sent him. Hyun Nim clenched his jaws when he heard that name. The man went into a frenzy when he heard Kim Min's name. He ordered the guy in a menacing tone not to bring up his name again. Hwang Seok intercepted the hand with the knife that was headed in his direction. It was like he was holding it like a rock, and Hyun Nim began to tremble when he couldn't move. The man kept pressing his hand towards the guy, but for some unknown reason, Hwang Seok was able to hold back his onslaught. His face contorted as he realized that he was completely unable to move. The man couldn't understand where he got such strength from. While Hyeon Nim was confused, Hwang Seok was able to twist around and slam his fist into his face. The man let go of the guy's neck and jerked back, blood spurting from his nose. A small distance appeared between them. The guy himself almost fell from the blow that Hyun Nim had thrown. He was breathing heavily. the man in front of him wiping the blood from under his nose with his hand. Hwang Seok wondered if he had just heard Ha-yeon Nim call Kim Min a name. Suddenly the headache came over him again, making him forget everything and bend in half. He groaned. He felt like thousands of knives had entered his brain. Taking advantage of this moment, the man decided to attack the guy again. He raised his hand with a knife and aimed his stab in his direction. Hwang Seok froze in place and his eyes opened wide as he saw something unreal. The man's hand moved at an incredibly slow speed that the guy could calmly analyze its movement and dodge the blow. A crazy thought even crept into his head that the man had decided to give in to him. He continued to watch and saw all the movements in slow motion. The man's hand with a weapon swept past Hwang Seok, but the guy was able to dodge the blow very easily. After that, a series of quick punches followed, but it was too slow for Hwang Seok, so he dodged all the lunges in time. Noticing an open spot in Ha-yeon Nim's body, he threw a punch. The man's head snapped up high, blood spurting out again. After that, Hen Nim immediately grabbed the guy's arm, squeezing it tightly. He pulled him towards him, himself at the same time slightly stepping aside. Hwang Seok leaned forward under the pressure of his weight, revealing his back. The man's hand swung up and the knife entered Hwang Seok's body right in that open spot. Even though the guy had the advantage from such a blow, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Hwang Seok raised his head and didn't even blink at the blow to his back. It was as if he didn't feel the pain that was about to pierce his body at all. He then swung his head with all his might so that it hit the bulky man's chin. The man's head snapped upward. It was an unexpected blow to him. They stood against each other, breathing heavily. This fight could have gone on forever between them. Hwang Seok grabbed the handle of the knife with his hand. He even thought that because he had been stabbed too many times, he could no longer feel the pain. After saying that, he pulled the knife out of his body in one deft movement. There wasn't even a drop of his blood on the blade. The bully also noticed this and darted his eyes in surprise, not understanding how this could have happened. Throwing the knife aside, he offered Hen Nim a chance to talk. The guy didn't see the point of fighting any further. The bully was still in a stupor and didn't understand what was happening. It was completely out of his mind that the guy had just pulled out a knife without a drop of blood. He looked at Hwang Seok and only now realized that he had changed a lot. His movements, his strength, and the lack of blood on his weapon. All of these combined to raise many questions. Since Ha-yeon Nim was completely unwilling to listen to him before, the guy grimaced and decided to repeat his question again. When he talked about Kim Min, the bulky man became furious and called him unflattering words. Hwang Seok looked at him directly, wanting to know the reason. Hwang Seok remembered what Yeo Rin had said when she had told him that the Thugs faction was working for Kim Min. So why was he reacting so viciously to his name? The man raised his gaze to the boy and replied in a gruff voice that it shouldn't concern him. He wasn't going to go into the details of this case. Hwang Seok cheerfully raised his head and his face lit up at what he was about to report. The guy remembered how the thug had once tried to find out who had blown up the ship his boss wanted to escape to another country on. Hwang Seok had told him that Kim Min had done it. Ha-yeon Nim jumped up to the guy and roughly grabbed him by his clothes, repeating that it was none of his business. Hwang Seok didn't react to the man's aggression in any way. He continued to ask him questions. He was very concerned about why the big man was only getting to him. Next, Hwang Seok began to bully Hyun Nim. He only had the power to take out his anger on him, but he was either afraid to attack Kim Min or too cowardly to do so. The man's lip curled in anger. Then Hwang Seok made him an offer he was shocked by. The boy decided that if they teamed up, they'd have a much better chance of destroying Kim Min. The thug looked at him carefully as he continued to hold his hands in his own. The man was puzzled and couldn't even imagine hearing such a crazy suggestion. He had not seen them on the same side at all. In fact, neither did Hwang Seok himself, not really wanting to be paired with him. He hadn't yet forgotten the grief his people and he himself had brought to Yeo Rin. Still, despite all the past history between them, Hwan Seok decided it would be a smart move. He also recalled that he had an incredible ability that could be used. The boogeyman stared at the guy intently, thinking about this suggestion. It sounded too crazy. Hwang Seok knew that the feud between them would never end, but they could put aside their reasons and hatred to unite against an enemy that was joint to them. The guy kept presenting arguments that went deeper and deeper into Hyeon Nim's brain. He didn't like the idea at all. His face twisted just at the thought of them doing something together. The man remained silent as he pondered over what he had heard. This was a very difficult decision he had to make. Because of the heat between them, the guys were completely oblivious to the fact that the police had found them. A group of men pointed guns at them, ordering them to stop. The police officers were ready to open fire at any moment. They pointed their guns and kept the criminals in sight, as well as warning them that they were surrounded. Hwang Seok and Hyun Nim put their hands up, realizing the danger of the situation. The police kept shouting that if they dared to move, they would shoot without warning. The guys still continued to stand still as the police with guns pointed at them slowly approached them. Hwang Seok turned his head slightly toward the big guy, looking at him meaningfully. Hyeon Nim gave him the same meaningful look at his enemy, or maybe already an ally. It was as if they were exchanging thoughts without saying a word. They began to act in sync. The moment the police got as close to them as possible, the men's fists slammed into the police officers' bodies. Everything was happening too fast. One of the policemen who had stayed with the rest of the group was ready to shoot, but the chief of them stopped him. An order was given that these two men were to be taken alive. The men rushed towards Hwan Seok and the bully. They wanted to corner them and tie them up by force, since the criminals weren't going to just give up. The two men were now standing on the same side, caught in the middle of an event. Hwan Seok smirked and once again asked the key question. The bully didn't give a definite answer, but promised he would when they got out of this mess. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two sworn enemies were ready to defend each other and deal with the problem that had suddenly overtaken them. Hwan Seok raised his balls and was ready to smash anyone who came near, and the big guy raised his fists with the same spirit. 3 days earlier, there was an interrogation of a schoolgirl at the police station. Detective O sat waiting in front of the girl, and she didn't know what else she could add to the case. The girl told everything she knew personally, and then the detective thumped his fist loudly on the table and asked a question that was not related to the case. He was curious about what Yeo-rin had talked to Hwang Seok about that day. The girl asked back in surprise, not expecting such a strange question. The man grimaced and grudgingly informed her that only an hour ago the guy had shot a man. Yeo-rin was shocked at the sudden news, but what shocked her even more was that Hwang Seok's victim was a woman who turned out to be Kim Min's mother. The goggle-eyed girl shook her head. She didn't want to believe such accusations and started defending Hwang Seok. Detective O immediately revealed that the CCTV cameras and the prints on the weapon said otherwise. The man stared at the girl for a moment before repeating his question, since this crime had happened right after their conversation in the cell. He wanted to know what they had talked about then. The girl's heart skipped a beat when the detective suggested that she might have encouraged the guy to go to such extreme measures with her words. She looked at the man and couldn't believe that he had envisioned such terrible things. The fight was over. Hwang Seok and Hyun Min stood in front of the entire mountain of police officers they had defeated together. Hwang Seok looked at his temporary ally and was amazed that the big guy hadn't even been out of breath while they were fighting. He was tired of waving his arms around, though. He looked at the man and realized that he needed such a strong ally, because then, together, they would really have a chance to finish off Kim Min-hyuk. The guy stood back and once again hinted to the boogeyman that they worked well together. The man walked closer to the police officers and stooped down, scoping something out. While Hwan Seok was praising their alliance, Hyun Min found a gun in the policeman's holster and picked it up. The man said only one word, which made Hwan Seok's breath catch. He refused to enter into an alliance with him. The boy was truly surprised at such an unreasonable response. The man raised his gun and pointed it toward Hwan Seok. He was unwilling to cooperate with him. Hyeon Nim's face expressed the seriousness of the situation. Hwang Seok shuddered on the spot. He certainly didn't expect that after their fight together, the bulky man wouldn't cooperate with him. The guy didn't know where to put himself, because he didn't want to lose 3 days to death. It pissed him off that their story was repeating itself over and over again. Then the boogeyman conspired in a slightly different voice. There was a certain but that made him not want to waste his energy on fighting against Hwan Seok right now. Suddenly, the man lowered his gun. He spoke of some 28 days, at the end of which the man would definitely come back for the guy. Hwan Seok exhaled a sigh of relief, but also tensed at the bulky man's words. The man turned around, folded up his pockets, and walked away. Hwan Seok still didn't understand anything about the days. He tried to shout to him, but Hyeon Nim didn't pay any more attention to him. The guy was frustrated because his plan didn't work. Various thoughts overcame him, but he didn't care about that right now. Sungmin sat in front of the TV and listened to the news that talked about the incident that happened to Hwang Seok. She frowned as she realized that her friend was in trouble and there was nothing the girl could do to help him. Her phone rang. The girl took her eyes off the TV and picked it up. She was completely in no mood to talk to anyone. The voice the girl heard on her phone made her heart shudder. It was Hwan Seok calling, speaking quickly and wanting to know if the girl was okay. Hwang Seok stood in the phone booth. He took off his Olympics and put a cap on his head so his red hair wouldn't be so noticeable. Sung Min was all tense. She briefly told him about where she was now and that she was fine. Her heart was more worried about the guy. The girl wanted to discuss everything in person. Only Hwang Seok lowered his head and exhaled with relief. He was happy to hear that she was okay. He didn't want to meet her right now, but as soon as she spoke for Yeo Rin, the guy got a twitch and his whole body tensed up. After the shortest amount of time, the guy reached Sung Min's apartment. She ambiguously reported that something had happened to Yeo Rin. Hwan Seok stared in front of him and saw Yeo Rin, who had only recently gotten out of the shower. The girl was just as surprised to see the guy who was all out of breath. She hadn't expected to see him so soon and was a bit confused because he had appeared in front of her so suddenly. He didn't know what was going on, as Song Min's words that something had happened to Yeo Rin were still rattling around in his head. The woman herself was looking at the guy who had teleported here, as if he had just talked to her a while ago, and now he was on the doorstep of her apartment. Sung Min modestly got up from her seat. She knew that Yeo Rin wanted to talk to her boyfriend alone, so she didn't want to disturb them and decided that it would be right to leave the studio apartment, giving them time to discuss things. Before she left, she urged Hwang Seok to think hard about what Yeo Rin would say to him. The guy was surprised because of what was going on here. When the girl left the room, the guy sat down on the bed. Yeo Rin was only wearing one t-shirt and looked very embarrassed. Hwang Seok didn't notice this. He was too excited from what was going on around him. Yeo Rin told him in a sad voice that she was released from the police station yesterday. They didn't have enough evidence and she was still a minor. Hwan Seok exhaled with relief. That was good news, especially after the guy had thought up a lot of scary things in his head while running here. Something clicked in the guy's head. His eyes widened due to something coming to his attention. He remembered the moment when he stood over Kim Min and talked about how he wasn't going to touch his mother and involve her in their showdown. Kim Min then stood up and shot his mother, thus showing Hwang Seok how different they were. That night, the man put away his one weakness. Through his mother, he could be manipulated, but since he had killed her himself, he no longer had any weaknesses. At that very moment, it came to Hwang Seok's mind what a freak Kim Min was. He felt sick at the realization of what Kim Min was willing to do just to achieve his own goal. Hwang Seok turned his head towards Yeo Rin. He looked at her and realized that the girl was in great danger. Yeo Rin was sitting on the bed completely defenseless. It came to the guy's attention that now that she was released from prison, she was no longer protected. Hwang Seok was overcome with heavy thoughts about the fact that the girl needed to be protected. It was complicated by the fact that he himself was now a wanted man. Quite unexpectedly, Yo Rin lowered her hands onto the guy's arm. Her body shuddered as their bodies made contact. She leaned closer to the guy and gave out an idea that had been lurking in her soul for a long time. Yo Rin suggested that he run away and settle in some wilderness. Hwang Seok looked up at Yo Rin in surprise. He didn't expect her to make such a suggestion at all. The boy's heart fluttered in his chest. She continued to look at him with her clear eyes, and the words flowed like a river. She was already imagining where they could go, but all she had to do was agree to it. Because the guy was a wanted man, he wouldn't be able to work, but she was ready to start working as soon as she was of age. Hwan Seok abruptly stopped the girl and her entire stream of words. He felt uncomfortable with the girl's so assertive offer. He didn't understand why she started talking about it so suddenly. The girl pitched forward. Her movement was filled with an extraordinary lightness. Yo Rin turned to him. Her voice was quiet, pleading. Hwang Seok's breath caught, and he recoiled slightly as he didn't expect her to show any emotion towards him. Suddenly, Yo Rin touches Hwang Seok's cheek with her fingers and admits that she likes him. This outburst was too unexpected for the guy. He couldn't believe that this was really happening. Hwang Seok's eyes opened wide with surprise. Yo Rin's face was approaching slowly but assertively. The girl was too close like never before. He could see the tiniest features of her face. A memory of their first night together floated in front of Hwang Seok's eyes. It was the first time they talked about something other than the fact that he owed money. After that came a more vivid memory where Yo Rin made dinner for him for the first time. That way the girl wanted to thank the guy for his help. He also remembered the painful and strange time he spent by the river. They had said goodbye to each other that day, and Hwang Seok didn't know what kind of story Yo Rin was going to get herself into. The boy squeezed the girl's shoulder tightly with his hand, feeling her smooth skin under his fingers. Their lips were too close together. They could feel her breath on their skin. It was as if time had frozen between them. The bucket of the excavator lifted high up the mountain and earth spilled out of it. In the pit lay several bodies of dead men. The earth from the bucket covered their bodies. Choi Seong-kyu sat on a small stool smoking a cigarette and watching as the corpses were buried. There were several men in black suits standing around him. The man who stood closest to him spoke. He suspected something wrong, so he got his boss's attention. The vice president turned his head to him with a questioning look. He spoke about what was happening in the company right now. Too many people were abruptly starting to go over to Kim Min's side. That was what gave the man a strange feeling, which was why he shared it with his boss. Jo Jin-ho was a director in the Doan group and second in command in Choi Sung-kyu's faction. His dark hair was licked back to his head. Guy sensed the catch that they might be in for. Guy tried to warn the vice president that things might not go according to his plan. But Choi Seong-kyu was determined to get a different result. He was also going to achieve it with a bloody method. He turned his head to his subordinate and smiled broadly, showing a row of snow-white teeth. He was a true gangster, and he would only work with such methods. Hwang Seok took the girl firmly by the shoulders and pulled her away from him. The movement was sharp and decisive. He couldn't let himself give in to his feelings, when there were terrible things going on around him. The guy got up from the bed and moved away from the girl without a word. He was too tense and puzzled by what had happened. Yo Rin didn't count on such a reaction from Hwang Seok, he called out to him, but the guy didn't even stop. Standing at the door to her studio apartment was Sung Min. She gave the guys time to discuss all the problems, so she was in no hurry to return. A tense Hwang Seok opened the door abruptly, and it was as if he was just now starting to breathe. Yo Rin had stunned the guy too much with her announcement. He still couldn't come to his senses. The girl was surprised that their conversation had lasted so little time. Hwan Seok looked at her in horror, hoping that Sung Min could explain to him what was even going on. Sung Min silently looked at the frightened guy who was pouring out his soul to her. The girl wanted to run away with him, and he didn't understand what had affected him so much. After all, he had completely different plans. Then the girl spoke up and tried to explain to him that Yeo Rin made such a decision only to keep the guy from getting into more trouble. Not long ago, Yeo Rin and Sung Min were sitting in an apartment alone. The schoolgirl held up a poster announcing that Hwang Seok was wanted. Both girls couldn't believe that a guy could commit such a crime and kill an innocent woman. The girl realized that it was set up by Kim Min. Her head lowered and her gaze darkened. Hwang Seok had once again suffered because of her. Suddenly, she decided to pour out her soul to Sung Min, who was listening to her intently. Yeo Rin blamed herself for everything that had happened to them. After a moment, she abruptly raised her head and her eyes brightened. Some truth had come to the girl's mind. Yeo Rin confessed that she no longer wanted to be a burden to Hwang Seok, nor did she want anyone to help her. A plan began to ripen in his mind. The girl's face became serious and determined. She realized that she could no longer rely on others, because everyone who helped her in any way had suffered a bad fate. Sung Min recounted the conversation to Hwang Seok. They were still standing at the entrance to her apartment. The guy clenched his fists. He didn't like the whole thing. The girl nodded her head. As sad as she was, she understood that Yeo Rin was trying to get Hwang Seok out of the position he was in because of her. Hwang Seok's anger twisted as he had completely different thoughts on the matter. He wasn't going to drop everything and run away from his problems. He didn't want to even think about it. After all, that meant that they would drop everything and Yeo Rin's efforts would simply be lost. Sung Min looked sadly at the guy and remained silent. The guy continued to resent the whole thing in indignation. After all, the girl's life had been ruined and he wanted those villains to receive their punishment. He absolutely hated to give Kim Min a chance to relax. He wanted revenge and to settle scores with him. The ardor of Hwang Seok's feelings was understandable. Sung Min confessed to him that Yeo Rin hadn't said a word about it. The girl continued to sit in the room all alone with her uneasy thoughts. The only thing the girl wanted was for them to no longer suffer or be exposed to the danger that had been hovering between them all this time. Sung Min tried to bring all of Yeo Rin's worries to Hwang Seok's ears. She stubbornly looked at him. When the guy heard the words about Yeo Rin's defense, it was as if he was transfixed. Hwang Seok hesitated and his thoughts flowed through memories. He remembered the danger Yeo Rin had once been in, how she had been held captive, the fear she had felt then, not even realizing that Hwang Seok would dare to risk his life to save her, how much time she spent in the ward in a coma. After that incident, when the thugs cornered the girl, showed a scary picture of the guy and she decided to jump off the roof. He remembered their first confrontation with Kim Min when the man first showed his true face to Hwang Seok. Then he remembered Kim Min again when he pinned him in the elevator trying to strangle him with his bare hand. Next was another encounter with the man. Hwang Seok was punching his face, and the man's blood was splattering in different directions. Hwang Seok's head sank down, for it only now dawned on him that he had seen nothing else in the world but Kim Min's freak. Hwang Seok turned to the apartment door and grabbed the doorknob. He opened them and saw the girl still sitting on the bed, her head down. The guy had completely forgotten about the main thing. At that moment, Yeo Rin raised her head and looked at him with a concerned look. And it was only now as if he had come to his senses, realizing the most important thing. He felt hurt because he had once again forgotten the main reason for his actions due to his own selfishness. Yeo Rin had to be safe. Choi Sung-kyu entered the hangar, folding his hands in his pocket. The man turned to his subordinate. The man wasn't happy because he was being yanked around. Cho Jin-ho had learned something curious and wanted his boss to hear it in person. The man grinned and looked in front of him. The picture he saw clearly attracted him. He wanted to know what kind of person was in front of him. Hanging upside down in front of them was a man from the faction they had destroyed yesterday. This one had been left alive to find out about the reasons why they had defected to Kim Min's side. The boy wanted to talk about what he had learned, but Choi Sung-kyu stopped him, for he had his own desire to interrogate him. The man walked closer to the hanging man. The man immediately flinched when the vice president's voice touched his ears. He was ready to tell him everything he knew to stay alive. The man shook, but quickly began to tell him what had happened the day after the election was announced. Kim Min had managed to win them over to his side because of the ambition he radiated. The vice president kept smiling. He liked what he was hearing now, and a fiery abyss was ripening in his soul that was ready to flood everything. Choi Sung-kyu wanted to know more, what Kim Min's goals were and what the creep was up to. The hovering man was embarrassed he hadn't been present at the actual conversation. His boss and Kim Min were discussing matters in private. As soon as the gangster heard that the hanging man knew nothing, he immediately turned around from him and ordered him to get rid of him since his information was empty. The man trembled with his whole body and screamed. Just as the man began to scream about what happened next and what his superior's words were after Kim Min left him, the vice president turned his head back interestedly. Blood rushed to the man's battered face, his pulse pounding loudly in his ears. He was in pain and heavy, but despite that, he continued talking and told about the flash drive that was involved in the case and the girl who had used it. Won Seok was dressed in a black leotard, black pants, and a black t-shirt, his red hair looking very expressive against all of this. They went back to the house they used to live in. The girl was packing her things into her backpack, and the guy was waiting for her. He didn't realize how long it was possible to pack that backpack and was angry that the girl was slow. She growled back at him as she didn't like him pushing her too hard. As Hwan Seok stood outside her apartment waiting, he once again went over the events in his head. Now that his eyes had opened differently to the situation, he realized that running away now was one of the best decisions. Yo-rin was overjoyed that Hwan Seok had accepted her proposal, even though he hadn't taken it the way she would have liked at first. Her cheeks were blushing and butterflies fluttered in her stomach. The girl knew they were doing the right thing. The gangster demanded more information that his subordinate knew. The guy and the devil who stood behind him started talking about the high school girl and why she was featured in the case. The men turned to each other. The vice president was telling what he knew, but his faction director had learned more interesting information that he was now ready to tell his boss. He was sure that the documents were not fake but real and offered to get his boss a flash drive with all the information on it. Choi Sung-kyu thought about what he said. There might be something on that flash drive that could clue them in on Kim Min's future plans. The man's smile crept ominously to his ears. He was already anticipating what information would be on that flash drive. The man bowed his head as his superior gave the order for him to catch the schoolgirl. Yo-rin smiled happily and looked in the direction where Hwan Seok was standing. She had gathered all the necessary things and was ready to move out. Jo Jin-ho knew his boss well and was sure that he would give this very order when he learned the details of this case. The guy with a smirk revealed that he had already dispatched the bandits on the girl. As Yo-rin turned to leave, her smile immediately faded. She saw something horrible in front of her, making her heart freeze and clench with fear. A hand appeared in the opening of the open doorway, holding a pistol. It was pointed in the direction where Hwan Seok was. Hwan Seok turned his head sharply in the direction from which the sound of approaching footsteps began. Woo Do-chul was a vicious bandit who never felt an edge to his atrocities. The man with a crazy smile stood in front of Hwang Seok and pointed his weapon at him. When Choi Sung-kyu found out who his headmaster had sent for the girl, his smile faded. After all, he knew what kind of monster Woo Do-chul was. It seemed to him that sending such a thug was too much. Yo-rin couldn't move, her body numb with terror. She had already imagined how things might turn out and that their escape plan had failed. Hwan Seok acted quickly. Without any words, the guy swung his weapon and the impact immediately knocked the bandit off balance. The man flew into the air with a dew of blood flying out of him. He tumbled over the railing and flew to the ground, sprawling on the pavement. The people who had come with him crowded around the body in horror. They began to fuss, some trying to see if he was alive, while others were already rushing towards the house. The girl was still standing in the apartment and with a trembling voice wanted to know what was going on. The guy looked at what was going on outside and cursed harshly, realizing that they were not going to have it easy. He grabbed Yeo Rin's arm lightning fast and pulled her behind him. They ran like the wind across the balcony, for the hunt for them had already begun. They reached a place where there were no other exits. Yeo Rin was breathing heavily after running so hard she was too excited. Wang Xiak stepped forward, his whole body tense. The guy realized that a fight would be inevitable. Yeo Rin stood behind and shuddered her whole body with fear. In front of them stood a whole crowd of bandits, each one holding a metal baton. They were furious because their comrade had been killed. Yeo Rin realized that they had fallen into a trap from which it was unrealistic to get out. She couldn't believe her eyes that their end could come so suddenly. Only Huang Xiak didn't lose faith that they would be able to get out of this trap. The guy drew his weapon again and stood in a comfortable stance. A smirk flashed across his face. As the bandits approached them, Huang Xiak turned to the girl and asked her to press herself against the wall so that no one could get the girl during the fight. The guy's voice sounded confident. The sounds of blows rang out, and Yeo Rin looked on in surprise as Huang Xiak wielded his weapon. Although she had seen him fight before, this was the first time she had seen him like this. The guy gracefully and skillfully swung his weapon, which hit right on target, knocking down his enemies and inflicting heavy wounds on them. She continued to stand and watch Huang Xiak fight, and the only question that resounded in her mind was whether he always fought so well. The guy stopped and looked at the result of his labor. In front of him lay a mountain of human bodies. Some were unconscious. Some were moaning in pain and could no longer resist. Huang Xiak turned his head toward the girl, wanting to make sure she wasn't caught. He was sweating slightly after moving so vigorously. A man with scars on his face arose against the guys. He roared with anger as he didn't expect some guy to be able to overpower all the bandits. He was only interested in the girl and pulled out a hidden knife, which glinted dangerously in the moonlight. Snapping out of his month, the bandit headed towards the guy. He needed to get him out of the way as soon as possible to get the schoolgirl and complete the task they had been assigned. Huang Xiak immediately covered Yeo Rin with his body. The girl was scared as the situation was escalating and becoming more dangerous. The guy felt a searing pain on his back. The bandit managed to stab him with a knife. Blood spurted from the point of impact. This horrible moment could not escape the girl's eyes. Her heart clenched tightly as she realized that her friend had been stabbed. Huang Xiak roared in pain, and the anger in his eyes sparkled. Now was not the time to die, as he was the only one who could help Yeo Rin get out of this dangerous place. He swung his hand towards the bandit. The heavy ball immediately responded to the guy's impact and flew in the indicated direction toward the bandit's face. It hit the man's nose, and there was a nasty crunch of broken bone. The horde of bandits was finished. Huang Xiak crouched beside one of the bodies and began rummaging through his pockets. Yeo Rin was too excited. She knew the guy had been shot and was trying to figure out how serious the injury was. Huang Xiak acted like he wasn't even injured. Yeo Rin blamed herself for taking too long to pack, and because of that, they were overtaken by bandits. A while later, there were no small amount of fines accumulated at the girl's feet. There was a gun, a knife, and even a couple of leather wallets. After gathering all the essentials, the guys went down to the courtyard of their house. Huang Xiak held the car key in his hand and raised it above his head, pressing the button to see which car would beep. The whole situation that had happened had come at a good time. They were able to get weapons, money, and yes, also the bandit's car. Huang Xiak smiled wryly as if he had won the lottery. There was a dark-colored minivan nearby. That car responded to the key fob. Huang Xiak was even glad that the girl had delayed packing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a profit. Kim Min Hyok's mother was lying in the hospital bed. A man was sitting beside her, and a monotonous beeping sounded in the room, indicating that the woman was in a stable condition. She was unconscious at the time. The woman had been kept alive with medication the entire time. She hadn't regained consciousness since that horrible incident. Kim Min, sitting by her bedside, looked calm enough. The man covered his eyes and memories began to surface in his mind. He had once walked over to his mother, who was wrapped in a plaid blanket and sitting on a chair. The woman was in her clear mind and well aware that her health was very much failing. Her look was sad, and she realized that she was getting worse every day. She remained in her clear mind for less and less time. She confessed to her son about the fear that was troubling her greatly. Kim Min stood and listened to this in silence. He understood that his mother was afraid of losing her sanity forever and never remembering it again. Hot tears flowed from her eyes. It was hard for her to speak, but her fear that she might one day become a hindrance to her son worried her too much. Kim Min realized that the day when she could become a hindrance to him had already come. His hand reached toward the unconscious mother lying there. His hand rested lightly on the mask that was on the woman's face, his fingers tense with the feelings that were now bubbling up inside of him. He looked at her, and pain and despair settled in his eyes. The guys were staying at the apartment of Eun-ha, Won Seok's friend. Due to the fact that the guy was now a wanted man, they couldn't go to a hospital that would be able to help treat the wound. So Yeo-rin took the bandages in her hands and started dressing his wound. The boy involuntarily admitted that this was not his first injury and that the girl should not be so worried. With just those words alone, he caused her to become even more anxious. She glared at him and he realized that he had made a mistake in telling her about it. Awkwardly standing up as Yeo-rin finished bandaging him up, he walked over to the dresser where the mattress and blankets lay. Hwang Seok was going to spread them out to go to bed. Yeo-rin didn't dare to ask him any more questions. She could see that he didn't want to talk about it, and she had learned about the previous wounds completely by accident. After a while, they turned off the lights and settled down to sleep. The girl turned on her side in the other direction from the boy. He was lying on his back with his hand on his head. He couldn't sleep as his mind was spinning with thoughts of what had happened this evening. He expected the bandits to come after the girl again, but he didn't think it could happen so soon. He closed his eyes and thought about the fact that this escape might not help them, since they were being hunted by very serious people who could find them anywhere in the country if they wanted to. The boy opened his eyes abruptly when he heard a quiet sob. It came to him that Yeo-rin, who was lying not too far away from him, was crying, trying not to disturb him. He got up and sat up, calling out to the girl, who shuddered with her whole body. She didn't want him to hear her cry, but they were too close together. Her eyes opened wide as he continued to speak to her. She felt bad that the guy had heard her crying. Tears stood in the girl's eyes and her heart clenched painfully. Won Seok continued to stare at her as she began to recoil. It was as if it seemed to him that she was crying. His gaze frowned as he knew that Yeo-rin was lying. He stretched out his arm, abruptly grabbed the girl's mattress and pulled it to his side with force. After a moment, the guy climbed under the girl's blanket and hugged her tightly from the back. Yeo-rin froze, forgetting how to breathe at this moment. They had never been in this situation and so close to each other before. Yeo-rin raised her voice, addressing him. She was afraid to move so as not to scare the guy away. He continued to look at her and hugged her. He didn't need the girl to say anything. Hwang Seok already understood why she was crying and what exactly was troubling her soul. She couldn't stop blaming herself for what was happening around her. Even this injury he received today, Yeo-rin thought it was only because of her. The girl buried her head into her pillow and honestly admitted that she hoped it would be over. But the new hunt let her know that they would be in constant danger. She continued to brood on the subject. Hwang Seok listened to her silently and understood why she had such thoughts. The only thing she couldn't understand was why the bandits had resumed their hunt for the girl. After all, Kim Min-hyuk was no longer interested in her because she had played a part in his devious plan. He continued to look at her. It pained him to see Yeo-rin in such a desperate state. She's just a schoolgirl who got caught up in a very dangerous game. The girl started to speak but stopped at one point. Her breathing stopped. She was about to say something. Yeo-rin cried with renewed vigor, clasping her face with her hands. She was so very tired of everything that had piled up, the bandits and the pursuit. The girl didn't know what she should do. Was there any point in running away and dragging Hwan Seok into all this again? After listening to her, the guy stood up. He spoke calmly and evenly. The girl turned her head to him, and he asked her to think less about it all. He started talking about what little ones at her age should do. She listened to all this and realized that she would not be able to enjoy life as much as others did. It pissed him off that these people by their actions had taken away these years from the girl that she should have spent as a normal teenager enjoying life. He asked that she stop blaming herself for everything that had happened. Yo Rin also jumped up from her seat. She still felt guilty since she got the guy involved, and he now had to live a completely different life. He didn't like the fact that she was always crying and blaming herself for what happened. He started a long conversation trying to reason with her that it wasn't all her fault, and the guy also admitted that he was getting really angry and furious that these freaks were trying to get to her again and again. He looked at the girl and honestly admitted that at some point she had become so close to him that her problems had become his problems, and he wouldn't leave her in trouble again, no matter how much she wanted him to. To hear such a thing was a big blow to the girl. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks again. Those words were both warm and maddening at the same time. He reached out his hand to her and gently wiped the girl's tears with his finger, asking her not to cry and blame herself anymore, because he had made a choice for himself a long time ago. Hwan Seok looked at Yo Rin and sincerely asked her to stop tormenting each other. Things were the way they were, and he wouldn't change his mind. There were 3 men kneeling in the hangar. They were bound with ropes. Behind them stood 3 more men in black pants and bare torsos. One of them was begging in a pleading voice, asking for forgiveness for failing the assignment and asking for another chance to make up for this mistake. Choi Sung-kyu sat on the chair, spreading his arms and shaking his head. 3 loud gunshots sounded, signifying that this man did not give second chances. His faction director approached him, asking his boss not to get angry. The man lazily turned his head towards him, continuing to listen in silence. The boy raised the hand in which he held the pink laptop. He said that it had been found in the girl's apartment and was sure that the materials that had been leaked to the reporters were in it. Cho Jin-ho revealed that the laptop was locked and wanted to give it to hackers who could solve the problem. The man listened to his subordinate without a smile on his face. But a second later, a shot rang out, and the bullet struck the laptop, which because of the impact jumped out of the hand of the director of his faction. This was the boss's eloquent response. Sung-kyu was still holding the gun in his hand with smoke coming out of the barrel. He slowly spoke to his subordinate. When he asked him a question, the guy realized that his boss was in the worst mood. He asked him what was the most important thing to a gangster. Of course, he knew the answer to that question, and it was simple. Reputation. That was the most important thing. The man heard the answer and slowly got up from his chair. He confirmed the accuracy of the answer because for the gangster, reputation was the most important thing. It was the only thing they lived for. The man continued talking. He was furious that one guy could beat a whole group of gangsters and steal their car. Jin-ho stood slumped, realizing how badly they had screwed up in this case. Sung-kyu turned his disgruntled face to the guy and gave him 2 days to bring the red-haired man to him in a murderous voice. Those words were enough to realize that mistakes were unacceptable. Hwan Seok and Yo Rin left the city. They traveled to the place where Hwan Seok once lived. The first thing he did was to visit his father's grave. After placing a bottle of soju by it, Hwan Seok sadly apologized to his father for coming to visit him so infrequently. He spoke to the grave as if his father was in front of him. The boy told her that he didn't come alone this time, a slight smile touching his lips. The girl smiled slightly as he continued to talk about how she wasn't his wife as she was too young for that. As they walked towards the house that Hwan Seok had inherited, the boy told Yo Rin about living in this town until he was 7 years old. Then there was a problem at school and they decided to move. The girl was surprised that Hwan Seok had a whole house in this town. He turned to her sharply, however, because houses didn't have a high price in this place and it wasn't worth getting too excited about. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, the guy admitted that he had once put the house up for sale, but after so many years, no one had called him. The girl suddenly said that was a good thing. He looked at her in surprise, as this was not the reaction he expected. She turned her head to him and smiled, because if this house was bought from him, the guy would have the opportunity to live in a better place, which meant they would never be neighbors. Hwan-seok thought about her words. After all, it was indeed true. Fate itself had brought them together in the same place. They walked out to a small green area, and a run-down house appeared in front of them. The house was in too bad a condition. The roof was sagging and swaying, and there were clearly missing boards somewhere. The corners of the house were splintered, the paint was chipped, and in some places there were no windows. The boys stood in front of this house and were horrified by what they saw. Yeo-rin wondered apprehensively if this was Hwang-seok's house. The guy stood there in a stupor and didn't answer right away. They got closer, and Hwan-seok put his hand on the door to go inside. He lamented about how he remembered it being completely different, and it wasn't so shabby. With a light touch, the doors flew off their hinges and collapsed to the floor with a clatter. The boys were shocked at such a sad state of affairs. For some reason, the boy thought that in 20 years, the house to which he would return would not change a bit. But his dreams were in vain. This house had not been cared for, so it was no wonder it was so dilapidated. He stood looking at this shabby house and thought of nothing better than to suggest looking for an inn. Yeo-rin immediately interrupted him. The girl really liked it here despite the state of the house. She didn't want to leave. She realized that they were in the wrong position to go through places where they could stay, so she wouldn't mind staying here at all. Hwang-seok was surprised that the girl wasn't squeamish about staying in this place. It touched his heart. After a while, the guys got to work. They immediately started bringing the house into a favorable look. The guy took out the refrigerator from the room, which had long since rotted, and the girl took a rag in her hands and began to clean the floor. Finished with wiping and cleaning the house, Yeo-rin evaluated her work. She was pleased with the result and did not modestly call herself a goddess of cleaning. Everything that was in good condition to the point of shine was rubbed and clean. Her gaze turned to the closet that stood against the wall. It was strangely clean and unaffected by time. The girl took an interest in it. She decided it wouldn't be unreasonable to wipe it down inside. Opening the door and arming herself with a rag, Yeo-rin looked inside. On the bottom shelf was a small box. It immediately caught the girl's interest. The girl immediately took it out, as she was curious to see what the box contained. When she picked it up, she was surprised that it was quite heavy. She took the lid off the box and saw old diaries, notebooks, and a robot toy. Yeo-rin immediately realized that these things belonged to Hwang-seok. Since she was curious about everything about the guy, Yeo-rin picked up one of his diaries and started reading. After a couple of minutes, she couldn't help but laugh because what was written inside was too funny. Young Hwan-seok's thoughts were too explicit. Putting down the refrigerator and wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hwan-seok turned toward the house where the girl's unrestrained laughter was coming from. Sweat continued to drip off the guy profusely. He looked away from the girl's laughter and wondered if his father knew about the boy's special resurrection ability. Flipping through the journal, the girl continued to study the contents of the box with interest. She wanted to find something else that would allow her to get to know the boy better. Then Hwan-seok waved his head and confidently told himself that there was no way his father could have known about this. After all, he would have to die for once to do so. Yeo-rin picked up the picture frame and her heart skipped a beat. What she saw was too shocking. The girl stared at that picture for a long time and couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. The picture she held in her hands was tied with a funeral ribbon. Such frames were always placed on the altar when someone died. In the picture was a young boy, Hwang-seok. In the distant past, Hwan-seok's father sat on the floor near his son's altar. He looked at the boy's picture and couldn't believe that he was no longer alive. The man's eyes hadn't dried up from crying, and his heart had broken into small pieces because of the grief that had fallen on his shoulders. A friend approached him. He knew that this was too much grief for the lad's father, and yet urged him to go rest as he hadn't slept in 2 days, continuing to sit at his son's altar. Ziho continued to insist that the man get some rest, but the man didn't even want to hear anything. He kept looking at the photo of his dead son. The boy's father was so desperate that he asked a strange question. Ziho didn't know how to answer him. After all, the dead could not return to the world of the living without the person giving something in return. It was the words that excited him too much. Yo-Rin was so stunned by such a find that she immediately gathered all the items and hid them back in the box. All her cheerfulness had vanished somewhere. The girl recoiled from the terrible box, her heart pounding frantically in her chest. She could not understand how such a thing was even possible. Her eyes were frightened. She kept looking at the scary box and thinking about how someone could make such a scary joke. An indignant voice sounded behind the guy. Hwan Seok turned around and there was an older man standing in front of him. He wasn't happy that someone had snuck into this house, even though it looked abandoned. Hwan Seok looked at the man and realized that he knew him. The man didn't recognize him right away as he continued to lament that it was wrong to take someone else's property. Jae-ho had aged a lot since their last meeting. He looked at Hwang Seok with a disgruntled look, but when the guy addressed him by name, he squinted at him. Yo-Rin heard voices outside and anxiously looked in that direction. Her heart was still clenched over what the girl had found in the box, but the strange conversation brought her out of her heavy thoughts. Jae-ho realized that Hwang Seok was standing in front of him. The man unhappily clucked his tongue and immediately asked a question about the guy's hair color. Hwan Seok didn't know what to say and felt anger mixed with embarrassment. Yo-Rin appeared in the doorway. The girl stammered and asked who it was. Hwan Seok immediately told her that it was a friend of his father's. The man turned his head and looked at the girl. He couldn't see that well anymore, so he squinted his eyes and could tell that the girl was standing there. He even lifted his cap as if that would help him get a better look at her. Yo-Rin immediately calmed down as she was afraid that it could have been one of the bandits. When she realized that there was no danger, she brightened up with a smile and greeted the old man in a friendly manner. Ziho looked at the girl for a while, evaluatively and silently. At this moment, his face was expressing displeasure. But a second later, the old man also flashed a satisfied smile. He immediately assumed that Hwan Seok had come here with his wife. After a while, they walked into the house. Yo-Rin poured the old man a cup of coffee, apologizing that they only had instant. The man didn't hesitate to accept the drink. He was very glad that Hwan Seok had come back and brought his wife. The guy had to repeat once again that Yo-Rin was not a wife. The man looked at Yo-Rin. He noticed that his wife was too young and asked how old she was. The girl honestly admitted that she was 19, and Hwang Seok repeated for the umpteenth time that she was not his wife. The man was happy to hear that the girl was so young. He once again said the figure of her age, after which he thought about it and a realization came to him. Jo-ho immediately grabbed Hwang Seok by his shirt and started yelling at him for the girl being underage. The guy was also furious that the old man flatly wouldn't hear him over the fact that Yo-Rin wasn't his wife. While the row between the two was breaking out, Yo-Rin sat on the sidelines and watched it with a smile. Even though they were fighting, it was like a family scandal, like a father reprimanding his son. The boy's anger was at an all-time high. He absolutely hated being told off like he was 7 years old. He brushed off the old man. Yo-Rin couldn't contain her laughter as Jae-ho brought up the topic of work. The guy was trying to get away from her somehow. She involuntarily remembered the day when she herself had told him off for being about to turn 30 and still being unemployed. The man brought up the subject of finding the guy. The girl immediately started to laugh. She raised her head excitedly. Jae-ho stood up. Even though he was too disgruntled, he still told the guys to come over to his place to get a futon and dishes. As soon as the doors closed, the guy grabbed his head. He was furious at all the old man had said. It was another one of the reasons he hadn't come to visit his father's grave. The girl giggled, for she liked this man. She immediately noticed that he knew about the accusation and immediately said it was false, which meant he believed in Hwan Seok without even knowing how he got into this mess. She put her hand on the floor and assumed that the old man had come here and cleaned up the place, since in 20 years it would be much harder for her to clean up the place. Hwang Seok fell silent. Yeo Rin also assumed that he came here today to clean up, since Hwan Seok was a wanted man, and the man might think he'd want to come to this house. The boy frowned. All the girl's words were very logical, so he believed the assumption and his fervor died down. A new desire ignited in him. Hwan Seok started to rise to his feet, Yeo Rin anxiously wondering where he was going. Because of their fight with Jae-ho, Hwan Seok had completely forgotten that he wanted to ask him something important. He promised the girl that he would be back soon. The man walked down the road and continued to be indignant. He was happy to see the guy despite telling him off. Hearing his name, the old man stopped and twisted his head in the direction from where his name was called. The man indignantly asked the guy why he was running after him like that. Hwan Seok was breathing heavily as he tried to catch up. He put his hands on his knees and exhaled. He needed to ask a question. The guy immediately asked the question that bothered him so much. He wanted to know if something had happened to him as a child, that he might have been on death's doorstep or that they thought he was dead. The man froze, a flicker of worry on his face. Jae-ho turned away from him and waved his hand. Supposedly the guy was talking nonsense, but Hwang Seok wasn't going to back down and wanted an answer to his question. His eyebrows drew together at the bridge of his nose. He needed to know the answer to this question. He was trying to figure it out, and only the old man could tell him the truth. The man curved his lips unhappily when Hwan Seok asked him the same question again. He was deciding whether or not to tell him the truth. The old man suddenly started talking about the things that were in the house. He asked if he had taken them apart. Hwan Seok looked at him with confusion. The man assumed that Hwan Seok had seen that picture. He pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and popped one in his mouth. He had wanted to put those things away a long time ago, but he had forgotten about them. The old man's reaction made him realize that, as a child, something had happened after all. The expression on his face drooped. The man could tell him what had happened. Jae-ho was in no hurry to start. He lit a lighter and held it up to his cigarette. He needed to gather his thoughts to tell the guy about what had happened to him as a child. They sat down on the slope, the man smoking but still as silent. Hwan Seok didn't bother him with questions anymore, but waited silently for him to tell him. The smoke from the cigarette swirled around them. It took a lot of courage to say something like that. The man exhaled. After that, he said only one word: was. The boy's eyes went wide. He had prepared himself for this answer, but his heart still skipped a beat and whimpered painfully. The man took another drag. Hwan Seok turned to him as he continued. The guy wasn't a hair's breadth away from death, but died in a serious accident. As it was, there was even a funeral. His cigarette smoldered as he continued talking. The man said that his father was a strong man, but the death of his son had brought him down too much that Jae-ho was even worried about him. 3 days after the death, the boy's father came home. He was shattered and no longer knew how to go on living, and waiting for him in the house was a frightened Hwang Seok. He just stood in front of him and didn't know what to say or do. The boy was puzzled and started apologizing for sleeping all day. He didn't know how that could have happened, and because of that, he skipped school. The boy's father looked at him with a shocked look. His dead son, whom he had just buried, was standing in front of him at home. He couldn't believe that this was really happening. It was some kind of miracle. Hwang Seok walked back to the house. Jae-ho described it as a miracle, no other way. The guy didn't know how he felt now that he was able to find out that he had already had such a strange and unexplainable ability since he was a child. Only now it came to him that he remembered that day. But then, and up until that moment, he didn't understand what had happened then and why his father was so strange. That day, His father had fallen to his knees, hugged little Hwan Seok, and cried to his heart's content. His whole eight shuddered and the hug was too tight. He didn't know then what had happened. Having always seen his father strong and unbroken, this was the first time the boy had seen his tears, and he didn't know the reasons that caused them in his father. Even then it seemed to him that his father was crying out of deep sorrow, but he didn't know the reasons why. Hwang Seok walked toward home, and all those memories flashed before his eyes. Hwang Seok stopped abruptly, remembering an important detail of that day, his father's strange words, which he didn't understand until today. The father kept kneeling in front of the boy and saying those words to him. He was still a first grader then, and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. Hwan Seok looked at his father and tried to make sense of what had happened, but his mind didn't even realize the truth of what had happened to him. The boy remembered his father's face well, eyes full of tears and desperate pain in his voice. Yo-rin was waiting for Hwang Seok at the house. She sat on the floor and wondered when he would return since it had been a while. Unwillingly, the picture of little Hwang Seok with a mourning ribbon flashed before her eyes. Unable to bear it, Yo-rin got up and once again looked into the closet where the mysterious box with the scary photo was kept. Looking at that photo once more, the girl insinuated to herself that it was someone's evil joke. It hurt her to look at it, and she still didn't understand who one had to be to joke about such things. Suddenly, she remembered the day she had stood at the peephole of her door and trembled with fear. That night, she was certain that her neighbor had been stabbed to death. Afterward, the girl remembered how Jung In-wan had shown her a picture of Hwang Seok in a barrel where the guy was already dead. She couldn't understand why those memories started to disturb her soul again. Sung-min was lying in her bed, dressed in short leopard pajamas. The girl received a call from Yo-rin and a conversation started between them. Sung-mina was glad that they were out of the city and in a safe place. Sung-min couldn't resist asking sly questions, which caused Yo-rin's cheeks to turn pink very quickly. The girl smiled and spoke once more about how she was glad that they were doing well. It seemed to her that if the guys were gone, then all the worries were behind her. Yo-rin lowered her head when her friend had said that they couldn't run forever. But right now, it was at least a respite from all the problems. Sung-min twisted around on the bed. The girl felt relaxed and was glad to hear her friend. Yo-rin admitted that something was bothering her. Sung-min squirmed on the bed and tensed up when she heard that the girl had found Hwang Seok's funeral photo when he was just a kid. She knew the guy's secret, but she didn't say anything to her friend. She listened to what the girl was saying and didn't know how she should react. The girl completely jumped up and sat on the bed. She assumed that Yo-rin might have mislabeled herself and that the picture didn't belong to Hwang Seok. Yo-rin was too excited. The girl continued to talk about it, and she also talked about the thoughts that started going through her head after seeing it. Sung-min was so absorbed in this conversation that she couldn't help but wonder if the guy had this ability since he was a child. She abruptly clapped her lips together. Yo-rin began to question her as she couldn't hear very well. And in front of her eyes, the image of Hwang Seok, who asked the girl not to say anything to Yo-rin, surfaced. Yo-rin still heard some of the words and started asking more questions. Sung-min laughed loudly, sweating with excitement. She couldn't have framed Hwang Seok so badly. She started to make up a story that happened to her at work. The schoolgirl immediately suspected something wrong, since Sung-min had never spoken like that before. The woman lowered her head, realizing that there was no way she could get out of this situation, and did not find anything better to say abruptly that she had to go. Sung-min hung up the phone the moment Yo-rin yelled at her not to do so. She exhaled heavily as she was close to completely failing and revealing the guy's secret. The girl was just as shocked that Hwang Seok could die and resurrect as a child. She wondered what the reason was for the guy resurrecting every time. Hearing a knock on the door, Sung-min went to open it. The girl saw a man in a blue Olympics in front of her. Standing in front of the girl was Eun-ha, who was at a loss for speech for the first second from seeing the girl in front of him. He then said that he had come at Hwang Seok's request to protect her. Sung-min smiled broadly. The girl knew that Hwang Seok had made sure she was safe and had called his friend to keep her safe. Bowing her head, she pictured Yoon Ha that way. The man couldn't take his eyes off the girl's revealing outfit as well as her rounded form. His eyes stared at the sexy body like that. Sungmin asked him to wait a bit while she changed her clothes. Yoon Ha was just exploding inside with happiness that he had such an incredible opportunity to meet such a sexy girl. He was so excited about such a task that he was ready to kiss Hwang Seok for such a gift of fate. Sungmin called out his name and the guy's heart fluttered with excitement. After a while, they were already riding in a cab. The girl couldn't keep silent about the fact that it was Yoon Ha who had saved the people in their company that night. He was slightly embarrassed and rubbed his neck to calm down. The two of them continued to talk sweetly. A noticeable blush appeared on Yoon Ha's cheeks. The girl was polite and smiling to him. The man cringed when the conversation turned to Dawon Group. He didn't like at all that Hwan Seok was involved in this story and was in danger. The girl nodded understandingly. Yoon Ha was also angry at the guy for not telling him about it right away, and grudgingly thought he was crazy for putting such a burden of problems on his own shoulders. While the man bemoaned his friend's recklessness, Sungmin watched him curiously. She liked the man, and his words were right. She also understood Hwang Seok's feelings. She assumed that he didn't want to involve his friend because it was too dangerous. She also noticed that if mortals got involved, they would die forever. The man turned his head toward her in surprise. She pretended not to notice his confusion. The man also didn't ask any more questions. They had already arrived at the house where Yeo Rin and Hwang Seok used to live. Sungmin turned to the driver and asked him to wait for them while they took care of business. He winked meaningfully, pleased to be involved in the case for the first time. The guy's apartment was still sealed. The guy stood in front of the entrance and peered inside apprehensively. The girl was outraged that the place still hadn't been cleaned up. She began to tear off the ribbons, which alarmed the man. He didn't think they had the right to enter a sealed apartment, but Sungmin was unwavering in her actions. She stood silently looking at what was going on in that apartment. The girl knew Hwang Seok's history, and she was creeped out at the thought of how many times he had died here and resurrected. Yoon Ha picked up a knife from the floor and was surprised to see it, since the guy didn't even know how to cook. She realized that if she didn't end Dawon Group, things could happen again, and it bothered her a lot. Even back then, when they were standing in the hallway before entering her apartment, Hwan Seok approached the girl. He wanted to ask her something. The girl turned her head to him, wanting to know what that request might be. The guy didn't tell her right away, since he wasn't sure about it himself. All he knew was that in 28 days in Dawon Group, something was going to happen, and he had to find out what it might be. He asked the girl to find out what it might be while he was gone. Finished with looking around the guy's apartment, the guys went downstairs. They walked in silence, each immersed in his own heavy thoughts. The girl in her mind was thinking about what might happen in 27 days. She had one guess. Just as she began to think about what might happen there, a man's voice was heard. Without letting her finish her own thought, Sungmin raised her head. A guy appeared in front of them who was satisfied that he wouldn't have to fish these guys out on his own. Sungmina and Yoon Ha stopped. The man who looked like a raven called them by their names. It was immediately clear that he belonged to a gangster group, and the two thugs behind him only confirmed it. Yoon Ha immediately tensed up when he realized that they had run into the bandits who were trying to find Hwan Seok and the girl. His eyebrows came together on the bridge of his nose. Sungmin looked at the men fearfully and realized that they were outnumbered. Yoon Ha started the conversation and wanted to know how the bandit could have known his name. The guy stepped forward a bit. Extending his arm, he shielded Sungmin. Jin Ho only wanted to know two things from them. Accompanying his words, the guy took out a hooked knife and immediately pointed it towards Yoon Ha. Hwang Seok's friend immediately intercepted the bandit's hand and stopped his movement. The movements were sharp and lightning fast. Yoon Ha realized that this was a serious matter and it was impossible to relax. They stopped and looked at each other. Yoon Ha only wanted to know who the guy was who had jumped on him with a knife without any explanation. The guy immediately came into motion and swept his hand like lightning, pulling out another similarly hooked dagger. Their hands seemed to dance a dance. The bandit masterfully wielded the daggers and the boy deftly repulsed all his sharp and whip-like movements. They jumped away from each other. It was like a familiarization fight where they could understand each other's skill level. Yoon Ha quickly noticed the fact that the guy was aiming directly at places that were critical to life. He wished to kill him quickly. This made the guy very angry. He didn't like that such scary people lived in this world. He looked at his enemy with anger. Before advancing to the case, the lad was given a report about Hwan Seok's close circle. One of them revealed that he didn't have many friends since he was an unemployed bum. They showed a picture of Sung Min, revealing that the girl was acquainted with both Hwang Seok and Yeo Rin. Jin Ho took the picture and looked at the girl closer. The men continued their report, talking about how she was the one who supported Yeo Rin's press release. The next picture was of Yoon Hyun. The frame was taken from his job, as well as being reported for him that there was nothing special about him. He was a simple man. The man who was standing in front of him now was clearly not an ordinary citizen, as he had been informed before. Yoon Ha stood in a fighting stance and was ready to take any blow just to keep Song Min entrusted to him safe. There were already the first wounds on Yoon Ha's body. Even though he deftly fought off the attacks, the bandit still managed to get to him. Jin Ho covered his face with his hand, in which he clutched his weapon tightly. He once again looked at his opponent appraisingly, and once again remembered the words of the idiots who told him that the man was an ordinary citizen. The bandit leaped towards his opponent in one sharp jump. Yen Ha put his hands forward to intercept his punch, blocking it so that the man couldn't get close to him. Their fight was repeated once again. The knives fluttered through the air like butterflies. Each movement was too fast that an ordinary person would not be able to distinguish the movements. Yoon Ha clenched his fist, preparing to strike. His movements were precise and sharp. He made several lunges, and each time he struck the bandit's exposed parts. After that, he made another strike, which he used to throw the enemy a few meters away from him. Jin Ho flew backwards and blood spurted from his body. He was so surprised by what had happened that he couldn't even hide the emotion on his face. Staring his eyes out in flight, the guy continued to stare at his opponent. Yoon Ha flew into the air, tearing towards his enemy. He wasn't going to give him any respite. Hence, his movements were just as fast and agile. The only thought pulsing in his mind was that he had to protect Sung Min at all costs. The guy's foot caught up with Jin Ho's flying body. He crashed into his nose with all his might, blood gushing from the open wound with even more force. Yoon Ha shouted a battle cry. Sung Min looked at the guy with loving eyes. She had never seen a man so beautiful in her life. The two thugs were shocked that their ringleader could be beaten up so easily. They flinched when they saw the stranger's footprint into Jin Ho's face. The boy rolled on the pavement, his body hitting the hard surface painfully. The men immediately went to their boss and wanted to know how he was feeling. The guy was breathing heavily and started to slowly rise from the asphalt. He didn't say anything to his men. Yoon Ha started to remove his glasses from his face. He did it slowly while talking to them. Previously, he would have blamed Hwang Seok's childishness for getting involved in an obscure case. The guy slowly started unbuttoning his blue Olympic as he continued to talk. He was at his friend's side for the first time in his life. He remembered what he had seen with his own eyes. The men didn't care at all about the suffering of ordinary people. They treated them worse than animals. He had had a chance to see the fear and terror from the men he had found in the van of the car then. They all realized what would be done to them if they weren't rescued. He knew that if he hadn't seen it all with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed to the last that there were such cruel freaks willing to kill people so easily. The man's gaze was hard and ruthless. With a gesture of his hand, the guy waved his fingers, beckoning the bandit over to him. After getting rid of his unnecessary belongings, Yun-ha went into a completely different state of mind. He no longer doubted his actions and was ready to crush them all. The thugs immediately roared at such a frank statement from the guy. They were ready to tear him apart and had already started moving towards him. Jin-ho came to his senses and waved his men over. Wiping the blood from his face, he let his men know that the guy standing in front of them was no match for them. The last time Jin-ho had been bled was 9 years ago. All this time, he had been invincible. Right now, there was a truly worthy and talented fighter standing in front of him. The guy turned around, giving in to his memories from 9 years ago. He had been bled in this same area of the city. It gave him a strange feeling. It was back when Jung In-wan had made the mistake of crossing the Do-won group's road. At that time, the man had fallen to his knees and asked him to forgive him for the gaffe. Jin-ho remembered well what a lowlife their boss was. He was like a little dog kneeling on his knees and begging for leniency. But there was only one guy in his charge who needed a good effort to be knocked down. Hen Nim made a strong kick to the punching bag. That one immediately flew aside from the man's onslaught. The man stood there and watched as a good hole appeared in the punching bag with sand falling out of it. His blow was so strong that the sturdy material couldn't take it anymore. Jin-ho rushed forward, his eyes maddened, and the man's appearance seemed to take on a different shape. In the light of the moon, he was like a demon that had broken out of the underworld. Yun-ha immediately got into a stance. His eyes could not hide from such a drastic change in the guy. The man held his fist in front of him, ready to fend off more attacks. Only his enemy's speed was too fast. The guy bounced to the side and went behind his opponent's back. Yun-ha was shocked by such a drastic change. He didn't immediately realize that his enemy had changed trajectory. He turned around abruptly, trying to look for him with his gaze, realizing that the matter had completely changed. The enemy had become more dangerous and even more unpredictable. The man's entire body tensed with the excitement that flooded his soul. Jin-ho swung his hooked knife, a sinister smirk shining on his face. Yun-ha realized too late that he couldn't see his enemy's movements now. Wan-seok, along with Yeo-rin, continued to settle in the house. They also brought the bedding they planned to sleep on. The girl stood to the side with a pillow in her hands. Suddenly, the phone rang, and they looked at the phone together. The girl immediately became anxious. This phone had been given to her by Sung-min and the call was too late. Only Hwang-seok wasn't worried. The guy thought that Mina and Yun-ha had met and therefore decided to dial them. Jin-ho held the phone with his bloody hand. He listened to the voice of Hwang-seok, who immediately started talking quickly, thinking that it was Sung-mina who called him. Because a male voice was heard and completely unfamiliar to the guy, he stopped. His eyes widened and his hand trembled as he realized something was wrong. Jin-ho was pleased to hear the worried voice of a guy who wanted to know who was talking to him. The man was examining his bloody knife and enjoying this moment. The voice on the phone began calling out the names of Hwan-seok's friends one by one. The guy pressed the phone harder against his ear so he wouldn't miss anything. His heart was pounding frantically in his chest. Then that unknown voice informed him that his friends were dead. Hwang-seok almost let the phone out of his hands. His whole body shook. He didn't expect to hear something like that. The man who told Hwang-seok the terrible news burst out laughing. His mad and bloody smile distorted his face. He continued to savor the moment of others' suffering. Hwang-seok didn't want to believe it. He hoped that this was some kind of trick that would eventually make him leave his hiding place and come to the bandits. While Hwan-seok was yelling into the phone that his friend Yun-ha couldn't lose so easily in a fight, the man pulled his phone away from his face and started sending the picture he had taken especially for this moment. Hwang-seok heard the message come in and looked at the phone screen. His heart continued to pound frantically in his chest. His fingers trembled and he immediately clicked on the message to open it. A moment later, his face contorted with horror. He saw the picture that was taken to make him believe in the reality of what was happening. While he was looking at the picture where Yoon Ha and Sung Min were buried shoulder deep in the ground, the voice continued to speak. Jin Ho kindly told the guy in which place he could look for his friends. Yoon Ha was shocked at how damnably his enemy's movements had changed. He felt uncomfortable because he could no longer discern his next actions. Everything his enemy wished for was blurred and unintelligible. His arms would soar upward and just as quickly descend downward, writing patterns in the air. His face was distorted with a crazy smile. He was clearly enjoying this moment of supremacy. Even though Yoon Ha was disturbed by his enemy's change, the man still believed that he had a chance to deal with this bandit. The two of them rushed towards each other. One clenched his fists, the other clutched his knives. Just at one moment he heard Sung Min's exclamation that caused Yoon Ha's head to turn to the side. In front of his eyes, two of those thugs approached the girl. One of them grabbed the girl's hair firmly and pulled. There was no way she could handle them. Yoon Ha realized that he now needed to change his trajectory and help Sung Min. He couldn't let anything happen to her. Therefore, he was even more distracted by the situation that was happening behind his back, forgetting about the enemy in front of him. The bodies of the men crossed each other. Yoon Ha remained in the same stance in which he went on the attack. The man froze. Jin Ho split the air with his knives going behind his opponent's back, and similarly froze in anticipation. Sung Min raised her gaze to Yoon Ha. The girl could already see that his position had drastically changed. She couldn't believe that this was really happening. The person who wanted to protect her was now spitting out clots of blood and was seriously injured. Yoon Ha sank to his knees, no longer able to hold his injured body. The man in the black suit jerked his head in his direction with a smirk. Scarlet blood dripped down from his knife blade. Jin Ho firmly grabbed Yoon Ha by the hair and pulled him behind him. Since it was too early for him to die, he didn't finish what he started and let him breathe. Because the man had managed to leave a scar on the bandit's face, he decided to give him his own vendetta. Holding his hair and raising his knife, he grinned at him. Just as he wanted to inflict more wounds on him, Sung Min stepped in and started yelling for him to stop. Her voice trailed off and trembled. She suddenly remembered what Jin Ho had originally said about the two issues he had for them. The girl hoped that this way they could buy some time. She got the bandit interested by promising to answer all the questions he had for her. The guy still kept his hand in a dangerous position, but looked at the girl with interest. Jin Ho pulled away from the guy and turned his full attention to the girl. He really had two questions. He wanted to know where her friends Hwang Seok and Yeo Rin were. She listened to the man carefully and recognized the essence of the second question. He was interested in the files that Kim Min had given to Yeo Rin. The bandit wanted to get them. Sung Min aghast at the fact that they had arranged all of this just to get that file. The girl couldn't believe that they were willing to go to such crimes for fabricated documents. She also wanted to understand why they needed her friends if the whole point was just those files. While the girl was talking, the guy was masterfully twirling his knife in his fingers. Completely unexpectedly, he approached the girl too abruptly and stabbed her with his weapon. Sung Min's breath caught from such a sudden and sharp pain. She had prepared herself that such a thing could happen, but this was the first time the girl felt such pain. He was fed up with this baseless talk. Judging from the girl's reaction, she knew the answers to both questions. Sung Min's blood splattered on the bandit's face. Sung Min was in a state of shock. Tears came to her eyes from the fear, and pain from the knife stabbed into her. The man warned her to get her information out soon, or else his weapon would go deeper into her body, and the girl would die. The girl was terrified, her whole body shuddering. She could feel the sticky and hot blood running down her. She also realized that the bandit, who was so close to her, was not going to joke about such things and would definitely kill her if she didn't give him information. His gaze was as if hungry. He waited for her to speak, but it wouldn't last long. People like him don't have patience or leniency. She didn't want to die, so she started talking. The first thing she told him was about the file that was stored on her company's server. Feeling his superiority, the man smiled. He had expected such an honest answer to his second question as well. He was even willing to spare her for her cooperation. The man repeated his question, and it was about the whereabouts of Yeo Rin and Hwang Seok. The girl shuddered even more. Even the thoughts in her head stopped thinking. She didn't know what she should do, or the right thing to do. Tears streamed down her cheeks and a sharp pain struck her body. The girl involuntarily remembered the moment when Hwang Seok had appeared at her door with a knife wound, bleeding. She thought about him and how he had gone through the same pain. She also couldn't forget how the guy had rushed to her at the last moment to save her life. If Hwang Seok hadn't pulled her out of the car then, she would have been dead long ago. Each time Hwang Seok fought the agony, opened his eyes and rushed to save others. He never stopped fighting, no matter how scared he was or how much pain he felt. The girl's mouth dropped open, her voice sounding as if it didn't belong to her. It was as if Sung Mina was looking at herself from the outside and completely didn't recognize that cheerful girl. She raised her chin and gathered her thoughts and firmly stated that she would not tell him the whereabouts of Hwang Seok and Yeo Rin. The man tilted his head slightly to the side, sizing up the girl in front of him. He was someone who always kept his word. Because of that, his knife entered Sung Min's body deeper as promised. Her eyes immediately widened as her body felt a new, sharp, all-consuming pain. It made him want to scream and howl. Before making one last move, he decided to ask the girl a question once more. Jin-ho had already shown that he wasn't going to mess with her and was counting on being able to get what he wanted through her pain and fear. His eyes squinted when the girl firmly stated that she wouldn't tell him the truth. Sung Min spoke to him with her last strength. She could easily give him the file she wanted even if he didn't threaten her with death. The girl's face became stern and determined. There was no way she would give up her friends, and this was her final decision. Blood was thinly trickling out of her mouth. Sung Min held on with her last strength. The man's mad smile returned to his face. He liked strong-spirited women. It stirred his mind and tickled his nerves. He paid tribute to this woman's courage. After that, Sung Min's blood flowed even more. Hwang Seok and Yeo Rin were already sitting in the car. He drove the car as fast as he could while yelling into Jin-ho's phone that he would kill him for what he had done to his friends. The man continued to listen to all the guy's threats with a smile. He was covered in blood and enjoying it. Hwang Seok's threats sounded like a fun song to him. As he got more serious, he decided it was time to get acquainted. So he told Hwang Seok his name so that he would know who to go to for revenge. Hwang Seok didn't have time to answer anything as the phone clicked, signifying the end of the call. He was too tense and didn't want to believe that this was really happening until the last minute. The guy's emotions were hitting too hard. He didn't restrain himself, just screamed, tearing his own throat out. The feeling of helplessness was flooding his mind too much. Yeo Rin looked at him and was afraid to speak to him. Tears rolled down Yeo Rin's cheeks without stopping. She was devastated and didn't want to believe it all. After all, just an hour ago, the girls were talking on the phone and everything was fine. Hwang Seok gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face contorted with anger and the pain he felt at this moment for his friends. His heart continued to pound in his chest. He needed to get to the place where his friends were supposedly located as quickly as possible. The guy stepped harder on the gas pedal. Hwang Seok kept driving, keeping his eyes on the road and thinking about the fact that the people around him were constantly suffering. It was a mystery to him that he would never be able to realize. As he did, he also realized how useless his ability was at times like this. The realization came to him abruptly that the ability he had was cursed. This thought appeared in his head so suddenly that he himself did not expect it. At that very moment, the boy remembered the day his father came home and found his son alive. He remembered his words as if his father had said them to him just now. Hwang Seok had an ability, and his father had asked him not to abuse it. The little boy didn't understand what his father was saying. The words were too strange. His father also told him that the power he had was cursed. The boy's eyes were wide open. Even then he knew that he had a power that was cursed, except that over the years, the conversation with his father had been forgotten. In the light of the full moon, two thugs were digging up the ground and covering the two people who were wounded and bleeding with it. Sung Mina showed no signs of life at all. Her gaze was too blank and her body didn't move. The girl had received a very serious wound and had lost a lot of blood. Yun-ha realized that his body was cramped, and the man had absolutely no strength to move. Thoughts flashed through his mind that made him realize that he was still alive. Yun-ha didn't know where he was, but he realized that their situation was too life-threatening. Likewise, he also didn't know what condition Sungmin was in right now. The two bandits were standing over him, and the man could only see their feet. The guy turned his head towards the girl, his whole body shuddering when he saw the state she was in. He tried to reach out to her, but Sungmin was completely unresponsive to his voice. The girl's head was lowered and her eyes had lost their former cheerful luster. After a few moments, Sung Mina twitched slightly, her voice thin and very tired. The girl whispered the man's name, but she couldn't say anything else. She was on the thin line between life and death. Yun-ha exhaled in relief when he saw at least some reaction from the girl. It gave him strength that not all was lost yet, and they would still be able to get out of this terrible situation. Except that the two thugs who had already noticed that the guys had come to their senses were smirking merrily at this. They had their own plans for this. One of them crouched down to be closer to Yun-ha. He directly threw him a threat because of the guy leaving a scar on their boss's face. Yun-ha raised his head and was horrified by the words those thugs were saying. He had regained consciousness, which meant he would be buried alive in the damp earth. Nausea rolled up to the man's throat. Hwan-seok kept driving and frantically thought about where his friends might have been buried. The landmark he had been given was inaccurate and it would be hard to find them. The boy tried to imagine himself in the place of the bandits and the place where he would have decided to do such a thing. Yo-rin suddenly spoke up and suggested that the place where their friends would be buried was not far from their apartment. The boy looked at her anxiously, realizing that the girl was just as worried about the boys as he was. She stared at one point and kept talking. The girl knew that she had talked to Sungmin not too long ago, which was why she assumed that they couldn't have been taken too far away. Hwang-seok listened attentively as she made consistent assumptions about their location. The guy was in complete agreement with the girl. Since the area was closed off and there were no people there, it was the perfect place for crime. He immediately grabbed his phone and started looking for the right contact to call. He got on the phone with someone and told them everything he thought about it. The thing he was most worried about was that they might not be able to make it in time. Yun-ha screamed as hard as he had the strength to. The earth ruthlessly poured down on his head, getting into his eyes and mouth. The bandits continued to vigorously wave their shovels. They mocked Yun-ha's attempts to get out of the ground. At the same time, Kwang-soo and the gym director holding flashlights were searching the area where the boys were supposedly buried. They shouted loudly, hoping that Yun-ha would call out. There was already so much earth around that the man's face was half buried. He still didn't stop screaming. His entire body was squeezed, his muscles burning from the strain. The principal tearfully continued to scream and call out for his student. He didn't want to believe that he could lose a close friend this night. The bodies of the boys were already practically underground. The girl was completely covered in earth. Only some of her hair was still visible. Yun-ha felt the raw taste of the earth and the crunch on his teeth. He was very scared to die like this. Hwang-seok held the phone to his ear. His heart clenched when he was informed that the guys couldn't be found at that place. He felt utterly devastated. A shiver ran through his body as the phone continued to tell him that there wasn't even a trace of them in that place. Hwang-seok was losing hope, and Yo-rin realized that things were very, very bad. Even though Hwang-seok was on the phone, She could hear the words from the phone saying that this wasn't the right place, and this wasn't the place to look. She was twitchy because she was the one who had suggested searching at Mount Mon, and because of that, time was lost. Yo-Rin became hysterical as too much time had passed since they had been discounted the picture of the guys. She was sobbing because of her powerlessness and fear of losing very close people. Hwang Seok heard the girl's hysterics. It hurt him to watch, but he didn't know what to do, where to look for the guys, and how to help the girl get over it. Yo-Rin lowered her head, her heart pounding in her chest. She started blaming herself again for everyone suffering because of her. Hwang Seok's voice was quiet. He tried to calm her down. After that, he gripped the steering wheel tighter again, and the car drove faster. He dismissed the thought that it might be too late to look for them. His face contorted with anger and determination to find his friends. Suddenly the phone rang again. The boy looked anxiously into the receiver at the number that popped up on the screen. Hyun Nim reported that he had found Hwang Seok's friends. On his hands, the blood of the thugs who were diligently burying people was dripping. Since the thug was one of those bandits, he had a better knowledge of places to bury corpses. So using his own knowledge, he was able to find their locations. Behind him lay the two bandits who had been swinging shovels not too long ago. Their phone conversation continued. Hwang Seok's voice trembled as he ventured to ask about his friend's condition. The man looked at them and honestly admitted that they looked very bad. Their bodies were no longer under the ground. Yoon-ha was still conscious and in disbelief that help had arrived for them. Hyeon Nim also reported that if they were taken to the hospital in time, there was a chance that they would survive. Those were the words Hwang Seok had been hoping to hear. A relieved exhale escaped from his chest, and a slight smile lifted the corners of his lips. Yo-Rin immediately realized what had happened and also felt a strong pour of relief. Hyeon Nim continued to hold the phone to his ear. Hwang Seok's voice was depressed, but he was immensely grateful to the bogeyman for what he had done. The man himself didn't even want to hear it, as he had done something he wouldn't have done in his life. He further reminded the puny man in a gruff voice that he had yet to finish the job and do everything he could to avenge the boys. The girl looked at Hwang Seok and tried to realize what was going on. There were a lot of emotions raging inside her right now. Fear and joy were intertwined. She laughed and cried, but she was genuinely happy that their friends had been found. The boy himself was experiencing a whole whirlwind of emotions right now. Tears of joy froze in his eyes. He was breathing with relief, but at the same time, the thought of the guy who had done this to his friends was pounding around in his head. There were a lot of thoughts swirling around in his head right now, one of which was that his previous worries about everyone around him suffering were false. The information about saving his friends dispelled those bad thoughts in his head. Jin-ho went back to his boss and talked about the work he had done. He also mentioned that Hwan-seok would show up soon and he would deal with him. Sung-kyu was pleased with the good news, so he smiled and praised his subordinate. The man started to rise from his seat, going to taste the sauna. He also gave orders that they shouldn't kill Hwan-seok until he returned. Jin-ho nodded his head and wished his boss a good time. The man walked by with his hands in his pockets. He was relaxed and content as his men would soon get the information from Sung-min's laptop. Suddenly he stopped, remembering something. The man couldn't resist talking about the rumor he had heard today. Jin-ho stood still and looked at his boss. He himself was curious to know what he could find out. The man started to ask a question about Kim Min's mother with a smile on his face, but his words were cut short when the roaring sound of an engine sounded behind him. His faction president immediately shouted and jerked forward. He tried to tell his boss to jump aside, except it was already too late to do so. Suddenly, a car drove into the hangar they were in. Breaking through the doors, it flew into the room and knocked Sung-kyu to the ground. The gangster got off the ground and flew back a few meters due to the violent collision. Hwang Seok came out of the car. The guy held a bat in his hand with a tied chain and nails hammered in. With his other hand, he held a cigarette to his mouth. His whole appearance was defiant. He had come to this place to find Jin Ho to kick his ass. Sung Kyu was lying on the cold floor and didn't respond to his name. The man was unconscious from the blow and didn't move. The men immediately crowded around their boss and worriedly called out to him. Jin Ho was furious that they couldn't keep him safe. Hwan Seok continued to yell at the entire barn, questioning which one of them was the creep who had bullied his friends. The man raised his head, grimacing with rage, and the guy was still standing there smoking his cigarette, waiting for an answer. Coming here, he was going to crush them all for what they had done. Jin Ho shouted at the top of his voice, ordering his men to attack and destroy the guy who had crossed the line. The bandits immediately became more active and remembered what to do, grabbed their bats and ran towards Hwan Seok in a crowd. At that moment, the guy took out something from behind his back. He held the tin cans up to his face and lit them with his own cigarette. After that, all those cans flew toward the bandits. They looked frightened as something dangerous flew in their direction. And in a moment, the barn was filled with thick smoke. Everyone in the room bent down and started coughing loudly. No one could understand what that smoke was. Through the shroud of impenetrable smoke, Hwang Seok stood with a smirk on his face. He was enjoying the commotion around him. Jin Ho was also standing in the smoke, unable to see anything around him. There were cheers and shouts coming from different directions. He realized that everyone was in the same position. He felt someone approaching him from the side of his back. The shadow came closer and closer, and it excited him. Therefore, without a drop of thought, he assumed that it was an enemy. Therefore, his hand made a circular lunge in one clear movement. The man who was injured was from their group. At the same moment, his body collapsed lifelessly on the floor. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Jin Ho realized what a mistake he had just made. He was shocked that they had been trapped so easily. Screams and blows began to be heard all around. He turned around, realizing that he wasn't the only one making the same mistake. In the impenetrable fog, men began killing each other as they thought the enemy had approached them. They were too scared to double-check who they were now attacking, and they started attacking each other. Realizing that they were just going to kill each other, Jin Ho shouted at the top of his voice for them all to come out of the barn. The men heard their boss's commanding voice and headed towards the exit, where there was no ominous smoke in which they couldn't even see their own hands. As soon as one of them showed his head outside, he was immediately hit in the face with a bat. The blow was hard, and a sickening crunch of bones was heard. The man who was hit in the face with the bat by Hwan Seok flew into the crowd of thugs. The guy had been expecting them outside for a while now, and was wondering if those freaks would ever think of coming out of the barn. He was pleased that the means he had used had been able to drive the crowd out into the street. Now he could easily deal with them. The sounds of battle echoed through the neighborhood. Moans and blows, the crunching of bones and everything related to that. Jin Ho rushed towards the exit to assess the casualties and the situation with his own eyes. The man was enraged at the fact that they were able to be taken by surprise in such a stupid way. He absolutely hated that this guy had so easily predicted their next actions. As he ran toward the exit of the barn, thoughts about Hwan Seok raced through his mind. He was sure that he was just an ordinary unemployed guy, except that his combat experience didn't match the image he had painted for himself. Hwan Seok swung his dangerous bat, and Jin Ho took the blow. The guy deftly crossed his knives and was able to stop the guy's strong onslaught. A vibration recoiled in his hands, but even that didn't allow him to retreat. Jin Ho stood tense and tried to hold back the guy's strike. He could feel all of his muscles tense up. The man looked straight into Hwang Seok's eyes, puzzled as to where he got so much strength from. Hwan Seok looked at his opponent and immediately realized that this man was not as simple as all those bandits who had run out of the barn. The boy's gaze lingered on the hooked knives that Jin Ho held in his hands. After all, these were not simple weapons. Before going to the bandits' den, Hwang Seok had a word with the director of the gym. The man said that he was able to examine the wounds of his injured friends and guessed what kind of weapons had been used to inflict the wounds. The director was furious that the bandits were able to mutilate their friends so seriously. He sheltered Yeo Rin in his hall while the guy goes to the bandits to avenge the guys. Now that Hwan Suk realized who stood before him, the rage in his body exploded with a great surge of power. The bat seemed to come to life in his hands and began to move inexorably, swinging for another strike. Jin Ho was surprised by the guy's fierce attitude. He prepared himself for another strike to follow, which he would just as deftly block, and then the man would be able to retaliate. He was going to aim for the carotid artery, but his self-confidence was completely misplaced. The next swing of the bat was so colossal that the guy just couldn't hold the block. The bat broke through his defense and went much further, punching the guy's face. The bandit collapsed to his knees, blood streaming down his face profusely. Hwan Seok slowly began to approach him, twirling the dangerous bat in his hand. Jin Ho immediately puffed up from the impact. One of his eyes was swollen shut. Blood poured into his eyes, causing the world to turn scarlet. He grimaced at the pain he felt, and his ears heard Hwan Seok's growling voice ordering him to his feet. Hwan Seok's anger was unstoppable. He delivered a few more blows to the guy's body, but the last one was so strong that the bandit flew back a few meters. He looked at the man and saw only evil in him, who was bullying his friends. Hwang Seok would not be able to forgive this, so he would do everything he could to make the bandit feel a slow and painful death. Jin Ho, after so many brutal hits, felt as if he had blacked out from this reality. He had completely stopped thinking, and his sense of self-preservation was gone. The bat swept towards him with a terrifying whistle, but the man was unable to even raise his head. Suddenly, several pistol shots rang out. All of the bullets were meant for Hwan Suk. Blood spurted from the guy's body, and he let out a groaning sigh as the pain crushingly struck him. Jin Ho was still on his knees, unaware of what was happening around him. Hwang Seok fell to the ground, feeling a pool of blood beneath him. A long shadow appeared in front of them, the shooter coming closer. Sung Kyu came to his senses, a thin trickle of blood flowing out of his mouth. He was also the one who had just shot Hwang Seok. Jin Ho raised his head excitedly, relieved to realize that his boss was alive. Feeling humiliated, Song Kyu walked over to the lying Hwan Suk and kicked his leg forcefully at the wounds that were already bleeding profusely. He had never been in this position before, so he was furious. Jin Ho was very glad that his boss had woken up in time. A slight smile touched his lips when he heard that the boss wanted to go to Jungyin to get the rest of Hwan Seok's friends. The gangster was so furious that he couldn't let it go that easily. His reputation had been tarnished, and now he wanted bloody revenge for everyone who had anything to do with Hwan Seok. The man turned his attention to the guy's Olympics. The name of the gym was written there. Sung Kyu ordered him to turn it into ashes. Just as Jin Ho was about to step back, as a hand abruptly grabbed the man's leg. His fingers wrapped tightly around it and squeezed with incredible strength. Even though Hwan Seok was bleeding, he wasn't going to let these thugs go so easily. After all, he wasn't done with them yet. Jin Ho turned toward the guy in surprise. A hand began to squeeze his leg with brute force that the bone painfully ached. It was an unbelievable power. Jin Ho stared at the guy in horror as the sensation of pain was too much. It even seemed to the bandit that his leg was about to crack. He couldn't understand how this guy had such power. Sung Kyu noticed Hwang Seok holding his subordinate's leg. He grimaced, for this guy was incredibly stubborn and a fool if he thought he could do anything in this state. Because of the dark glasses on his face, the gangster's eyes could not be seen, but his voice radiated irritation with a mixture of anger. His patience had run out. A gun was pointed toward the lying Hwan Seok. This meant that a certain death was in store for the guy. But Hwan Seok himself wasn't going to die so quickly. Leaning on his bat, the guy forced his body to move and started to rise to his feet. The gangster stared at him in surprise. After all, he definitely didn't expect that with such serious wounds the guy would be able to get to his feet. Hwan Seok continued to rise and had no idea who Song Kyu was. He just didn't like the fact that this bandit was talking non-stop and giving out orders that threatened his friends. When the guy raised his head, his eyes filled with a bloodshot hue. He was no longer feeling any pain, and his body seemed to have gained unimaginable strength. Hwang Seok was tired of listening to this freak, so he swung his bat towards the gangster. The bat slammed into Sung Kyu's body, hitting him in the head. The impact was so strong that blood rushed out like a river coming out of its banks. Jin-ho watched as his boss was hit with the bat. His face froze in a grimace of horror and surprise at the same time. He had never seen such a thing in his life, despite all his experience. The gangster's body flew back a few meters. Blood continued to gush out of him, and the man couldn't say anything else. Even Hwan Seok himself stopped for a second, shocked at what he had just done with his own hands. He breathed heavily and stared at the bandit. The guy saw the bandit's body in front of him. He clearly realized that he had only swung the bat to give him a good whack on the head, but he certainly hadn't expected that he would be able to knock it off the man's shoulders. He stood silently for a while, staring at what he had just done. After a second, a slight smirk touched his lips as he didn't really care that he had just blown the gangster's head off. Hwan Seok didn't even realize that he had just blown the head of a gangster, since he didn't come here for him, but for Jin-ho, who was bullying his friends. The man behind the guy shuddered in fear of him. The guy slung his bat on his shoulder and looked with his red eyes at the remaining thug. There was only one left, and right now he would get even with him for all his sins. The man was overcome with an incredible fear for his life. He had just witnessed this madman blow his boss's head off in one blow, as if he had just played baseball. So he thought of nothing better than to just start running. Fear was so strong in his soul, and his thirst for life was much stronger than his reputation. Hwang Seok flew into the air and was very close. Taking a swing, the guy prepared to crush his punch on the head of this thug. Jin-ho had already said goodbye to his own life, as he realized that if the guy got hit, he was no longer alive. The bat split the air, flew over Hwang Seok's head, and began to descend towards the enemy. Except something happened that the guy didn't expect. Collapsing to his knees, Hwan Seok clutched his stomach, from which blood began to flow out again. He threw up a whole bloody clot. The pain returned to his body with renewed vigor. He realized that that burst of strength and energy had completely left him. Leaning on the bat, Hwan Seok raised his head and cursed. Hwan Seok realized that he no longer had the power that he had just a moment ago. His wounds had reopened and his body was treacherously hamstrung. Jin-ho simply ran. The man didn't turn around. He was so worried about his own life that he just ran in the hope that this bat wouldn't catch up to him. Hwan Seok continued to expectorate clots of blood. He coughed and couldn't do anything about it. He began to feel abruptly sick and his body trembled. Eventually he just collapsed to the ground, unable to do anything else. The guy had lost too much blood. The guy's eyes lost their former luster. His pupils were covered in a pale shroud, and his father's voice sounded over and over again in his head, telling him not to abuse this power because it was cursed. Except that the smile that appeared on his lips at the last moment of his life only said that he didn't care about it. Kim Min abruptly turned around to Deputy Cho, being surprised at her words. The girl had recast him with the information that Vice President Choi Sung-kyu was dead. Cho Shi-ho stood in front of her boss and continued to say that the funeral would be private. She reiterated the fact that Sun-kyu was dead. Kim Min's plan was perfect. His bait worked, shifting the vice president's attention to Yo-rin and Hwang Seok's girlfriend. They confronted each other as the man wished they would. But when Kim Min said something about how sorry he was that things had happened like that, Cho Shi realized her head in surprise and looked at him. Kim Min turned his head back to the window as he continued talking. His plan wasn't that bloody. He didn't want Sung-kyu dead. He just wanted Hwang Seok to weaken him before the election. Deputy Cho was genuinely surprised when the man revealed that he was hoping to compete with Sung-kyu. He wished to gain recognition through fighting him, and now there was no one to fight, and the board's decision would be too unpredictable. Kim Min's gaze was frowning. He couldn't even think that Hwang Seok would be able to deal with such a strong opponent so quickly and dramatically. After standing in silence for a while, the guy gave the girl an order to gather the board members. He wanted to discuss something with them. Just as he was about to give the next order, he was stopped by a phone call. Kim Min picked up the phone and started listening to what he was being told. The girl just as obediently waited for her boss to finish talking so she could hear the new orders. The guy's conversation was too mysterious. From his answers, it was hard to guess who called him and what they were talking about. From what he had just heard, it wasn't good news. The man was staring at one point with a completely impenetrable look. The girl was still standing behind him, waiting for her boss to finish talking. He thanked the caller and hung up. She looked at him in anticipation, but he didn't say a word. The girl was deciding whether or not to ask any questions. Kim Min wasn't like himself right now. Still, she asked him a question, but the man was in no hurry to answer. Apparently, the person who called him had some bad news. The man continued to stand at the window and stare out at the night city. After a little silence, he didn't want to tell her the details of the conversation, but simply told her to go first and do as he told her. Kim Min needed to get his thoughts in order so he would arrive a little later. The girl narrowed her eyes, but she didn't interrupt. The guy put his hands in his pockets and continued to stare out the window. The phone conversation was replaying in his head. Everything was as he expected. These words, the man said in his ear, knowing that no one else would hear them. There were two men riding in the car. They were actively discussing the latest news about Sung Kyu's death. The man glanced at Bijin Soo and conspiratorially said that they shouldn't watch Kim Min's back now. Bijin was happy to hear that. He would finally be able to take his place in the Daewon group. For many years, he had been in the position of executive director, and now the way was open for him. The man raised his head and resolutely stated that they could not be rushed in this matter, since Kim Min's influence was too great. Another man sitting in the front seat turned to him. He grinned and asked what Kim Min could do to them. The man wasn't going to be ceremonious with Kim Min. He had already made up his mind and was even ready to kill him if he got in their way. He turned back around and switched to another topic of conversation. His smile stretched on his face as he remembered Sul-hee's butt. They were all heading to Calais together, the place where Kim Min was scheduled to meet. Director Jang put the phone to his ear and called manager Gong to prepare 3 beautiful girls for their evening. Also, urged Sul-hee to sit near executive director B.A. Director Chang was indignantly surprised that the main girl had already been booked. He threateningly recommended the manager to deal with the matter. The men only chuckled at such a conversation. They knew that Director Chan could be too emotional. The girl rode in the car and announced in a stern voice that she was not going to take any more orders from gangsters. At the same time, she was carefully lining her lips with a bright lipstick. The guy who was driving the car with a strained voice recommended the girl to stop refusing these orders every time. After all, Madame Bayun was furious about it. The girl hummed, not understanding why Madame kept taking these orders. The girl continued to fix her makeup and began to dye her eyelashes. The black brush went through the hairs. Her disgruntled voice began to mimic the conversations of gangsters she had heard more than once. She found them disgusting since all they talked about was drugs, murder, and torture. The car stopped and the driver politely opened the doors in front of the girl. Sul-hee got out of it and lastly told her to pass on her words to Madame Bayun. Sul-hee threatened to leave her if she sent her to the filthy gangsters one more time. The girl was stunning. Her marvelous figure was encased in a short dress, revealing a view of her long, elastic legs. Her breasts were flirtatiously revealed by a deep neckline, leaving room for fantasies. The girl heard a man's voice that was clearly addressing her. She looked around to see who it was who hated gangsters as much as she did. There were 2 men standing in front of her. One was as huge as a rock. The other had red hair and held a strange bat in his hands. Hwang Seok and Hyun Nim had come here to poison cockroaches in the form of gangsters. They walked past her, Hwang Seok promising her that he'd clean the place up good. The boogeyman didn't pay attention to their conversation, so he silently walked forward. Sul-hee was very surprised by this kind of conversation. Before leaving, Hwang Seok couldn't keep silent and complimented the girl. He was even assumed that she was a celebrity because her appearance was too classy. When he reached the door, Hwang Seok kicked it with his foot. A second later, he and the big guy burst into the private room where the meeting was taking place. The men looked up in surprise and couldn't understand what was going on. Kim Min was sitting in the center of the table. A conversation had been going on in the room for a while. The men immediately stated that Kim Min could not claim the position of chairman alone. They also didn't forget to mention that there were some real gangsters sitting in front of him. The man with a mustache on his face stated that CEO BA was more suited for the role of chairman of the Dawon Group. Kim Min was in no hurry to respond. The man, on the other hand, kept insisting that the guy should back off from his desire to become chairman. Even promised him that they wouldn't be indebted to him if he supported them. The guy put his foot on his leg and continued to silently listen to all their words. They talked a lot, but nothing sensible. At some point, he even stopped listening to them. The words seemed to drift away and become unintelligible in his head. Noticing this disengaged state, the man with the mustache on his face noticed it. His face twisted with indignation as he realized that the guy was completely oblivious to them. Kim Min picked up his phone and started writing something. This disrespect for others angered the man with the mustache even more. He started getting personal and called the guy a narcissistic moron. The guy still didn't turn his head toward them, and his gaze was completely fixed on his phone. Kim Min saw something that made his eyes widen, and after that, the door kicked open and unknown two men burst into their room. Hwang Seok's bat immediately came down on the one who was closest to him. Hyun Nim's fist also swept across the face of the neighboring gangster, who didn't even have time to react to such an unexpected visit from strangers. Executive Director B immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out his gun. He was shocked at what was happening around him. The boogeyman's foot immediately entered his face, causing the man to never have time to do anything with his gun. Hwang Seok and Hyun Nim looked toward the still-seated Kim Min. The gun and bat were pointed in his direction. The man had nowhere to run. Kim Min silently raised his head. He looked like he wasn't surprised to see these guys in this place today. Hwang Seok had come here for one purpose only, to end their relationship once and for all by cutting Kim Min's life short. His whole look and pressure was determined. This was the first time Kim Min had spoken during that evening. The man looked up at them and confessed, without hiding the truth, that he felt they would meet tonight. Hwang Seok still stood on the table and pointed his bat towards his enemy. Kim Min covered his eyes as he continued to speak. He would love to fight him, but for some reason he felt that they wouldn't be able to do so today. When Hwang Seok heard about Kim Min receiving a report a few hours ago that his mother was in critical condition, the guy froze. And then Kim Min showed him his phone, which contained the message. It said that the woman had passed away and Kim Min was asked to come to the hospital immediately. Hwang Seok lost all his fervor. He didn't expect to see and hear such a thing, so much so that he was speechless. The memories of the woman he had seen at Kim Min's house immediately came back to him. He had even spoon-fed her that night. He remembered her face well, and now that Kim Min told him that she had passed away, he felt uneasy. The guy had seen the image of that woman. She was a bright person, with ill health, but so smiling and kind. Except that the person responsible for her death today was none other than Kim Min himself, who had raised a gun in her direction and shot his own mother. The tension in Hwang Seok's mind was building. He wasn't ready to hear this news. All his fervor had vanished somewhere. Kim Min raised his harmless and so naive gaze to the men. He asked them to understand him and let him go today. Hyun Nim wasn't sensitive enough to give in to words of provocation. The man jerked the hand in which he held the gun and warned his enemy that he was about to send him to his mother. Suddenly, Hwang Seok's hand came to rest on the big man's arm. He squeezed it tightly, signaling him to stop. Hwang Seok looked at him without saying anything. The spark of energy disappeared in the guy's gaze, and it was as if he could feel all the pain Kim Min might be feeling right now. Hyeon Nim, in a disgruntled voice, wanted to understand what Hwang Seok was doing. The guy continued to hold his hand and in a voice that wasn't his own suggested that he let Kim Min go. The guy couldn't bear the fact that they were now willing to kill a man whose mother had just died. The boogeyman stared at him in surprise, as if Hwang Seok was mocking him. Hyeon Nim didn't believe that they would let the enemy go, believing that they might not have that opportunity anymore. Kim Min began to rise from his seat and set a date he thought acceptable for their next skirmish. Before he left the room, he announced that the chairman of the company would be elected that day. He also didn't hide the fact that representatives of all factions would gather at that place, and also that it would be the best moment for their revenge plan. The boys looked at him in silence. The men who had gotten their heads kicked in were furious that Kim Min was spreading such secret information to their enemies. Hwang Seok thought about the information he had just received from Kim Min. The reactions of the others only confirmed that he was telling the truth right now. The guy had always wanted to destroy the entire company, and this could be the perfect chance. These words also affected Hyun Nim as well. Since he was still the director of the Inwon Foundation, he had the right to take part in the election and vent all his anger on them. Before leaving the room, Kim Min wished that they had a grand finale that day that was worthy of them all. Hwang Seok stared at his back and admitted that he didn't believe him because he was sure that Kim Min was up to something. The man only glanced in the direction of his enemy, for the man had decided that because of his mother's death today, he would be willing to let him get away with it. Hwang Seok was furious in his heart for having too kind a soul. He ordered Kim Min to get out of his sight. The man didn't say anything back to him, only stared at him intently before leaving that room. There was complete silence. Kim Min just left, while Hwang Seok and Hyun Nim stayed in the room where the other three from the Dowon group were. Boogie turned his head to the guy. He thought they had made a big mistake and would regret it. Hwang Seok realized it himself, but he couldn't do anything about it. He saw Hyeon Nim hesitating the same way. Under the table in the room, there was a strange object that was making a quiet beeping sound. It was an unknown and suspicious box that kept beeping quietly and monotonously. As soon as Kim Min stepped away from the room, they were all in. An explosion sounded from it, and fire erupted from the room. The man didn't even turn around in that direction. He knew that this was what was going to happen, as he had planned it all himself. Frightened screams rang out in the building, and the hallway filled with black smoke. Kim Min continued to walk calmly, ignoring the general chaos. Sol Hee stood in the hallway and witnessed what happened. The girl was scared because of it. The people behind her were running around and trying to do something about it. Kim Min walked past the girl, offering to help her and calm down the agitated people. She looked at the man with a disgruntled face. Before leaving the building, Kim Min turned to her and couldn't resist giving her a compliment. Sol Hee's eyebrows drew together on the bridge of her nose. The girl didn't say anything back to Kim Min. She didn't like this man at all. Deputy Cho was waiting for Kim Min by the car. She politely opened the doors in front of him. The girl's voice was dull with a hint of sympathy, for she had learned about what had happened to his mother. She was just as willing to take care of the funeral arrangements. The girl realized that her boss was in a bad mood right now. Kim Min was completely unexpectedly calm. He ordered her to get the death certificate and return to the office. The girl couldn't find a response. Getting into the car, the man wasn't going to waste his and her time on meaningless things. He had expended too much effort to get the results he wanted. He wished to move on and reach the goal of their plan to take control of their gangs as they had planned from the beginning. Hearing all this, Che Shi-ho couldn't believe her ears, for the girl knew how reverent he was towards his mother. Kim Min's gaze had a hint of madness. His mother's death didn't change anything, so he wasn't going to stop before achieving his goals. The building on the upper floors was ablaze with fire. It was there that the explosion occurred. A moment later, Hwan Seok flew out of the window covered in flames. He grouped himself together and flew downward. The flames voraciously engulfed his clothes. With a violent rumble, still shrouded in flames, Hwan Seok collapsed onto the car that was parked underneath the building. Kim Min goggled and stared at the guy who had just jumped out of the window. He certainly didn't expect him to survive and jump out of the window. Hwan Seok started to climb up on the hood of the car. He was furious because this was the second time Kim Min had used his mother to avoid his death and to push the guy's pity. Because of that, he would not give him a chance to leave again. The anger in the guy's soul blazed with as much force as the fire that swirled around him. The veins on his face swelled up, and his eyes once again took on a bloody hue. Deputy Cho immediately started yelling at the driver to not slow down and press on the gas. The man behind the wheel was confused, but immediately regained his composure and began to comply with the order. The car backed up sharply, causing Hwang Seok to fall off the hood. Everything happened very fast. After that, the car stopped abruptly and started driving straight at the guy. He raised his head, assessing the situation and quickly making a decision. Hwang Seok's gaze was burning with rage. He would no longer let Kim Min get away without punishment. He was already regretting stopping Hyun Nim from shooting his enemy in the head. From what happened, Cho Shi and Kim Min were shocked. She turned her head to him and wanted to know if he was okay. Kim Min was in complete confusion. He was trying to understand what he had just seen. How could Hwang Seok do such a thing? Not knowing all the circumstances scared him a lot. The guy didn't understand how the enemy managed to avoid the explosion. At this very time, Hwan Seok managed to jump on the roof of the car. Because the car was traveling too fast, the fire began to go out. Hwan Seok's fist punched through the window, shards flying in different directions. Kim Min recoiled to the side in horror, continuing to not believe that this was really happening. Hwang Seok's head appeared in the broken window. He smiled and looked at the frightened faces of the people in the car. He wasn't going to let them go anymore and was ready to end this now. Hwan Seok's strength was enough for him to break the car door with incredible ease. He had become so hot with a thirst for revenge that he could no longer contain himself. His red eyes burned with anticipation of the blood he was about to unleash on Kim Min. Kim Min was very frightened. The man didn't understand where the guy got such unimaginable strength from. This was the first time he had seen him like this, and he didn't even realize that Hwang Seok was capable of such a thing. Hwang Seok lowered himself from the roof again and started to reach toward Kim Min to pull him out of the car. Except he didn't count on the pillar being an obstacle to his wish fulfillment. Hwan Seok slammed into the pole with all his might, and the car continued to speed forward. He fell down and rolled on the pavement. If he hadn't activated his superpower, he would have felt unimaginable pain. Kim Min and Deputy Cho looked out the rearview window. They were shocked at what was just happening and exhaled a sigh of relief when Hwan Seok so suddenly slammed into the pole. Even though the impact was too serious and dangerous, the guy started to get up. He wasn't going to leave it at that. Hwan Seok was rising to his feet, his eyes fixed on the car that was getting farther and farther away from him. Seeing him get up, Kim Min and Cho Shi-ho were even more surprised at such a fierce desire to get them. The girl grabbed Kim Min and ducked down herself as gunshots were heard. The windows shattered again, shards flying all over the interior of the car. Young Nim stood outside and continued firing at the car. His appearance was shabby, but the man was able to survive the explosion in the room and get out of there alive. A car drove by just beside him, which allowed him to hit it. The sounds of gunshots echoed throughout the street. Hyun Nim didn't stop, hoping to hit his target with at least one bullet. The man's face was tense as he continued firing without stopping. Shot after shot. There was a hit on the wheels of the car. A dangerous whistle was heard, and the tire inexorably began to go flat. The car began to twist violently on the road. The driver could no longer control it and lost control. They ended up crashing into a pole. the hood completely mangled and the collision crushing. Hwan Seok rushed over to his ally. The man lowered his arms and his body went under. The guy wanted to know if he was okay. Hyeon Nim was hanging onto his feet from the last of his strength. Hwan Seok walked past him toward the car. Despite all that the guys had been through together, the bald man still promised Hwan Seok that when it was over, he would turn him into mincemeat. After that, Hyun Nim couldn't stand any longer and flew down. He did everything he could at that moment. The bogey was lying on the ground unconscious, and Hwan Seok was already very close to the car that was emitting black smoke. The driver had been hit very hard during the accident, so he was no longer showing signs of life. The girl was also covered in blood and was most likely unconscious and possibly dead. Kim Min, still able to move, held his head, which was hurting badly from the impact. Hwang Seok grabbed the man by the hair and started pulling him out of the car. Kim Min couldn't resist the guy's strength. Hwang Seok then swung his arm so hard that he was able to throw Kim Min across the road with ease. He flew backwards into the wall of the house. Kim Min still didn't understand how this was possible. He was still reeling from the shock of the accident. His ears were ringing, and his head felt like it was about to split in two. He fell to the ground and coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. His body shook with fear and pain. Hwan Seok slowly approached him. Hiding his hands in his pockets, he began to mock Kim Min because of the fact that he was trembling with fear and was completely different from the smug prick he made of himself every time. The man didn't raise his head. He was staring at the floor, trying to realize what kind of inhuman strength Hwang Seok had and why he was only now finding out about it. This game was going to a whole other level. Hwan Seok, on the other hand, was taking advantage of his position. He didn't know how he had gotten this ability, but he was only too happy to use it now. His red eyes flashed ominously. As he stepped closer, he easily grabbed Kim Min by his shirt and lifted him up. The man couldn't resist. Looking into the eyes of his nemesis, Hwan Seok recognized the fact that by killing him over and over again, Kim Min had created a monster. The man realized that Hwan Seok was no longer joking, and his manipulations would no longer work as he had done before. He looked at the fist that the guy started swinging to punch him. He thought about his words about the monster and couldn't understand anything. Suddenly, Kim Min started laughing. He laughed so hard that Hwang Seok couldn't help but think that the freak had gone completely insane. Then Kim Min looked directly at his enemy and said with a smile on his face that Hwang Seok was really pathetic. Hwang Seok became wary when Kim Min's words seemed suspicious to him. He couldn't understand what he was trying to say just now, or why he was even having this conversation in the first place. Kim Min looked at him and continued to talk about how the guy was proud of his unimaginable strength, but didn't even question the price he was paying for it. Hwang Seok froze, but kept his fist up. It was as if the man was deliberately stretching out every word to delay Hwan Seok. He spoke in riddles, deftly juggling words. His lips twitched into a smirk when he asked Hwan Seok if he was curious to know the real reason for his resurrections. Hwan Seok stared at him for a while and remained silent. He had asked himself these questions many times, but now was not the time or place to philosophize. At this moment, Hwan Seok didn't care at all what value his power and resurrection took. He only wished for one thing: Kim Min's death. His clenched fist was pointed in his direction, and he was about to give him a good punch. The guy's fist flew into its target at breakneck speed. In just a second, it would collide with the enemy's face and end his life. Only Kim Min needed to utter one name for the game to change in his favor. Yo Rin's name came out of his mouth. That was enough for the direction of Hwang Seok's fist to change. The guy punched a deep dent in the wall. Cracks went down in that place, but Kim Min's head remained intact. Hwang Seok was angry at himself and Kim Min that the guy still had the ability to manipulate him. The guy wanted to find out what else he was up to and what Yeo Rin had to do with it. Kim Min, on the other hand, was enjoying this moment. The guy was furious and didn't understand why the creep had mentioned her name, so he shouted and ordered him to tell him everything. Kim Min raised his gaze to the guy's face, wild with rage. The man continued to scream, lost in speculation as to what else he could have done to her. The man smiled and told Hwang Seok that the girl was in very serious danger, but the culprit was not him, but Hwang Seok himself. After saying this, he felt incredibly pleased. He saw the bewilderment on the boy's face, and he knew that he was only inflaming Hwang Seok's imagination with his words. The boy's eyes were burning with rage. He only wanted to know what he would say, but the words Kim Min said were worthless. He was just a sick manipulator who had once again managed to delay death. Nothing can stop Hwang Seok now. He doesn't want to listen to him anymore, as Kim Min is only playing with him. His fist came up again and was ready to crush his enemy. Suddenly, Hwang Seok's gaze changed, the color of his eyes no longer a deep red. All of his wounds opened up and blood gushed from his body. Hwang Seok trembled from the pain that enveloped his body from all sides. He swore profusely. All of this had happened at too bad a time. Narrowing his eyes, Kim Min watched what was now beginning to happen to Hwang Seok. It was too curious. Hwang Seok was trying to fight the pain that hit him. He could no longer stand on his own, so his body piled on top of Kim Min's. Kim Min analyzed what had happened here. He immediately guessed that this ability had a time limit. Hwang Seok was breathing heavily and couldn't give an answer as he continued to bleed profusely. Realizing that he was safe now, with a slight smile on his face, the man decided to continue talking about what he had started before. Leaning over to Hwang Seok, the man spoke about how the ability to resurrect was not resurrection at all. The boy's eyes widened at what he heard, and then Kim Min narrated the truth about the ability that Hwang Seok possessed. His lips moved as his words reached the boy's ears. Hwang Seok heard his every word. The pain he was feeling had faded into the background. Only Kim Min's voice and what he was telling him were in the world. The guy couldn't believe it was real. He couldn't even imagine such a turnaround. And when the realization came to him, a wild fear took over his mind. Standing leaning against Kim Min, Hwang Seok didn't want to believe a word he said. He had told him so, that it was all nonsense and lies. He wouldn't believe it. Kim Min reminded him that there were key differences between them. His voice sounded cold as he gave him important information. Hwang Seok, unable to stand on his feet any longer, slumped to the ground. He didn't utter another word. Kim Min recoiled from the wall. Adjusting his jacket, he continued to talk to Hwang Seok. To beat him in this game, the guy would have to give up the most important thing he had. The man cast one last glance in Hwang Seok's direction and said with a sneer that if he didn't, he would never be able to beat him. Kim Min spun to the side, but added for good measure that they would definitely meet him again. The man headed off to the side, leaving the dying Hwang Seok behind. He would be waiting for him at the general meeting. Sul-hee stood to the side and watched what happened. She watched as Kim Min walked away from the body of the guy she didn't know. The glint in Hwang Seok's eyes began to fade, but thoughts could still swirl around in his head. He couldn't forget Kim Min's words. They were like worms gnawing into his body, because if there was even one chance that he wasn't lying, it was too bad. Yeo-rin and the gym director flew into the hospital room. They were so excited that they couldn't walk quietly. They wanted to see their loved ones very badly. Sung-min and Eun-ha were in the same room. The girl was sitting on her bed and the guy was near her. They both turned their heads towards their visitors and smiled. Yeo-rin saw her friend and was incredibly happy to know that the girl was okay now. Tears welled up in her eyes as she was afraid to even imagine what Sung-min was going through. Despite what the guys had been through, they were smiling as if nothing had happened, as if they hadn't been cut with knives and buried alive in the ground not long ago. Yeo-rin couldn't hold back any longer and rushed over to her friend. She hugged her and sobbed as she thought she would never see her again. Yoon-ha awkwardly scratched the back of his head. The guy thought that the principal was very worried about him and it made him feel uncomfortable. The principal didn't give away his true feelings and even cracked Yoon-ha for thinking that. The man was shocked at this reaction from his mentor. Yoon-ha started to shout indignantly at him. not realizing why he deserved the slap. But the headmaster only started scolding him for falling for the bandits like a moron. He knew that Unha was much stronger and wiser than all those thugs. The guy looked at the girls who were still hugging and crying, and he felt sad that the same encounter hadn't happened between him and the principal. Sungmin continued to hug Yeo Rin and even tried to comfort the girl, as if she wasn't the one who was in such trouble. She didn't want her to blame herself for all the troubles again. It had been 3 whole days since the night Sungmin and Eun-ha had come to their senses. During that time, Yeo Rin thought she had cried her eyes out, but tears flowed down her cheeks with renewed vigor. As soon as the guys came to their senses, they immediately filed a police report against Jin Ho. The police officers listened to them in detail and accepted the report. They demanded that the bandit be arrested as soon as possible. But instead of Jin Ho, the police managed to catch 2 thugs who took the blame and completely denied their boss's involvement in the case. There was a news report on TV that talked about Kim Min Hyok's mother. The woman passed away, and the public blamed the police for still failing to catch Hwang Seok. That same evening, Yoon-ha was discharged from the hospital. The man left the hospital with great reluctance, promising Sung-min to visit her every day. The mentor had to pull him out of the girl's room by his ear. Yeo Rin helped Sung-min outside. The girls were enjoying the beautiful day. Sung-min was so happy that she didn't have to go to work. Her friend, on the other hand, was worried about her since the woman's condition was still critical. The girl turned to her and only now decided to ask if Yeo Rin was comfortable living at the gym. Yeo Rin didn't need anything and was treated well, even being assigned an entire room and provided with necessities. She lowered her head, for her heart clenched anxiously when the girl thought about Hwang Seok. Sungmin listened to the schoolgirl's anxious thoughts, and she could understand why she was so nervous. Hwang Seok was considered a criminal and could no longer appear in public places. The girl turned her head and looked at the beautiful green grass. She admitted that when she opened her eyes, she was very glad that she didn't die. Yeo Rin opened her mouth as the woman continued to speak. It turned out that she was even more relieved when she found out that Yeo Rin was fine. Though her eyebrows furrowed, it was the first time she was so happy that her friends were okay. The people she cared about were safe right now, and that was the most important thing. Yeo Rin looked at the girl. Mixed feelings were bubbling inside her, but she didn't say anything in response. The girls looked at each other and smiled. Sung-min was sitting in a stroller since she couldn't move around on her own yet. She wanted to see Hwang Seok with his smile, but she realized that he wouldn't be able to come now. Yeo Rin also realized that the guy couldn't come to the hospital since he was a wanted man. That said, she still smiled as she thought that everything would be fine. Sung-min complained that she would have to undergo more examinations. She felt a lot better, but Yeo Rin insisted that the woman should listen to the doctor's opinion and not cross her. The girl smiled. She didn't resist and was willing to do whatever the doctor recommended. The girls were tired of sitting still, and so they went for a walk. Yeo Rin rolled the stroller, and their conversation smoothly drifted to a personal topic. It was about Yeo Rin and Hwang Seok. The girl was extremely nosy and asked so many questions about their relationship that Yeo Rin blushed so red. The next day, just like Sung-min said, Hwang Seok came and the girl died. That day, Kim Min revealed Hwang Seok's true ability. The man leaned closer to him and narrated that it wasn't really resurrection. The guy's real ability was taking other people's lives. The picture of the beautiful Sung-min was wrapped with a mourning ribbon. The girl had died the same day Hwang Seok came back to life. Yeo Rin was kneeling at the girl's altar. She was dressed in mourning black. It was a great grief for her to lose such a close and kind friend. The girl could not contain her emotions and cried as she had never cried before. Her heart was torn with deep sorrow and sadness at the pain of never being able to hear her reassuring voice. Hwang Seok and Yoon-ha sat in the gym, both dressed in black and overwhelmed with grief. Yoon-ha revealed that the girl had blood poisoning, which was the reason why she passed away so quickly. It was too sudden, and the doctors couldn't do anything because of the sepsis that had broken out. Hwang Seok was depressed and didn't raise his head at all. His thoughts were all about one thing. Yun-ha tried to cheer up his friend. He sincerely believed that the guy had done everything to save her, and asked him not to blame himself too much. Hwang Seok never said anything, and Yun-ha continued to brood on the subject. He thought it was an accident because no one could have predicted that the girl's fate would turn out this way. He fell silent and stared at one point. Though the man tried to encourage his friend, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Even though he didn't know her well, he was also sad that she had died. The man got to his feet. He had told Hwan-suk everything he knew. So, not wanting to linger any longer, Yun-ha wanted to go to the funeral. Before he left, the man looked at his friend and urged him to sit there. The police were serious about tracking him down and putting him in jail. Suddenly, Hwan Seok called out to Yun-ha. He didn't dare to ask him the question that kept running through his mind, because the answer he could get was too scary. Still, the guy had to make sure of it. He wanted to know if Yun-ha had heard about people dying while the guy had been away for those very 4 months. The man was surprised by such a question. He definitely didn't expect the guy to want to know something like that. So he asked him a counter-question. Hwang Seok didn't answer. He just sat there silently, staring at one point. Yun-ha continued to stare at him, lost in speculation. He could see that something else was tugging at his friend's heartstrings. Kim Min stood in his office with his arms folded across his chest. He was looking very intently at something in front of him. There were pictures hanging on the wall, each one scrawled with a red marker. There were men and women of different ages. Kim Min squinted as he continued to study all the pictures that were on the wall. He picked up the red marker and opened it, preparing to draw another cross. Hwan Seok's heart ached painfully when his friend told him about how 5 kids from their high school had died 3 days apart. That knowledge was a real blow to him. The man also told him that many people thought it was too strange, and they went to the police suspecting something wrong. However, they couldn't find out anything because the deaths were accidental or caused by illness. Yun-ha remembered the day he came to Hwang Seok's apartment and saw it on fire. There was a reason why he had come to see him then. The man wanted to borrow a suit from his friend to go to the funeral. It was only because of that he was able to witness the fire and prevent his friend's death. Hwang Seok's whole body shuddered at such a terrible realization. He felt sharply sickened by the fact that there were so many deaths around him. Then he raised his head and wanted to know who else had died while he was away. This was too important to him. Yun-ha irritably tried to find out the reason why he cared so much. Such strange questions he definitely didn't expect to hear from Hwang Seok. Hwang Seok tensed up. That number of people was certainly intimidating. But he had died so often back then that there should have been far more dead. A hope flashed through his mind that it could have just been a coincidence. Suddenly, On-ha thought about it and was able to remember something. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man spoke of some big incident. This incident involved Hwang Seok's friends from middle school. They had rented a bus for a friend's wedding. On the way there, a tunnel collapsed and about 20 people died. Hwang Seok was horrified by what he heard. It was all over the news because the tragedy was too massive. Yun-ha was sure that Hwang Seok had heard about it. Yun-ha sat there speechless, feeling very scared from what he heard. Hwang Seok decided to pick up the phone and call the orphanage where he had been 10 years ago. The excitement in his heart was growing by the second. What he was told on the phone was not comforting at all. All his terrible fears were being confirmed. The guy realized that whoever he was thinking of now, that person was simply no longer alive. Kim Min swiped the marker on another photo and a red cross was placed on the photo of Sung Min, who had passed away today. The man stepped away from the board a little and the whole map opened up in front of him. He had done no small amount of labor to make such an accurate map. All of these people had died and had some connection to Hwan Seok. Some were closer to him, some he had known for a long time. Everything Hwan Seok had learned was too much for him. The guy released the phone, no longer able to hear about the deaths of people he knew. It was like his body didn't belong to him anymore. All the information he had just learned piled a huge weight on his shoulders. The utter desolation and horror of the situation had overwhelmed his mind. All of Kim Min's words were true. Judging from the way people he knew were dying, the man hadn't lied to him that day. Hwang Seok realized that everything Kim Min had said was the purest truth. The guy still couldn't believe it. He had died so many times. It seemed unreal to him. There was no way that so many people would die because he was being resurrected. The man also confirmed the fact that people both not particularly close to him and his close friends had died. It was unique, properly his ability. The guy didn't want to believe it. He could not even imagine that because of each death and subsequent resurrection someone died. Likewise, Kim Min hazarded a guess that his next resurrection would take away someone very important to him. It was like a blow under the breath, knocking all the air out of his lungs. All those words of Kim Min's were running through Hwang Seok's mind. Cold sweat was dripping down his chest from the anxiety that was building up in his chest. The realization came to him that he was the terrible reason why people were dying around him. And Sung Min's life was taken because of the guy's resurrection. Yo Rin walked into the hall. Hwan Seok was still kneeling the same way and turned his head towards the girl who entered. It pained him to look at her. She turned to him and the guy kept looking at Yo Rin like she was a ghost. The thoughts in his head were tearing his skull apart. So much had accumulated in such a short period of time. Such a revelation was a big blow to the guy. Yo Rin looked terrible. It was raining outside, matching the mood that reigned in their souls. The girl was all in black. She was grieving a lot for her dead friend. Hwan Seok looked at her, and a chain of past events was forming in his mind. His gaze was frightened and his heart ached relentlessly. He remembered the night that started it all. How the bandits had come to the girl's door and tried to get her. Hwan Seok couldn't keep his mouth shut and intervened. That same night, he died after receiving multiple stab wounds to his stomach. It was his first conscious death. 3 days later, the boy woke up on April 4th. The girl's father, according to the autopsy, was also killed on April 4th. This terrible realization only now came to the lad's mind. He continued to stare at Yeo Rin in horror, and his body shuddered at the fact that her father had died because of him. Yo Rin didn't understand what was going on with Hwang Seok. She noticed that he looked kind of strange. The girl was already under the impression that something had happened to him and was trying to find out. Kim Min tilted his head to the side, admiring his creation. Hwang Seok's picture was surrounded by the people closest to him. Sung Min was crossed off that list and only 2 people remained in the tight circle. Yo Rin couldn't see the guy so detached and unresponsive. The girl reached out her hand to him to finally get him to pay attention to her. Her hand moved closer to the guy's face, and he didn't still stare at her in horror. The thought that he was the reason why Yeo Rin's father had died lingered in his mind. Considering himself unworthy of Yeo Rin's touch, the boy turned his head away sharply, letting the girl know not to touch him. The schoolgirl froze in place, unable to understand why Hwan Seok had changed so much. She called out to him, but the guy didn't answer anything. Tears froze in her eyes and her gaze was filled with utter bewilderment. Hwan Seok abruptly jumped to his feet and walked past the girl in complete silence. He couldn't be around her until he sorted out all his thoughts. She looked at the guy's back, still not realizing what had happened to him. Hwan Seok was horrified by everything he had to learn after he woke up. One day there were loud screams coming from Yeo Rin's apartment. The girl was screaming at her father, unable to take any more abuse from the thugs. That day was the first time she packed her belongings and decided that she had to leave this house. Slamming the doors loudly, she took a quick step away from the apartment, leaving her father all alone and in despair. That same evening, a disgruntled Hwang Seok came out of his apartment and complained loudly that the neighbors' shouting was making too much noise. Deciding that this was an excuse for a smoke break, the guy leaned against the balcony railing and took a drag on his cigarette. His only problem then was finding a job. Suddenly, the door from the neighbor's apartment opened and a quiet male voice apologized for causing so much inconvenience and noise to his neighbor. The man stood all depressed, feeling embarrassed and bad for disturbing his neighbor. Hwan Seok looked at him and realized that there was no point in arguing with him. There was a rumor going around the house that the man was an alcoholic, but it was false. It had spread because of the punks making noise in the apartment. Hwan Seok looked at the man and realized that he wasn't who the others thought he was. The man had bruises all over his body, broken eyeglass lenses, and a drooping head. In that second, Hwang Seok felt pity for him. The neighbor walked closer to the guy and once again apologized, asking to borrow his cigar. The guy continued to stare at the man in front of him. A second later, he gave him a cigarette and helped him light it. They were still standing on the balcony. It was already late in the evening. The man's first puff didn't go well. As soon as the smoke filled his throat and lungs, he started coughing convulsively. It looked like it was the first cigarette he had ever had. Hwang Seok immediately realized that the man basically didn't smoke. The guy didn't understand why he would want to at such a young age. The man kept on coughing. After a long cough, a sobbing sound reached the guy's ears. The guy looked at the man in surprise. Then it was their first and last conversation. The man was so depressed that he allowed himself to cry in front of a man he didn't know at all. His tears poured down in rivers. He took off his broken glasses and tried to wipe the wet paths on his cheeks. It was still raining. People walked by and everyone held an umbrella in their hands. Hwan Seok alone was walking down the street and was completely oblivious to the fact that his clothes had long since gotten wet. Hwan Seok's gaze was devastated. He kept coming back to the thought that it was all just a stupid coincidence and it couldn't have happened. He heard the phone ring, which meant a message had arrived. The guy glanced in the direction the sound was coming from. When he picked up the phone and looked at the screen, Hwan Seok's face was contorted with a grimace of horror. His heart pounded in a frantic rhythm in his chest. At that moment, he felt as if the whole world had stopped. He couldn't stop looking at his phone. His heart was ready to burst out of his chest. At the same time, Kim Min was sitting in the restaurant with his phone in his hand. There was a calm atmosphere around, with an expensive whiskey in a glass on the table. Placing the phone on the table, the man apologized to his companion for having to distract himself and send a message. Folding his hands in a lock, he returned his full attention to the person he was talking to. He was curious to listen to the person who had come to see him. Director Jin Ho was sitting in front of Kim Min. The man was clearly unhappy about having to be in the company of an enemy. His arms were folded across his chest as if he no longer wished to deal with him. Hwan Seok, standing outside in the rain, let his phone out of his hands. The message that was sent to him had affected him too much. Hwan Seok still didn't want to believe that everything was really happening. But this message was like 1,000 stabs of a knife. The most horrible thoughts kept rolling around in his head. Kim Min decided it would be right to send Hwang Seok a picture of the wall with the faces of the people he once knew, and also to show him how many people had died around him and who was left. Under the sound of the rain, there was the light sound of clinking heels. The girl's gaze stopped on a guy she had seen more than once before. She held out her umbrella towards Hwang Seok, and in doing so, she brought up the conversation she had with the bald man. Sul-hee then told him that she saw Hwan Seok die, but the burly guy replied that he would stay alive. The girl held the umbrella over Hwan Seok and looked at him curiously. She wondered who he really was that he was able to cheat death. The guy slowly raised his head and looked at the one who stood in front of him. The girl seemed beautiful and familiar to him. The realization came to him that he had seen her recently. It was the same lady he and the boogeyman had met before meeting Kim Min. That night he had been in high spirits and enthusiastic. That fleeting encounter with the beauty was well imprinted on his memory. She immediately admitted that she was interested in bringing Kim Min Hyok to the same state that the guy in front of her was in right now. She continued talking, but Hwan Seok didn't bother to listen to the girl anymore. He just walked on without paying attention to anything. She turned around in surprise and looked at his back. Sul-hee called out to the guy. She had something else to say to him, but he didn't pay any attention to the girl at all, so he silently walked on. The girl continued shouting all over the street and even said Kim Min-hyuk's name to get the guy's attention. Kim Min-hyuk was still so absorbed in his own thoughts that he didn't even hear the girl's voice behind him. The traffic light turned red. Sul-hee screamed when she saw Hwang-seok go across the street without looking at the traffic light that continued to turn red. Only now did Hwang-seok turn his head slightly towards the girl who kept yelling for him to look where he was standing, and danger was coming towards him. The guy turned his head when he heard a car honking its car horn in a deprecating manner. The car was moving towards him, and he continued to stand still as if he had lost the ability to move. The horrible feeling flashed through his mind again. He looked fearfully at the approaching car and realized that if he died now, another person would die because he would take his life for himself. Sul-hee abruptly jumped out to him on the road and, grabbing his arm, pulled the guy behind him. It was only because of the girl's quick reaction that they managed to avoid colliding with the car. Everything happened so fast that the guys couldn't stay on their feet and fell to the floor. The girl exhaled a sigh of relief as she had managed to save Hwang-seok's life without getting hurt. As she got up, she approached Hwang-seok and scolded him for being completely irresponsible. He looked at the girl, who continued to tell him off. Sul-hee was furious at the guy's behavior like that. After that, she reminded him that the guy shouldn't have died because if he resurrected, and at those words the girl pulled herself back. She did not finish this sentence as she realized that the guy himself knew perfectly well what would happen. He looked at her with his eyes wide open. After all, she was right. The people close to him would die as soon as he was resurrected. He wondered involuntarily how she could have known that, because he himself was only now realizing how his ability worked. The night of the explosion and Hwang-seok's pursuit of Kim Min, the girl had followed them and had unwittingly witnessed their conversation. Just the topic was about the price the guy's ability was taking. At that time, she couldn't believe her ears. Finally drawing the guy's attention to herself, the girl's lips lifted in a satisfied smile. She sat on top of him, took both hands on the guy's face, and came obscenely close. Sul-hee had something important to tell him. Hwang-seok continued to stare at her in surprise. She wanted to tell him something about Kim Min-hyuk. Hwang-seok continued to stare at her in surprise as if he was only now paying attention to her. Hwang-seok then sharply knocked the girl's hand away to keep her away from him. He rose to his feet and walked to the other side of her. He didn't know what the reason was for why the girl approached him, and before he left, he reminded her that approaching him and making contact was extremely life-threatening. He advised Sul-hee to forget about him and live her own life. The girl watched the guy walk away again, and to her chest she clutched the hand that the guy had hit. Remembering that his phone was still lying on the pavement, the guy walked over and picked it up. After that, putting his hands in his pockets, he went on his way. Sul-hee was still standing there looking at Hwang-seok's back. She didn't expect their conversation to be like this. The girl had thought it would be more incendiary, not as innocent as it seemed to her now. Sul-hee continued to stare at his back and realized that in such a depressed state, Hwang-seok can't beat Kim Min. At the same time in the restaurant, the conversation between Kim Min and Jin-ho continued. They were sitting opposite each other. Director Jin picked up on the fact that the guy sitting in front of him was in a predicament. The man folded his hands into a tenacious lock and continued to listen attentively to his guest. The man revealed that after Executive Director Bae was killed, his faction started preparing to take out Kim Min. Jin-ho continued. He knew that people from other factions couldn't get too close to Kim Min before the chairman election. That's why he decided to take care of the problem and offered his services. The man confessed that a third of their group left him after boss Sung-kyu died. But the guy still felt that his fighting power should be enough to keep Kim Min out of trouble. Kim Min bowed his head slightly and was surprised by such a suggestion. He didn't expect that Song-kyu's right-hand man would want to help him. It was obvious from Jin-ho's face that he was not eager, but he simply didn't see any other way out for himself. The guy decided to continue the honest conversation. Therefore, he confessed that he didn't care about status and power before. He didn't even care whether Kim Min would become chairman or break up the company. But as of today, this man only had one wish. Kim Min grinned as he guessed what the next thing was going to be about. All paths returned to only one man who was able to stir the minds of many bandits, the same one who was able to take down a gangster's head with his incredible strength. Jin Ho wanted to get Hwang Seok, who had killed his boss, and avenge what he had done. Kim Min's lips stretched even more as it was too obvious a desire. Hwang Seok thought of nothing better than to return to his burned-out apartment. He made his way into it and sat down on the floor, folding his hands in his lap. Hwang Seok had too many thoughts, and they were all very unpleasant. The full horror of his abilities had come to him, and that realization made the boy cringe. He remembered the day he had decided to intervene and stand up for Yeo Rin, involuntarily wondering what would have happened if he hadn't. If he had just passed by then and not died, would the girl's father still be alive? Taken in his head, bad thoughts kept rolling in waves on Hwang Seok. The guy also thought about the fact that most likely Sung Min wouldn't have died. He grimaced in anger at the fact that it had happened like that. His carelessness had played tricks on him. He couldn't even understand why he had been fighting all this time when people he knew were dying around him. Slow footsteps were heard on the stairs. Someone was coming up the stairs, as if afraid to break the silence around them. Hwang Seok raised his head when he heard a very familiar voice. He wasn't ready to see her right now, so this encounter caused him a new bout of pain. Yeo Rin stood on the threshold to his apartment and was glad that she was able to find the guy. The girl didn't know where to go to find him anymore. He was looking at her from under his forehead, and she kept talking, worried that the guy might get sick because he was soaking wet. That was the least of his worries. Yeo Rin entered the apartment, motioning for him to go back to the gym. The girl approached him, but the guy spoke rudely. He didn't see the point of her going back to the gym. After all, it wasn't something she deserved. Yeo Rin stopped in confusion. She stood there looking at Hwang Seok, not recognizing him at all. He, on the other hand, kept talking about how her home was here and all she needed to do was go into the room next door. The girl didn't realize what was going on. Mixed feelings knotted up in her soul. The only thing she really understood was that Sung Min's death had affected Hwang Seok's mind too much. I mean, he kept talking non-stop about how she got a lousy, unemployed neighbor with a bad temper. Hwang Seok lowered his head and all the words sounded like mockery. As Hwang Seok's monologue poured out of his mouth, the girl could barely contain herself. It was painful for her to hear such cruel words against him. She clenched her fists and tried to keep her hands to herself, but a shiver came over her from time to time. Still, Yeo Rin couldn't take it. She screamed for the guy to stop and not say such things again. She felt so bad that he blamed himself for all the troubles just because he always wanted to protect her. It was only because Hwang Seok lived near her that the girl had stopped being afraid. She remembered well the kindness the guy had shown her and tried to help her every time, despite all the consequences and danger. She remembered just as well the moments they spent together, and every time Hwang Seok was around, the girl had only warm feelings. Yeo Rin knelt in front of him and moved closer to his face to look into Hwang Seok's gray eyes. The guy raised his head, and she honestly admitted that she was only alive because of him. The girl also reminded him of the words Hwang Seok had said to her not too long ago. "Your problems are my problems." She didn't want him to suffer alone. Hot tears flowed from her eyes again. Rainwater was still dripping from his hair. The boy with just his lips said about being tired of it all. Feeling that he was about to say something important, Yeo Rin looked at his face. That's when the dreaded words touched her ears. He suggested that she never date again. Yeo Rin froze in place. She didn't expect him to be so adamant, and it was like a blow. The guy rose to his feet, unable to be around the girl anymore. As he was leaving the apartment, the girl turned around sharply. She was shocked and could not believe that this was really happening. Through a shroud of tears, she began to beg him not to leave. Yeo Rin's voice was trembling, for the girl could no longer imagine her life without this guy. He was walking on the balcony of their house. Hwan Seok heard her trying to call out to him, but he ignored her. Such a decision was not easy for the guy, but he still managed to make it and left the girl. A red felt-tip pen squeaked across the blackboard. The woman's hand drew another cross in an empty square. Sul-hee stepped back a little and thoughtfully put her hand with the marker to her chin, assessing her drawing on the board. She was trying to draw what she had glimpsed on Hwang Seok's phone. She realized that a lot of it was too inaccurate, but it was all she managed to remember in the state she was in at that moment. Sul-hee scrolled through her mind the recent events she had been involved in or unwittingly witnessed. She kept looking at the drawing from the blackboard and clearly knew something was a message sent to the guy by Kim Min. It was hard for her to believe that Hwang Seok could resurrect, but the facts said otherwise. The girl continued to study the table she had drawn. She didn't understand what it all meant yet, but she had the desire to figure it out. She spent no small amount of time pulling the details of that picture from her memory. Standing against the blackboard, the girl stared at it for minutes. After a while, she kept adding to the table until it looked more or less like the one she had memorized in her head. After a while, Sul-hee looked at it once more and smiled. Sul-hee completed her drawing and touched the center with her hand. She realized that Kim Min Hyuk was up to something dangerous and yet interesting at the same time. Jin-ho was sitting in his office late at night. He poured himself a drink and knocked over the glass. The hot liquid traveled down his throat, intoxicating his mind. The man was not in the mood. Memories from his meeting with Kim Min were still running through his mind. Just recently, he had had a meeting with Kim Min. The guy had told him then that he had absolutely no interest in company politics and didn't care who became the chairman. The only wish he had was to get that bastard with red hair who killed his boss. Kim Min listened to Jin-ho's story with a slight smirk on his face. The guy in front of him wanted all the available information about Hwang Seok that Kim Min had. He had spent 3 days searching for him, but other than a connection to Kim Min, he couldn't get anything else. Jin-ho also promised that he would do everything he could to make Kim Min the chairman. Kim Min was in no hurry to answer. He was amused to hear all this. Folding his hands into a lock, the man lowered his head and his lips curved even more in a smirk. This was enough for Kim Min to realize what Jin-ho was getting at. The man looked at him carefully and took his time to answer, making Jin-ho even angrier. Kim Min smiled even more. He liked how a completely recent enemy came to him for help. Then he raised his head and mockingly said that he was refusing such an offer. He didn't have the slightest desire to create this alliance between them. Jin-ho stared at Kim Min and was shocked at this response. He thought it was a smart move for the two of them and was confident that the man would accept his proposal. That was an option the guy hadn't even considered. The man decided to tell the guy that he was wrong in his assumptions. Not far from them stood Deputy Cho. The girl did not leave her boss and was in attention to everything that was happening. She heard all the details of the conversation. Kim Min continued to say that he did not see any danger to himself, as Jin-ho had said before. Kim Min also didn't see any danger from Jin-ho himself. He saw him as nothing more than trash who knew nothing but violence. Of course, such a direct insult made the guy angry. Hearing it made him grin. Kim Min looked at the guy with his crazy gaze. This person was completely unconcerned about the consequences that might come after this conversation. Jin-ho couldn't take any more insults, so he thought of nothing better than to teach Kim Min a lesson. His hand reached for his weapon, and a second later he was already twirling his hooked knife. Kim Min didn't even flinch when the guy swung the knife in his direction. Cho Shi-ho arose behind him, and just as lightning fast, she snatched up the weapon and put the blade to the bandit's neck. Her voice was cold and stern. Deputy Cho ordered the guy to put down his knife. The girl's face expressed confidence and determination. She would not let anyone threaten her boss. Cho Jin-ho slowly turned his head towards the girl. He tensed up a lot when he felt the blades of her knife too close to his neck. The guy didn't understand how the girl could go against him. She didn't care what he was thinking at this moment. Right now, Jin-ho was threatening her boss, and that was an unforgivable mistake. If he continued his actions, she would not hesitate, even though he was her brother. While all these memories were popping up in the guy's mind, he didn't even notice that he had squeezed the glass so hard that it shattered in his hand. Blood came out of his palm from behind the shards. He was furious that even his sister decided not to go to meet him. The guy's whole body shuddered with anger. Rising to his feet and resting his hands on the table, the guy decided that it was time to act on his own, and in his head he had already matured a plan that he was ready to put into action. That same evening, the bandits started receiving strange messages on their phones. The text that was there stirred their minds. All the men who were involved with the Dovan group and beyond were receiving this intriguing message. The gym director was asleep, as always, in his office on his favorite couch. His head was covered with an obscene magazine. The phone lying on the floor vibrated. Hearing the sound, the man opened his eyes, wondering what it could be. 2 days after that message was sent, there was an incident at a construction site. The man was struck and fell backwards. 2 debt collectors were talking to their client who owed money and couldn't pay it back. The man was trembling with fear and pain, promising them that he would soon be able to pay off the debt. The 2 stood over him and explained in a crude manner that his debt was increasing because of the interest that was dripping for non-payment. The beaten man looked at them with horror, realizing the trouble he had gotten himself into. Holding a stick in his hand, he reminded the man that he had signed a contract stating that the interest could fluctuate. The other bandit whipped his head around, noticing something curious. Nearby, near the wall, someone was sitting. The man was holding a bottle of alcohol in his hand and had a hood over his head. He didn't even look in their direction. The bandit immediately paid attention to him because it was wrong to collect debts in front of witnesses. But that guy was completely oblivious. The bandits immediately turned their attention to him. One of them started shouting at him without choosing his words. Wansiok raised his head and looked in their direction. They kept yelling, something about territory and that he should get out of here. The beaten man looked at the stranger and almost whispered for help. He saw in this guy the hope of salvation. Tears were running from his eyes and his nose was bleeding. Wansiok didn't say anything and just shook his head, letting him know that his problems weren't his concern. One of the bandits came closer to him and slapped his hand on his shoulder. He once again ordered him to get the hell out of this place, hinting at the trouble he would have if he disobeyed. Wansiok looked at the bandit, and at that moment, the hood slipped off his head, revealing the red color of his hair. The guy looked at the bandit with a completely indifferent look. The bandit stared at him in surprise, not understanding why the guy was still here instead of running in fear away from them. As the bandit sat there, Wansiok silently got up from his seat, threw the hood back over his head, and silently walked away. The bandit was pleased that the guy went so obediently away. He thought they had been so formidable that he ran away in his pants. The other bandit watched the guy suspiciously. The bandit put his hand to his chin and thought that the guy looked familiar to him. The other one looked at him in bewilderment, and the first one was sure that he had seen him somewhere before. And as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, the guy's eyes bulged, realizing where he could have seen this guy. The realization came to him all too quickly. The collector immediately started talking about a message that had come to his phone a couple days ago. The other thug was even more surprised, not realizing what the other guy was talking about. He took out his phone and excitedly opened the very message that Cho Jin-ho had sent. The man was ready to pay the reward for this guy. Wang Seok was leaving this construction site leisurely. Putting his hands in his pockets and with his hood on, the guy moved towards the exit. It had been a few days, but he was still immersed in his unhappy thoughts. The realization of his ability had affected his mental state too much. He recalled Kim Min's words time after time, one of which was that this time, resurrecting Hwang Seok would take a very important life for him. And also he couldn't hold himself back from saying that the only threat to Yeo Rin was himself. Involuntarily, the guy saw the image of a smiling girl in front of him who didn't even know what was really going on. In all this time, he had made the right decision for himself. He was not allowed to have a relationship with anyone and live the rest of his life completely alone and reclusive. Soju poured out of the neck of the bottle. The gym director took the shot glass and tipped its contents into his mouth. The man then returned his eyes to his phone once more. He was very angry about the message he had received. The phone sent a picture of Hwang Seok, where his face and hair color were clearly visible, as well as a small text message that said whoever brought his body would receive $1 million in reward. When the bandits realized that the guy who had just left was the one Jin Ho was looking for, they immediately forgot about their business and rushed to catch up with Hwang Seok. All they could think about was that today they would be able to get $1 million. Hwang Seok realized that he had been recognized, and this was a very big problem for him. Fear painted on his face, because now that he knew the price for his resurrection, he couldn't afford to die. In addition to those two bandits, another faction arose in the guy's path, who were just as eager to make $1 million easily. The men pulled out their sharp knives and were ready to disembowel the guy. Hwang Seok turned around sharply when he heard the reference to him. His look was frightened. He realized that things were very bad for him. On the other side, another group was already approaching him. The bandit was holding a chainsaw in his hands, which emitted an ominous roar. Bloodlust was expressed on the faces of these men. Everyone only wished for Hwang Seok's death. On the other side, a group of bandits came out armed with wooden sticks. Another group of thugs who were wielding broad knives for cutting meat also came to the construction site. The boy's eyes became wild. He realized that if he died today, someone from his surroundings would also die. He couldn't afford to die anymore, but this hunt for his head made his situation too much worse. He stood in the very center of the event. A crowd of angry bandits were heading towards him from all sides, wanting him dead and well rewarded. One of the butchers wielded a machete and headed towards Hwang Seok. He was the fastest and was one of the first to approach. The frightened Hwang Seok jumped aside as the dangerous weapon swept by him. The thought that he shouldn't die pulsed in his head. Hwang Seok automatically grabbed the bandit's head and tightly clenched his fingers on it. The man didn't immediately realize what was happening to him. Hwang Seok slammed his knee into the bandit's head with all his might. The man immediately fell backward, blood trickling out of his nose. His body flew into the crowd of associates. The guy tried to quickly assess the situation he was in. He couldn't die. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest. Hwang Seok ran as fast as he could. It was the first time he had ever clung to his own life like that. The bandits stared at his back. One of them stepped forward and grabbed his knife so that it could be thrown. He took a swing toward the fleeing boy. Hwang Seok felt a sharp pain in his back. The thrown knife had hit him. The intense fear once again took over the guy's body. A few meters later, he fell to the ground with the knife sticking out of his back and blood spurting from the wound. The terrifying and vibrating sound of a chainsaw began to approach him. The boy looked up as the saw was waved nearby. The bandit, with a mad smile on his face, prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Hwang Seok's body. He drove the chainsaw behind his back, gaining speed for the swing. Hwang Seok was terrified at what was going on around him. The guy watched and couldn't believe that all these people wanted only one thing: his death. A strange and incomprehensible sound was heard. The chainsaw flew off to the side, still working and making noise. The bloody stain of the owner appeared beside it. Another man approached the bandit who was holding the saw and stabbed him with a knife. The first man's mouth was bleeding, and the other man was furious that his boss's booty was going to be appropriated by a stranger. As Hwang Seok lay there watching what was happening, a misunderstanding arose between the factions. The bandits' men who had just been stabbed became furious with indignation. They immediately shifted their attention from Hwang Seok, as their boss was stabbed by people from the other faction. This ridiculous situation led to a showdown. The men tore towards the other bandit. Hwang Seok watched as the two factions merged into one, and something terrible began to happen there. The sounds that came off of them did not bode well. And while a real fight broke out between the factions, the guy gathered his strength, got up and ran. He couldn't afford to lie here and wait until he was actually killed. Suddenly there was the sound of gunshots. This agitated Hwan Seok even more. The guy rushed to the side, realizing that things were seriously very bad. He tried to see where the shots were coming from to avoid being hit. There were two men standing on one of the roofs of the house. Their faces the guy couldn't see, but they were shouting loudly that they had found him. The bandits continued shooting in his direction, causing Hwan Seok to jump around the corner of the house, trying to avoid the bullet in his body. The men kept yelling, and they knew that Hwan Seok couldn't have gotten far. They rushed to look for him while the guy sat behind the wall of the house trying to catch his breath. Hwan Seok was all tense. His breathing was labored and the wound in his back was making itself felt. He had no idea how many people had taken to the streets just to kill him. On shaky legs, Hwan Seok stood up and quietly walked to the edge of the house to check the situation. He didn't even notice someone lurking behind him with a sharp knife in his hand. There was also a large crowd of thugs gathered near the gymnasium. They had heard rumors that Hwan Seok had been frequenting this place, so they decided to come here. Suddenly, and without warning, one of the thugs was hit in the head with a heavy rock. His head snapped back and a fountain of blood spurted from the wound. In his hand was another such stone. The man deftly tossed it, preparing to use it again. Yoon Ha, the principal, and Kwang Soo stood in defense of their hall. The guys had already dealt with one crowd of bandits and didn't mind dealing with the newcomers. The old man sat on top of one of the bandits as he continued to toss a pebble. The director realized that this was only a small fraction of the bandits who had come here for Hwan Seok. He felt sorry that they couldn't help him now, since if they left the hall, Yeo Rin would be in trouble since she was here. The guy was breathing heavily and frantically trying to think of how he should proceed and where to run to. This was a problem he would have to deal with alone. The man in the red cloak waved his hand and greeted Hwan Seok. He said they hadn't seen each other in a while, which meant it was someone the guy had dealt with once before. Hwan Seok's eyes widened when he heard the same voice behind his back that had terrified him. It was the same guy who had been torturing him for 4 months, killing him countless times and experimenting on him. A sharp knife lay in his hand and was pointed at Hwan Seok's throat. The guy was surprised that Hwan Seok had gone after the other faction. Now because of this, Jin Ho was making such a fuss about killing him. He continued to hold Hwan Seok and talked a lot in his playful manner. The man couldn't help but acknowledge the fact that he had been following the guy all this time, even managed to figure out his last resurrection spot. Hwan Seok glanced in the direction of the bandit. The man was still talking and ready to resume the fun they'd been having for 4 months. The man's glasses gleamed ominously. He had long studied more sophisticated ways that would be able to kill the guy. Because of this, he wanted to get on with this fun activity sooner rather than later. The guy's mind immediately recalled how he was tied to the bed and killed time after time as soon as he resurrected. There was no way he was going to let that happen. If he were to die as many times again as he had the last time, all the people he cared about and just knew would die. He didn't care about the pain he had endured then. All he cared about now was the lives of his friends. Each time Hwan Seok died, someone he once knew would be resurrected. And on the same day, someone he once knew would die. He couldn't let that happen again. The knife was approaching his neck faster and faster. The bandit couldn't wait to study the boy again. Suddenly, at that very moment, a schoolgirl passed by. The girl stopped and stared into the alley with a look of horror on her face. The bandit noticed the girl, who continued to stand still and stare in their direction. That was the only thing that stopped him from the moment of Hwan Seok's neck being slit. The man lamented on why the kids were walking so late to such abandoned places. His voice continued to sound mocking and deliberately high-pitched. Without thinking long, the guy reached into his red coat and grabbed something and started pulling it out. A gun appeared in his hand, which he was ready to use to get the witness out of his way. The schoolgirl looked at the man and the weapon he held with even more horror. Her eyes were wide open and her heart felt as if it had stopped. Hwan Seok also looked towards that girl. He realized that the bandit who continued to hold him wouldn't mince words and would kill her without blinking an eye. Involuntarily, instead of this unfamiliar schoolgirl, Hwan Seok saw a smiling Yo Rin. At that moment, for some reason, the girl looked happy and so carefree. It was a decisive moment and also a push for action. Hwan Seok swung his head back with all his might. It was enough for the bandit to get hit hard and distracted from the schoolgirl. Hwan Seok twisted his entire body, gaining momentum. The man shrieked in pain after the blow and bent down, clutching his head. A moment later, Hwan Seok's foot flew into the bandit's face. The crunch of bone was heard as well as the glasses cracking on his face. The bandit slammed into the wall, sliding down to the floor. Blood dripped down his face. Hwan Seok stood over him, breathing heavily. After his injury, it was harder for him to move like that. The schoolgirl was still standing where she was, in a complete stupor. The girl asked a question, wanting to know if the gun she had seen was real. Hwan Seok glanced in her direction, but didn't say anything. He was still too scared and flinched when she spoke to him. The schoolgirl shouldn't have been out so late, so he answered briefly and clearly so that the girl wouldn't have any more questions. The thought crept into his head that nothing would be solved if he continued to run and hide like this. His eyebrows furrowed as he looked at the bandit. He crouched over the unconscious guy and began to examine his pockets. He found not a few weapons in there. A group of bandits were scouring the streets. They wanted to be the ones who could find the guy with the red hair, kill him and bring back his head for a reward. Suddenly there were sounds of gunshots, bullets whizzing over the heads of the bandits. They immediately started ducking fearfully. Some of them took bullets and collapsed to the ground. Others who were not hit turned their heads in the direction the shots had come from. In front of them stood someone in a red cloak. In the light of the moon, Hwan Seok stood in front of them. He was holding 2 pistols, the red cloak billowing in the wind. The boy had given himself his word that he would not die, but in doing so, he would kill all the thugs. The men were wreathed on the ground, weapons scattered, some still breathing heavily and some not breathing at all. The gym director looked at all these thugs and assessed the weapons they had brought with them. They were very diverse and attracted his eyes. Behind him stood Hwan Seok, and the man continued to look at the weapons and the bandits. Even with such impressive toys, it would be very difficult for the guy. The man wanted to know what had happened to Hwan Seok and if he really thought he could handle the problem this way. The guy looked sadly at his mentor. Hwan Seok honestly admitted that there were a lot of things bothering him and that he couldn't live like this anymore. The man turned around and looked at Hwan Seok. He wanted to know when the Dowon group would be electing a new chairman. The moment Hwan Seok said that I would be electing a new chairman in 18 days, the guy suddenly began to slump with his whole body, losing the ability to stand up straight. His mentor picked up the falling guy with one hand. The headmaster came closer and put his shoulder on Hwan Seok's shoulder. The boy was breathing heavily, leaning on the man. The old man realized that Hwan Seok's condition would not lead to anything good. He made it clear to the guy that he had no time to relax. But Hwan Seok didn't even move, still resting on his mentor's shoulder. Sul-hee opened her phone and turned on the news to stay up to date. There was a story about a massive gang war that had occurred during the night. The groups had gathered in the Jongyong neighborhood, even though they were from other neighborhoods. No one told the reason for the fight. While the girl was listening to the news, Hyun Min was training hard and boxing on the punching bag. His formidable body was practicing super strong punches. The girl assumed that all of this happened because of the very message that the bald man received 3 days ago. Sul-hee was not relenting and felt that the man should have done something about it since Hwan Seok was in danger. The man paid no attention to her and continued his diligent training. He asked her a counter question, wanting to know when the girl would get the hell out of this gym. She raised her head in surprise. The man didn't stop his punching bag fight. Taking another punch, Hen Nim thanked her for helping him when he was seriously injured. But now he felt fine and didn't need her help anymore. Sul-hee stared at the man in speculation, his words continuing to pour out through the muffled thumping of his fist against the punching bag. It was as if he was worried that Kim Min Hyuk might find out about her interest in this case, and then the girl would feel bad. She put her foot on her leg and in a flirtatious voice, she pointed out the fact that it was very nice of him to worry about her. Except that Hyun Nim freaked out every time she and Hwan Seok called him bald. Rising to her feet, the girl admitted that she was interested in this case partly because she was bored. There was also another reason for her interest. Before she left, the girl winked at the big guy. She was reminded by the guys of something she used to do. The girl walked towards the exit, waving goodbye to Hen Nim until tomorrow. And of course she called him Baldy. The man clenched his fists but didn't say anything back to the girl. Apparently, this nickname will stay with him for a long time. Sul-hee got into the car and started typing with her fingers on the touchscreen of the car. She wondered if she should go to Manhwa orphanage. The blue cargo car stopped somewhere in the forest. Hwan Seok's mentor started slapping his cheeks to make him wake up. The boy only moved his head, feeling a searing pain on his cheek. After waking up, he got out of the car along with the principal. Hwang Seok looked around and sucked in the air with delight. He followed his mentor and couldn't believe that they would be practicing in such a picturesque place. It gave the boy a kind of peace of mind. He really liked it here. He already felt that he could become a martial sense expert in this place. Suddenly, the mentor turned around and spoke about Yeo Rin. It wasn't clear to him why the guy decided to tell her that he was leaving her. Hwang Seok looked at the old man in surprise. He remembered the day he had said goodbye to her, and he had done it very cruelly. But maybe it was the right thing to do. He frowned, sinking into his own thoughts. He wasn't sure of anything himself yet. It seemed to him then that the whole world had died in him. Following his mentor's lead, he wasn't sure of his answer now. Therefore, he would not speak so categorically. For himself, he decided that when in 18 days the whole of Dovin Group would be destroyed, and the girl could return home and not fear for her life, he would surely meet her. The man glanced over his shoulder at his ward. A smile flickered on his lips, because that was the kind of fuse they needed for the upcoming training. Someone was standing behind a tree in camouflage, watching the men. Hwan Seok had been warned by his mentor that the man he was leading him to was violent. The headmaster wanted to say something else, but his words were suddenly cut short. Suddenly, a sharp knife flew in their direction. Everything happened too fast to be able to react. The point hit right into the mentor's body. The man recoiled, feeling a sharp pain. Hwan Seok tensed up, and the headmaster collapsed to the ground. The guy didn't realize what was happening, or who could have even thrown a knife at the man. With frightened eyes, he looked at the principal and couldn't believe what was just happening. Hwan Seok lowered himself over the principal and gently rolled him over. The boy tried to reach out to him, but the man didn't respond. A voice came from somewhere from behind the trees. The man was ecstatic that the $1 million booty had come into his hands on its own. Hwan Seok turned around, but he could never get a good look. Tears began to well up in his eyes. The unknown man suggested that Hwang Seok drag the corpse to the roots of the trees to be good fertilizer for them. The boy's heart pounded out of his chest. He raised his head and shouted throughout the forest for the man to show himself in front of him. Hwan Seok got to his feet and started looking in different directions, trying to find the source of the voice. He kept yelling at the top of his voice for the man to come out so he could kill him. The man who wore camouflage took the rope in his hands and started swinging it. Hwan Seok, at the very last moment, only noticed the noose flying towards him. A feeling of despair swept through his body. He realized that there was nothing he could do. In the next second, he only felt his feet lifted off the ground. It happened so fast that he didn't even have time to realize it. The rope was around his neck and he couldn't breathe or do anything. The rope was tightening around his neck with each passing second. He couldn't die like that. Eventually, his body began to shudder, his arms sagged, and there was nothing the guy could do. The man stepped out from behind the tree and assessed the situation before him. He was surprised that the guy he caught on the noose had lost consciousness. Letting go of the rope, Hwan Seok's body fell to the ground. The man walked closer and examined him. The man did not move and was in an unconscious state. The man in camouflage loomed over Huan Xiok. He was outraged that the guy didn't know the basics of self-defense. He yelled at the forest and didn't even use the knife he had recently thrown. He didn't understand the reason for such a high reward for him. The man slanted his gaze to the side. He turned his full attention to the old man who was lying on the ground with a knife sticking out of his chest. The man began to tell the old man that the show was over, and he could stop pretending to be dead. Since the man did not respond to the words, the man kicked him in the head several times to make him finally come to his senses. The gym director abruptly got up and sat down. He started breathing so loudly, as well as complaining that the man, though he was hit in his soft tissues, he was thinking he was really dead. When he finally came to his senses, the man turned his head to his friend and showed a thumbs up, which meant, "Good job." While Huan Xiok was lying unconscious, the men stood next to him and carried on a conversation. The one who threw the rope on the guy was shocked because of the large amount of money they had put on the guy. It was double the amount Cho Do-won had set for the headmaster's head 18 years ago. Now the man in camouflage wanted to know what the guy had done that the entire Do-won group had decided to hunt him down. The director didn't go into details, but only informed him that in 18 days the group would be holding an election for a chairman. The man immediately estimated how many days he would need for this or that training. He also looked carefully at the headmaster and asked the main question. What was the best thing he was going to teach the boy? The mentor wanted him to teach the boy how to sense death. He believed that was what would be able to help him survive this fight. The man took out a knife and began to scroll through it. Judging by the principal's wishes, he could safely beat him for all of 2 weeks, but only to prevent him from dying. The principal was pleased that he had dared to send Huan Xiok to this training. If you were wanted by the Do-won group, it only meant one thing: die now or shiver but later. They looked at Huan Xiok and decided that if he didn't show results in 2 weeks, they were done with him. Huan Xiok opened his eyes late at night. He didn't understand what had happened or where he was. He clearly realized that when the rope was thrown around his neck, he was dead. He began to rise to his feet. Not once yet had he been resurrected in any forest, and that was another oddity. His fingers involuntarily reached for the spot on his neck. He felt pain, as if there was a bruise there. The way he felt the pain, it only meant one thing. He then ran his hand over his face, realizing that all of his wounds were still there. The realization came to him that this meant he wasn't dying. The realization certainly cheered him up, but there was something else that made him shiver and feel sick to his stomach. Huan Xiok clearly remembered the moment when his mentor had been stabbed and collapsed to the ground. Right now, he didn't know what had happened to the headmaster or if he was still alive. He also remembered the moment when the rope around his neck had sucked all the life out of him. Yet he had not died, but had only been wounded. It remained a mystery where the one who had attacked them had gone. Suddenly, a knife flew past the boy. It was sudden and fast. Huan Xiok had already seen it when he was level with him. If it flew at him, it would definitely pierce his flesh. Huan Xiok began to look around quickly, trying to find the man who was hiding in the shadows of the trees. The guy realized that his situation was too dire. He could hear extraneous sounds from different points in the forest. It seemed as if the man was in different places at the same time. Another knife flew not far from Huan Xiok and lodged in the trunk of a tree. He held it with his gaze and his body tensed up even more. He started screaming towards that man again. Huan Xiok wanted to know what had happened to his mentor. The next day, Huan Xiok reached the river. The boy was breathing heavily and was pining from hunger and thirst. Breathing heavily, he drew water into his palms and began to lift them up. At that very moment, a wooden arrow flew right next to him. He froze in place, shocked by such a weapon. A second later, several more of the same arrows flew towards him. Without thinking of anything better to do, Huan Xiok jumped to his feet and started running away from the river and the open space. The arrows rushed after him. Huan Xiok was terrified and completely misunderstood. He couldn't understand what this man wanted and why he continued to bully Huan Xiok. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain that managed to stun him for a while. Hwan Seok was lying on the ground with a decent-sized rock hanging above him, secured by ropes. As the sun was already setting, Hwan Seok found a seemingly safe place. He was so tired of running and worrying for his life that he simply crouched down near the first tree he could find. Feeling something in his pocket, Hwan Seok slipped his hand into it and fumbled with his fingers for a piece of paper. He unfolded the paper, saying that if he left the forest he would die. It began to dawn on him what was going on here. The man who was hunting him wanted to torture and kill him in this forest. He was obviously crazy. Hwan Seok wasn't going to run away. He realized that it would be hard to escape from such a psychopath. Suddenly, the same man got so close to him that he was able to grab Hwan Seok. After a chokehold, the man let go of the guy and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Losing his strength, Hwan Seok, through the darkness in his eyes, managed to think that he would definitely kill the offender and be able to get out of here. The man continued to play his game. He watched the guy, and this time a smirk stretched across his face. Everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, the gym director sat quietly drinking. Of course, all his thoughts were on the guy. It had been 5 days since he had left him in the forest. He was worried about the guy and wanted this training to help him regain the fervor he had. These 2 weeks would be crucial for him. Hwan Seok was completely exhausted. His body was freezing. He had gotten very thin over the days. The guy found a secluded spot and sat down to rest. The man was not far from him. For all these days, he had never let the boy out of his sight. Hwan Seok, on the other hand, didn't even realize that even now he was being watched. As he lowered his head, he realized that he was already tiring of what was happening. The guy refused to act in any way and was on the verge of death every time. Peeking out from behind the tree, he continued to watch Hwan Seok. There was absolutely no initiative in him at all. Even when the man gave in, the guy still didn't see it. The man decided it was time to call it a day. If the guy didn't move, then so be it. He pulled out a knife and began to slowly move towards Hwan Seok. He was very close now, and his hand went above his head for a better swing. He was thoroughly determined to finish him off, as he saw no talent in him at all. Hwan Seok felt bad. He couldn't see the man no matter how hard he tried. The guy was too tired and had lost his agility. Unwillingly, he began to think back to his past self, and he could say with certainty that the former guy would probably give up. Whenever he was cornered, he didn't want to take any responsibility, and the easiest thing to do was to just run away. As it was, the past Hwan Seok was willing to waste his life like he was trash. He didn't care or care about anything. He also caused a lot of people to die. The last death had crippled the guy very badly. It wasn't Sungmin's fault that she just knew him. And there were also people in his life that he cherished and definitely didn't want to lose. It was that very principal, Kwang-soo, and also his very best friend, Yoon-ha. They were very close to him. Yo-rin was also one of the most important people to him. Thinking about her, his heart clenched every time he thought about her for fear that she might have died because he would be resurrected. He began to think about how many days he had left until the Dovon group would choose a new chairman. He estimated that he had been here for about 5 days already, and there was very little time left. Hwan Seok realized that he couldn't waste any more time in a place like this. He needed to pull himself together and do something. He needed to pull himself together. Never before in his life had time been so precious to him. He noticed something and raised his eyes. He looked up at the moon that was brightly illuminating the area. It wasn't long ago that the guy was on the brink and was ready to give up. As Hwan Seok sat immersed in his thoughts, a man in camouflage clothing crept up behind him. He held his knife high to deliver the final blow. The bough that lay on the ground cracked under the stranger's step. Hwan Seok's eyes widened at that strange sound. He realized it was the same man. Hwan Seok jerked, the very moment the knife flew past him. He saw the knife flying and would have caught him just a little bit more. The man who had thrown the knife stared in shock, as he shouldn't have missed. He stood in a stupor, not realizing how this had happened. He controlled his breathing and could have killed the guy with one blow. unless he dodged it himself. The stone rose into the air and swiftly cut through space. After flying for a while, the stone smashed into the head of the stranger. The man recoiled from the blow, and blood flowed from the wound. The hit was right on target. Putting his hand to his forehead, he felt the sticky blood under his fingers. The man let out a displeased groan. At the same time, Huang Xiok slowly approached him. Huang Xiok's voice was devastated. He was satisfied that he was finally able to catch this man. The stranger lifted his head apprehensively and looked at the guy who was standing over him. Huang Xiok had managed to get a good club that was similar to a bat, and it was also weighty enough to deliver painful blows. The man's fears were not in vain. In all this time he saw for the first time the fire in the guy's eyes and also the desire to kill him. Huang Xiok swung his baton and directed all his rage towards the stranger. The man had time to rise to his feet and make a blow with his hand that easily knocked all the air out of Huang Xiok's lungs. It was so strong that the man let go of his baton and bent in half. Huang Xiok collapsed to the ground and the man stood over him. He thought the guy was a complete fool for flying at him head-on. In the 5 days he had spent in those woods, he had gotten really thin and hadn't eaten in all that time. It was funny to him that the guy actually thought he could overpower him in this condition. A smile touched the man's lips, for this outburst of desire to kill him was the glimmer of hope he had been waiting for all these days. He thought he might reap a little more time for Huang Xiok to discover his talent and watch him. The guy himself was now lying unconscious. Kim Min and Deputy Cho were sitting at the gray-haired man's house. Kim Min behaved respectfully and his voice was very polite. The gray-haired man was already at a respectful age. He was the first chairman of the Do-won group, and his name was Cho Do-won. Kim Min picked up the decanter and began to point it toward the shot glass. He inquired about the chairman's health. The man noticed that the guy took the decanter in 2 hands and therefore urged him to pour the drink with only 1 hand. Kim Min looked up at him in surprise. As if he didn't notice the guy's surprise, he continued talking and pointed out that Kim Min would soon become the new owner of the Do-won group. Deputy Cho looked at her grandfather in surprise. It was very unusual for her to hear such a statement. She lost her ability to think for a moment. Kim Min tensed up. He already found this conversation strange, especially when the chairman hinted to him that he shouldn't have bowed in front of an old man like him. Despite the chairman's recommendation to pour the drink with 1 hand, the guy decided to disobey and did as he wanted to himself. Kim Min decided to continue the topic he had started. His face was impenetrable and his words still as polite. The man drank the contents of the shot glass when Kim Min wanted to know if the chairman would recognize him as his successor. The man set his shot glass back on the table with a clinking sound. Cho Do-won raised his head and looked at the guy sitting in front of him. He decided to spur him on and remind him that such things were already beyond his control. As he did so, he also spoke directly to him without fear of hurting the guy's feelings. Everyone had considered him a loser before, but somewhere in the back of his mind, the man knew that Kim Min would be sitting in front of him someday. Kim Min tilted his head to the side, listening intently to the chairman who was talking about the boy's ambition. He also noticed the fact that he achieved his goals at any cost and didn't shy away from dirty trades. When the conversation touched Cho Shi-ho, the girl was slightly embarrassed and lowered her head. Her grandfather spoke his mind. That's why he wasn't shy to reveal his admiration that Kim Min was able to get his granddaughter. That's why he condoned his desire to get Park Dae-jun elected as chairman. He didn't mind helping Kim Min as much as he could. Saying that, the man coughed very hard, which caused his granddaughter to be disturbed. The girl jerked toward him with a concerned look. He took his hand away from his face, and a bright trail of blood could be seen in his open palm. He was no longer that young and ambitious man, but had this old and flabby body. Kim Min realized that it was hard for the man to have a conversation with them now, so he didn't mind if their conversation ended and the chairman went to rest. Therefore, the guy decided that he should leave the chairman. He rose to his feet and made a low bow before leaving. Cho Shi-ho was sitting beside her grandfather. She wanted to go see Kim Min off and twitched in his direction, but the guy didn't insist on it. He felt that the deputy should take care of the chairman. The man silently watched the guy who was about to leave them. A thin streak of blood could be seen from the corner of his mouth. Before Kim Min was ready to leave, a question flew into his back that he didn't expect to hear. It was so unexpected that he froze, unable to take a step. The question was about his mother, and whether it was true that he had shot her with his own hands. The chairman coughed again, and this time the cough was stronger and rougher. His shoulders shook and everything inside him burned with fire. He raised his gaze to the boy, and the question was without judgment, for in his time this man had also shed not a little blood to achieve his goals. The only thing he didn't realize was that it wouldn't matter if he didn't have a piece of that comfort around him. Kim Min's eyes narrowed. He didn't like this topic of conversation at all. Cho Do-won looked at the guy sternly. He believed that when the goal was achieved, Kim Min would feel the power of the hellish emptiness within him. Kim Min's mouth dropped open and the corners of his lips trembled and rose upwards. A short laugh escaped from his lips. Unable to refrain, Kim Min put a hand to his lips as he continued to giggle softly. The chairman and his granddaughter continued to stare at him intently, unaware of what might have caused such a reaction. The chairman clearly didn't expect such a reaction from the guy. His face tensed up. After all his words had only caused the guy to laugh merrily. Kim Min turned his head in their direction and looked at Jo Do-won with his slightly crazy gaze. All of this was causing him to laugh. After all of the things the man had listed were completely irrelevant to the guy. He walked backwards across the room. Kim Min stopped, standing in front of them, and confessed that his ultimate goal was not that he wanted to become the chairman of the Do-won group. Even Cho Shi-ho was surprised by such a statement. It was as if the girl was seeing this guy in front of her for the first time. The man listened to Kim Min without any emotion on his face. He was curious about what moved this guy. Kim Min continued to say that the Do-won group was just a tool and nothing more. Kim Min's smile stretched across his face, revealing a white row of teeth. He didn't think of the Do-won group as a tool that could be used when needed and thrown away without regret. The man continued to stare at the boy, trying to see something more in him. Only now did he notice the depth of intent in him. The man hummed, smiling. He was interested in watching such an interesting scene. In the past, Kim Min in front of him had always been poised and calm, very judicious, a man who did everything right. But today, the man saw in him the true source of his passion. The chairman knew the feeling and understood it. Kim Min was driven by retribution. The old man wondered who this feeling was directed at. The guy continued to stand in front of the chairman and pondered whether he should know. The man in camouflage walked through the forest and spoke to himself in a low voice. He thought that the training could be over and called the gym director to pick up his ward. Quite suddenly, a knife flew near the man's ear. He flinched when he realized how close the blade was to his head. It turned out that the knife had flown closer than the man had suspected. His eyes lowered to his cheek, where a thin streak from the blade had traveled down his cheek. Blood pooled down his cheek. He looked toward the knife that was stuck in the tree trunk. There was a piece of paper sheathed there, a message. The man walked over to the tree and pulled the knife out and removed the message from the blade. He was very curious to see what was written there. Unfolding the leaf, the stranger ran his eyes over the text. His lips curved into a smirk. Now his interest in this guy became more animated. There was the exact same message the man had sent to the guy. Only this time it was scrawled in blood and the words, "You're dead," written out in blood. The man felt a rush of fire in his soul, and now this game became more interesting. He kept looking at this letter and realized that he had almost made a huge mistake. It was now so much on fire that he was ready to have a final exam for him. While the man was staring contentedly at the note, Hwan Seok managed to sneak up on him from behind and took a strong swing to punch the man as hard as he could. The stranger managed to dodge at the last moment and the baton whistled over his head, but he was unable to achieve his goal. The man reached for his weapon at the same second. The knife was drawn outward. He shouted at the top of his voice at Huang Xiok. The man thought that a brat like him would need at least another 10 years to be able to smash his head in. Huang Xiok looked at the man and his gaze changed. He saw the stranger's body, but it was as if he could look through his clothes and see the man's muscle structure. It was as if the guy could feel what movements the man would make. His mind miscalculated the next steps. He watched the man carefully. The man's weapon swept very close at Huang Xiok's face. Even though the guy dodged, the knife managed to reach his skin and a light red scratch appeared on his cheek. The man continued to attack the guy from different directions. Huang Xiok still dodging each attack just as deftly and quickly. He picked up his baton and swung it at the man. The man blocked the blow with the hilt of his knife. A confrontation ensued between the two. Huang Xiok steadied himself with his baton and piled all his weight on it, trying to fight the man's strength. The man could feel the vibrations bubbling up between them, but he still blocked the guy just as steadfastly. While the struggle was going on between them, the man continued to assess the guy's condition. He was dodging his attacks well, and it was clearly no fluke. The man also noticed where Huang Xiok was looking and could clearly recognize the fact that the guy only needed to look at his shoulders to know where the knife was going to go. In the end, there was no winner between them. They simultaneously bounced away from each other in different directions. The man was ready to take back his words, for before him stood a far more skillful fighter than he had realized. Huang Xiok looked at his enemy and wanted to ask him just one question. It was very important to him. The question was expected. Therefore, it didn't surprise the man. The guy wanted to know what he did to the principal who came here with him. The man's lips stretched in a sinister smirk. He was determined to play this role to the end, so he wasn't going to reveal the truth to him. The stranger glanced at Huang Xiok, and as if it was some kind of fun, told him that his mentor had become a good fertilizer. The man continued to press Huang Xiok, telling him about how his mentor was decomposing well under the Zomlay. The boy didn't react in any way to such loud statements. Huang Xiok was devastated, but he didn't show it in any way. The guy's response was simple and concise. He now knew that his mentor rested in peace. The man's words were more than understandable, and he had no further questions. Huang Xiok nodded briefly at such a response. It made sense to him. Such an unexpected reaction from the guy made the man very tense. He was expecting anything, expecting the guy to immediately rush at him with fists and be furious. But none of that followed. The only thing that had changed about Huang Xiok was his gaze. His eyes alone could show how much anger was raging in him. The man assumed that the guy was deliberately holding back his anger. That expression made the man immediately realize that the games between them were over. He had brought Huang Xiok to the peak of his anger, therefore he should have expected any outcome. The man raised his hands and stood in a defensive stance. Huang Xiok raised his baton, his muscles in his arms tensing. He looked only at his opponent, casting aside all unnecessary things. A second later, the two men snapped out of their stance and directed their fury against each other. The man prepared himself for a serious fight, while Huang Xiok only wished for the total destruction of his enemy. The two spent the entire night fighting between each other. The stranger was breathing heavily, exhausted and tired. Dark shadows lingered under his eyes. Despite that, he was still standing on his feet. Huang Xiok was also still on his feet, with cuts all over his body. The guy was exhausted before this fight even started, but even so, he was still on his feet. The man looked at the guy and didn't understand how he managed to avoid all the deadly attacks in such a state. This was a whole other level. Holding his knife at the ready, the man involuntarily wondered if this kid could really have changed so much in just 9 days. Huang Xiok continued to stare at his enemy with a murderous gaze. He wasn't going to give up and give up. He wasn't allowed to die. The guy involuntarily recalled his past life, when he might live peacefully and put no effort into anything. Even when getting into fights, the guy didn't stress much about staying alive, since he knew he could resurrect himself and didn't appreciate it at all. Every time, taking his resurrection for granted, he would rush forward, completely unconcerned about dying after a head-on collision. It was only now, when he realized what the price of his resurrection had been and that he wasn't allowed to die, that gave him a jolt and made him tense every nerve in his body. He needed to pull himself together, for everything depended on it. He released the baton from his hands. The man became even more wary, unable to imagine what the guy standing in front of him might be up to. He had been fighting him with that baton all night, but here he decided to leave it alone. The man's gaze was focused on him. He didn't want to overlook anything. The man was very curious to understand what had happened to him. Was it the guy's limit, or was it his subtle intent? The solution was simple. The man took a swing and headed towards the guy. There was nothing left for him to do but just check it out. Hwan Seok pounced on the stranger with his bare hands. With one hand, the guy clamped his mouth shut while the other managed to grab the arm with the weapon. With his whole body, the guy piled into his side. Eventually, they both fell to the ground. The man hit his back, knocking the air out of his lungs. Hwan Seok was on top of him, clutching the hand with the weapon. The man looked at the guy with his eyes wide open. The reason why the guy had thrown away his weapon now reached him. Thus, he had shortened the distance between them. Hwan Seok reached into his pocket with his other hand and grabbed the knife that was hidden in it. The boy raised it high above the stranger's head. It was as if time had stopped between them, and the air was filled with intense energy. Hwan Seok was ready to make one decisive and final blow. The man realized what a mistake he had made. He obviously hadn't counted on the boy having a knife stashed away. They had been fighting him all night, but the sharp blade only showed now. The knife swiftly began to descend towards the man. Just a little more and Hwan Seok would reach his target. The stranger swept his hand across the ground and managed to find a rock that was lying very close by. He immediately tightened his fingers around it. That one stroke was able to save the man's life. He swung the stone and managed to knock the sharp knife out of Hwan Seok's hand. After that, the man moved to a more decisive action. He twisted his body in such a way that he was able to kick Hwan Seok in the neck. The guy staggered backwards, after which he flew aside and rolled on the ground. The stranger immediately started to rise to his feet to take a comfortable position. After getting a good dose of adrenaline, the man smiled. He honestly admitted that Hwan Seok had managed to drive him into a situation where he was really scared. As Hwan Seok stood up, his body shuddered. The man continued to talk. He described the guy's actions and praised him for his excellent tactics. Afterward, he even added that if someone else had been in his place, the guy would have succeeded in killing him. The man walked up to Hwan Seok and extended his hand to him. He happily and loudly praised the guy and congratulated him for being able to pass his exam. But Hwan Seok didn't even raise his head. The stranger kept talking. He wasn't sure if the guy could destroy the Doan group, but he saw in him an enthusiasm to win, and with such adaptive skills, he had a good chance of surviving and not dying. It was as if Hwan Seok didn't hear all of this, completely unresponsive to the words. The man also told Hwan Seok that his mentor was alive and that everything in this forest had been arranged by the headmaster himself. Therefore, the man was only fulfilling his old friend's request. In 1 second, a terrible realization came to the stranger. He fell silent. An ominous silence fell in the forest. His whole body shivered with a strange feeling. The stranger, smelling danger, jumped away from Hwan Seok. The guy still stood with his head down, but there was something about it that worried the man too much. He went back into a defensive stance, feeling a chill run down his skin that traveled all the way to his bones. It was a feeling he knew and would never forget. Looking at Hwan Seok, the man had felt this kind of feeling for a very long time. It was the worst feeling he had ever felt in his life. As he continued to look at Hwan Seok, the realization came to him as to what it was, a feeling of impending death that could not pass him by. The man's body shivered and he kept his eyes on the guy, expecting anything from him. Hwan Seok lifted his head and the man was given a crazed look. The guy's eyes burned with a fiery flame, his mouth stretched in a strange and unnatural smile. The man began to slowly back away. He realized that in all these days he had managed to push him to the limit and now needed to deal with this madness. He tried to talk to him, trying to calm him down. It was as if Hwanseok had turned into a wild animal that no longer understood right from wrong. The only thing he could say was that he couldn't die. The stranger came to the terrible realization that this guy just stopped hearing him and no longer saw him as a human being. He only saw him as prey and a threat to his life. Hwanseok snapped out of his seat and sprinted toward his enemy. The man who had taunted him all these days and also dared to kill his mentor. He only wished for his death. The man tried to bounce back, prepared for a collision. It was hard for him to calculate the guy's actions when he was in such an unpredictable state. Hwanseok's fist came too close to the stranger's face. The man followed its movement with his eyes and realized that he wouldn't have time to dodge or do anything. This guy wouldn't give him that opportunity. The principal's loud voice echoed throughout the neighborhood. He stood not far away from the men and ordered everyone to stop. That was enough. Seeing the situation his friend was in, the principal was more than satisfied with the result. Hwanseok recognized the voice, and his body froze abruptly before reaching the stranger's face. The man himself was very happy to see his old friend. The boy's mentor smiled broadly at the good mood, his finger going up his nose as it itched with joy. Hwanseok looked at the man in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He had been thinking for over a week that this man had become fertilizer, that this stranger had brutally murdered him. And now he was standing in front of the guy as if nothing had happened. Hwanseok's heart twitched in his chest, after which he felt a change in his body. The power that had just burst into flames had disappeared, and the color of his eyes had turned a natural shade. Hwanseok's mentor immediately approached him and managed to give him a shoulder. Hwanseok was completely exhausted, feeling that he was safe and relaxed. His body had become like a toy that could no longer move on its own. The director threw Hwanseok onto his shoulder. The guy completely shut down and gave himself to the situation. The man from the city chuckled at his friend who had almost been killed. The man himself realized that if it wasn't for the appearance of the principal, he might have said goodbye to his life today. His heart rate was only now beginning to return to normal, just as the director was ready to leave as the man in camouflage spoke. He honestly admitted that he didn't believe this guy could make anything out of this guy. He turned his head toward his mentor and with a smirk, he was ready to take back his words. After this night, he had drastically changed his opinion on this brat. Looking at the kid who was now completely out of breath and unconscious, the man said that he had potential in him with which he could break up the Dowon group. Kim Min and his deputy Cho were riding in the car. The girl turned to her boss and congratulated him approvingly that he had gotten approval from her grandfather, and they now had 80% support. She also decided to remind Kim Min of who was the main threat in his way. She began listing the people and factions that were considered their main threats. First on the list was Jin Ho. He had taken on the forces of the former vice president. Likewise, he was also threatened by Executive Director Bae Jin-soo's faction in Busan. These people hated Kim Min for killing their boss. Director Hyung Nim and Hwang Seok were also their enemies. These two were completely different from the rest of the executive director's enemies. Kim Min listened to all this information silently. The guy already knew who hated him and was ready to turn against him. The man looked thoughtfully out the window. He was very curious about what Kim Min was doing at this very time. The girl knew the answer to that question, so she didn't keep her boss waiting long. The guy was still locked up in the mountains. She took her eyes off Kim Min and decided to talk about some news she had managed to find out about Im Kwang Chun, the director of the gym. It turned out that the man had actually been Chairman Cho Do-won's shadow for 20 years. He was also a top-notch cleaner. She also learned that the day before the inauguration, the man tried to kill her grandfather, but he failed. The man was doing something while sitting at the table. while Hwan Seok was lying on the bed resting after so many days of wandering and searching for himself. The man was checking his revolver and polishing it well. 18 years had passed since the order had been placed on his head. He had probably been long forgotten about by now. Kwang Chun deftly twisted his hand and the revolver drum closed with a click. Deputy Cho put forward her concern that such a person was dangerous, and he was also training Hwan Seok, which meant even more danger. After all, Hwang Seok would now become unpredictable. Kim Min pondered over the girl's words. His lips pulled a crazy smile. He was so happy to hear it because he enjoyed watching Hwang Seok's development progress. The girl took her gaze away from her superior. There was one more piece of news she needed to report. Shi-ho brought up Sul-hee, who was doing something she shouldn't have been doing. Just then, the girl was walking. She was immersed in her own thoughts. Despite that, her appearance was undeniably chic. She walked out of Hwang Seok's house, heading away from him towards the parking lot. Sul-hee couldn't leave this case, so she tried to find out anything that could help her. The girl swiveled her head sharply but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. This house was one of the places on Kim Min's list. The dead and the date were coming together. She replayed the events of that night over and over in her head. The man then had definitely said that everyone associated with Hwang Seok would die. Sul-hee put a hand to her face, thinking about the fact that this theory also had to apply to Kim Min himself. Even if they didn't have a good relationship, they were still connected. She involuntarily thought about Kim Min-hyuk himself. That man had never been so simple. Thinking of him, the girl's face tensed up. Kim Min-hyuk was too calculating and his every move was well thought out. Sul-hee was sure that in the time she had known him, he hadn't changed in that regard. The girl was still feverishly thinking about how such a thoughtful and calculating person could reveal such important secrets, telling his worst enemy that they might have been related. She continued to ponder the various options that could have been the reason for such a revelation. The girl was heading towards her car. She reached out her hand to the door handle and grasped it. Forgetting about Kim Min, the girl felt a strange sensation that made her recoil a few meters away from the car. Cautiously, she looked at the car. Completely unconcerned about her situation, Sul-hee knelt down and looked under her car. Her gaze was tense. She still hoped that she wouldn't find anything there. It wasn't that noticeable at first, but she managed to get a glimpse of the strange pre-met that was just behind the tire. But when she looked closer and more carefully, she immediately guessed that there was an explosive strapped under her car. Sul-hee's eyes opened wide. The girl was shocked that she almost got into this car that would have immediately blown up. She was still kneeling in front of the car as she continued to look underneath it. The girl didn't notice someone coming up behind her. Suddenly, someone's hand came down to her face. A rag that had been soaked in chloroform was placed against her nose. The girl felt panic and her heart pounded frantically in her chest. After an unknown amount of time, Sul-hee opened her eyes. She immediately felt that her hands were bound. Her head was very sore and waking up was no fun at all. A shallow shiver ran through her body. After the girl stirred, the men who were present in the room turned their attention to her. There were two of them. The room they were in was horrifying and disgusting. Sul-hee was tense. She realized that she was in a very dangerous situation from which it would not be easy to get out. The man could not help but appreciate the girl's intuition. He started walking towards her and curiously inquired about how she could guess that explosives had been placed under her car. Another man who was wearing a green apron began deliberately sharpening a knife loudly. The girl should have realized what would follow. The skinny man got too close to the girl and lifted her face by her chin. He didn't hide his lustful gaze. Sul-hee stared at him as he offered her his comforting services before she retreated into the next world. The girl looked at him without a drop of fear in her eyes. A slight smile reflected on her lips. She only snorted at such an offer, and then just started laughing uncontrollably. The bandit pulled away from the girl, trying to figure out what could have caused such a fit of laughter in her. He even thought she had lost her mind. Raising her head and calming her laughter, Sul-hee could now state with complete certainty that Kim Min-hyuk was hiding something and carefully concealing it. Even though she was in an unenviable position, Sul-hee put her foot on her leg and squared her shoulders to hint that she wouldn't dare to come to such a place alone. The man laughed at the girl's statement, thinking that she must be crazy to say such a thing. The man in the white t-shirt decided to remind her once again of the position the girl was in. At the same time, a fat man in a green apron began to approach them. He was clutching a freshly sharpened knife tightly and was ready to start using it. Sul-hee smiled even wider. She continued to be fearless, for she realized that these two had no idea what position they were in right now. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded. The metal door came off its hinges and flew aside as if it were thin plywood. The two men flinched in fright and stared at the doorway. A huge black shadow appeared in the archway from which the door had just been removed. A man with a loud stomping sound was heading into the room. Hyeon-nim's face was twisted with anger. He had come here to protect the girl who had nursed him for several days in a row because of the explosion at the host club. After a little while, the two thugs were already disconnected from this world. The boogeyman threw them against another wall where they would no longer be able to scare Sul-hee. The man approached the girl and immediately began to untie her hands. After a moment, the newly tight ropes came off on the floor. Sul-hee rose to her feet and began to rub her hands. During this time, they had managed to ache. Hyung-nim turned his head to her and reminded her of his words to her before they went to Hwan-seok's houses. Moving closer, the girl gently flicked her fingers over the bulky man's bald spot. The man rubbed the spot where the girl's fingers had hit. She didn't see much of a problem with what had happened, just wanted to know what was holding him up. She spun around and motioned for the man to follow her, as she thought they had a lot more work to do. The man looked at her questioningly but said nothing. She continued talking and could now confidently state that Kim Min was clearly hiding something. Determined to get to the truth, she wanted to check one more place. The man continued to silently observe her enthusiasm. Just as Sul-hee was about to leave this room, Hyeon-nim asked her a question that bothered him greatly. He wanted to understand what were the reasons for her to take up this matter so firmly. She looked at him silently. Any other girl would have been very frightened, but this one acted as if this was not the first time she had been involved in something like this. Putting her hand on her hip, Sul-hee said in a cheerful voice that despite her appearance and character, she had been through a lot. Hyung-nim listened to her with interest. One day, she saw a murder. A girl who had been shot in the head and her blood spurted out of the wound in thin streams. The girl was not yet what she was now. She stood and watched as the body lost its life and fell to the ground. That very day, the girl's life was divided into before and after. The people who had done this to her were horrible and didn't think human life was worth anything. She turned to the man and confessed with a fierce hatred in her voice that she hated those bastards with all her heart. Deputy Cho was horrified when the information was relayed to her that the girl had been missed. She couldn't believe it. She shifted to screaming as it was only a short while ago that she was informed that the girl had just been caught. It had all happened too quickly. Kim Min wasn't too upset about it. He even expected something like this to happen. The girl was the one who had destroyed the presidential candidate of the Hemin party. Kim Min, if he really wanted her dead, he would do it all by himself. Cho Shi-ho stared at her boss in surprise. The man smiled at the girl, reminding her that they should have focused on the more important things they had to do. This day should be a big one for them. Walking into the restaurant room, Kim Min was greeted by 3 men. They sat waiting at a table with appetizers and drinks on it. All 3 heads turned toward the person who entered. Upon entering the room, Kim Min immediately bowed to the seated men. He apologized for making such important people wait for him. The guy didn't expect any invitations from them. He just started to sit down at the same table with them. One of the men snorted haughtily. Lu Yun-chul was the commissioner of the National Police. His face looked extremely displeased because the guy was late for their meeting. On the other side of the steel sat Kim Jong-yu. He was the editor-in-chief of the Silla Times. His lips were just as curved in discontent, and the man was all in favor of the commissioner. While the men were resenting the guy's tardiness and exalting their personalities, a third man intervened in the conversation. Raising his hand, Shim Jong-un called for everyone to calm down. The Minister of Justice smirked, for he was aware that Kim Min was now busy preparing for the Dowon Group election, therefore not counting his tardiness as such an insult. Kim Min nodded his head, thanking the minister for understanding his situation. There were some really important people sitting in front of the guy. The guy began to speak. He had a reason why he had invited such influential people to this meeting. Because he was about to become the chairman, he wanted to properly say hello to them. Lei Yun-chul could barely contain his laughter. The man lowered his head and bounced his fist a few times. All the words Kim Min was saying sounded to him as if they were coming from a child. At the same time, Kim Min continued talking and revealed that he had prepared small gifts in honor of such a meeting. Deputy Cho entered the room. The girl was holding 3 tablets in her hands. These 3 tablets she spread out on the table. Each one was intended for the men sitting in the room. The National Police Commissioner was the first to activate the tablet and began to examine the contents. The man didn't immediately guess what he saw before his eyes, so he mockingly assumed it might be a bill for something. But when his gaze scrutinized the information on the tablet more closely, Lei Yun-chul immediately tensed up. The man's eyes widened, and a real panic started inside. Kim Min watched with a smirk as the faces of those present stretched out. There was a very interesting list that included the names of the men. While the others were examining the contents of the tablets, the commissioner banged his fist loudly on the table. He was angry, as this information was not going to surface anywhere. The next to speak was the Minister of Justice. His voice was calm, as if he knew this could happen. The commissioner turned his head sharply toward him, for he knew immediately that he was aware of it. The man adjusted his glasses and lowered his eyes again to the list before him. He remembered how pale the chief prosecutor of Seoul had been when he brought him the list. The man tried to remember the name of the girl who had provided this data. Then the image of Cha Yeo-rin appeared in front of his eyes, a girl who was a high school student who had only revealed some of the information to the reporters when she had a lot more information in her hands, but it was enough to start this case. He also talked about how they had managed to keep it from the media when a woman came in and compromised the case, and it didn't turn out the way Yeo-rin wanted it to. Also, such information wasn't news to Shim Jong-un. The man knew that he would have to deal with these documents again one day. Now he was wondering what Kim Min wanted from them. The guy smiled approvingly, for this was exactly the reaction he had expected. Having gotten the proper attention, Kim Min continued their meeting. With a smile on his face, the guy explained what was on the last page of the document. It said that there were subsidiaries of the Dowon Group. The commissioner was furious. He didn't like the guy's words. The man expressed his displeasure in direct text. Since Kim Min asked to turn a blind eye to the fact that there might be some hype during the election, unable to tolerate it any longer, Lei Yun-chul jumped to his feet. He wasn't going to tolerate being treated like this. It was as if he was a boy who had to miss out on all the crimes Kim Min was up to. Kim Min was prepared for this reaction as well, so it didn't surprise him at all. Therefore, he decided to remind that he could very well go to the media and provide them with those document files. The direct threat caused a storm of concern on the justice minister's face. He clearly didn't expect that the guy would dare to blackmail them with those files so easily. Kim Min continued to speak, realizing that all eyes were on him and that the lives of these people would depend on his next actions. He knew that the 3 of them would be more worried about themselves than the country, so he could easily allow himself to threaten them without fear of repercussions and set his own demands. The boy folded his arms and flashed a beaming smile at those present. The men began to look at each other. The commissioner was still on his feet, furious. He tried to find help in the face of the Minister of Justice, but the man was in no hurry to answer. Weighing all the possible consequences in his head, A slight smirk appeared on his lips. The Dovon group was clearly out of their control. Therefore, there was nothing left for them to do but just watch what was happening. His lips turned into a thin thread. He didn't dare to say anything anymore, as it was already clear that everything had been decided for them. Shim Young Aeon started to rise from the table. The man didn't see the point of this conversation anymore, so he was going to leave the place. Kim Min looked approvingly at the Minister of Justice. He was the one he had expected such a reaction from, as he thought he was more prudent and far-sighted. The Minister of Justice and Kim Min approached each other and shook hands. Even though this conversation had blackmail overtones, they still found common ground and were willing to cooperate. Kim Min politely thanked him for his understanding and cooperation. Before entering here, the guy knew that this conversation would be crucial and mentally challenging. It went as well as it could. Hwang Seok sat in front of Im Kwang Chun, and he was shivering with anger when he realized that everything that was happening was just a planned training session. The mentor was not going to listen to Hwang Seok's whining anymore, so he threw the axe on the floor. It hit the floor with a loud thud. With a smile to his ears, the man ordered the boy to pick up the axe and tear down the wall. Fire and impatience burned in his eyes. Hwang Seok didn't ask any more questions. The boy obediently took up the axe, and a second later he was already driving the blade into the boards. The splinters from the blows were flying in different directions. The guy was chopping the wall very intensely. He swung the axe wide and crushed it on the wall, leaving deep furrows. After a while of intense blows, Hwang Seok managed to cut a small hole in the wall. He stopped as the boards fell away and a small opening appeared in front of him. The hole in the wall in front of him was no ordinary hole in the wall. The boy's eyes went wide when he saw what the wooden wall hid behind him. There had been an incident at the hospital. A strong and huge hand lay on the doctor's neck and pressed him against the wall with considerable force. The doctor was utterly bewildered at what was happening and why the huge man had decided to strangle him. Hen Ming lifted the man up with ease and looked at him with an intense gaze. At the same moment, a girl approached them. She said hello to the doctor in a ringing voice, reminding him of their meeting last week. The doctor turned his head toward her in panic and became even more confused about what was happening. This time, the girl expected to get an intelligible answer about the patient she inquired about last time. Sul-hee folded her arms across her chest and winked at the doctor. The hole in the wall revealed to Hwang Seok a secret room with a very intriguing filling. There were various weapons stored there. Knives, bows, and crossbows were displayed on the wall. There were ammunition and explosives on the shelves, and rifles were stored downstairs, as well as axes and various bits. Hwang Seok was shocked by what he saw. He picked up one of the cans and twirled it around with interest. Im Kwang Chun was pleased with how the guy reacted to such an arsenal. He also warned him not to twist the jar too much, lest it explode. The boy's eyes widened even more when he realized that the jar was exploding. In his hand was a real explosive. The principal's identity was too mysterious for the guy. The man with a slight smirk on his lips was in no hurry to give him an answer. His eyes became serious. He felt that Hwang Seok didn't need to know who he used to be since it didn't affect anything anymore. The revolver was raised, and a second later, several shots erupted from it, echoing loudly through the air. Hwang Seok stood in position and continued to diligently aim and fire. Putting his hands behind his back, the principal stood to the side and watched his student. They had no aim to shoot accurately, as the place Hwang Seok was about to enter would be swarming with bandits, and any shot he fired would surely find its target. He kept firing to get used to the feeling and the recoil in his hand. As the sounds of the shots hit his eardrums, images appeared before his eyes. The mourning photo of Yeo Rin's father crashed into his memory. The person responsible for his death was Kim Min. The lad understood that perfectly well. If he hadn't given that order back then, perhaps the man would still be alive. If it wasn't for Kim Min, the man wouldn't have had many problems. The next training session was dedicated to the sword. Hwan Seok wielded it and tried to reach his mentor. The man deftly dodged the attacks without even taking his hands out of his pockets. A new swing, a new strike, but the guy still couldn't keep up with Im Kwang. The man was like faster than the wind and made Hwan Seok strive for the same speed and agility. While training was going on, the guy was only thinking about all the things that had happened since he had gotten involved in this story. Yeo Rin held a special place in his heart. Hwan Seok would never forget how his friend had been framed, how the woman betrayed the girl's trust and wanted to enrich herself on her misfortune. Kim Min then came up with a very sophisticated plan. He was the person who leaked the company's data and put it in Yeo Rin's hands. Hwang Seok's training continued and was very grueling. The guy was able to pull himself up on one arm 100 times. His whole body trembled on the last movement, but the strength of his intentions was far more dangerous. He hung from his unfolded arm. In his other hand he held a rope with a weighty stone tied at the end. All of this was to improve his stamina and fitness. Kim Min's last words to him were not giving him any peace of mind. It was what had broken him and destroyed him mentally. It took him a while to get his head straight. Also, a big blow to Hwang Seok was the loss of Sung Min. The girl who was a good person and didn't do evil things to people died because of him. Kim Min made a special picture for him. On the wall, he drew a whole map of how people who were in any way related to the guy died and disappeared from his life. All these thoughts gave Hwang Seok more and more strength to keep moving and go for his revenge. The guy exercised and exhausted his own body until the night. He would find a handy tool in the form of a tire and run with it, strengthening his body. Kim Min was a fearsome villain who strategically thought out plans of action. Every move he made was deliberate and measured. He doesn't do anything for nothing. In all this time, Hwan Seok has studied his opponent and has changed a lot. He's no longer the crazy guy who would jump to the enemy without preparation or a plan. The guy was determined and only wished to destroy the enemy. The villain, whose secrets were still kept undiscovered, was waiting for the day when Hwan Seok would come after him and prove himself. In the forest where Hwan Seok's training was taking place, a snake crawled slowly. It found its winding path on the roots of a tree. A second later, a gunshot rang out and the bullet passed through the snake's body. After 5 days of grueling training, Hwan Seok had changed. He began to shoot better. This was the 3rd snake he had killed. His body became stronger. His muscles had gained noticeable definition. Hwan Seok lowered his head, remembering Im Kwang's last instructions. The man was worried about Yeo Rin, so he decided to leave him. Before he left, he had to give some instructions to the guy. Hwang Seok was sweating and crouched down on the ground to take a break. The man folded his arms across his chest and reminded Hwan Seok how hard his journey would be. The Doan group is an entire army that is almost impossible to defeat. Hwan Seok raised his head and listened intently to his mentor. Every word he said was important, as he was able to teach the boy many things in such a short period of time. The man couldn't help himself and even suggested that the guy take this weapon and hide somewhere. Hwan Seok would be able to stand up to the bounty hunter. The guy raised his head at his mentor in surprise. It was strange to hear that from him. Hwan Seok's thoughts went back to Yeo Rin again and again. The girl was now living at the gym and couldn't go back to her home. Hwan Seok couldn't leave her. He wished to give her the opportunity to live a good life, to come out of hiding and never flinch in fear again. Raising a stubborn gaze at his mentor, the boy resolutely reaffirmed his intention to destroy the Doan group. These were exactly the words Im Kwang wished to hear. The man smiled contentedly. He was glad to know that Hwang Seok wouldn't chicken out even though he was facing an impossible task. The man turned around and walked in the other direction. As long as his words could still be heard by Hwan Seok, he continued to speak. The boy heard the admonition well. The mentor glanced in his direction, a smile flashing across his lips. He reminded the boy that if he got into a fight, he should definitely win. The rest of the days, Hwan Seok practiced alone. The guy followed all of the director's instructions, sticking to his instructions. He felt that he was getting stronger and it made him happy. He stood there thinking that he dared not lose or die. At the same time, someone started to approach him from behind. Hwan Seok didn't hear the stranger's quiet footsteps, but when the man stepped a step closer, something inside the guy shivered as he clearly realized that there was someone behind him. In the stranger's hand was a long knife. He began to swing it towards the guy standing in front of him. Hwan Seok sensed the danger and managed to turn his head sharply. The blade glinted dangerously. The guy deftly intercepted his attacker's arm and stopped his attack. There was a pressure between them, but Hwan Seok didn't let it move any further, standing in a stance like a rock. Hyeon Nim stood in front of him, holding a knife in his hand. He was the unknown villain who had decided to attack Hwang Seok. In addition to successfully deflecting his blow, the guy also had time to point his revolver at his head, and the revolver clicked dangerously. The big guy's lips lifted slightly in a smirk. He nodded approvingly as he sensed a significant difference in the way Hwan Seok behaved. He was glad to see the bald man in front of him. He would have pulled the trigger in a second, because such actions were extremely dangerous. Sul-hee walked over to the guys and looked at what they were doing now. She exhaled tiredly, for these two were acting like they were preschoolers. The girl smirked as she continued to watch these guys and didn't understand why the greeting. Apparently, she would never be able to understand these men. Hwang Seok stared at the girl with a surprised look of bewilderment. He didn't understand how she and the bald man could be in the same company. Hyeon Nim hid his weapon, once again grumbling unhappily about not being called bald. Sul-hee let the question pass by her ears. She had good news for Hwan Seok, and the girl was very eager to share it with him. The night came. Hwan Seok invited his guests into the hut where he had spent the last few days. They sat down at the table opposite each other. The girl put her foot on his leg and told the guy about the good news she had come to see him with. Hwan Seok sat in shock, thinking that what she said was impossible. He couldn't believe it, as he had called around and verified this information himself. The people he had any connection with had died. Because of this, Sul-hee's statement caused him to have many doubts. The girl didn't deny this fact. She reached into the folder she had brought with her. She needed some time to investigate, and that was the only reason why she was able to find out something. The boogeyman watched silently at what was going on. He listened just as attentively as the girl told him that 58 people had died, all of those who were on Kim Min-hyuk's list. She pulled out one small piece of paper and started turning it towards Hwang Seok. The girl continued talking and couldn't resist letting him know that there was one survivor out of the entire list. She twirled this leaflet around, showing it to Hwan Seok. One survivor meant too much, realizing it ruined the whole theory about Hwan Seok's ability. The girl held out her hand with the leaf toward the boy. He was mortified and didn't know what to expect from the realization of this fact. Fearfully, Hwan Seok reached out to take the leaflet from her. The guy's eyes widened when he saw what was written there. The heart in his chest pounded frantically, for this was changing everything. He continued to stare dumbfounded at the leaflet, not believing what he saw in front of him. The man who had survived. Hwan Seok hadn't taken his life. They still sat like that, and Hwan Seok still couldn't believe that this man could be alive. The girl immediately refuted Kim Min's words. After all, according to him, all those people should have been dead. She looked carefully at the guy in front of her, hoping that he understood what she was getting at. A surviving person only meant that Kim Min had lied to Hwang Seok. All the people that were on Kim Min's map didn't die because of Hwang Suk's ability. Every life that was on that map that was crossed out with a red marker had nothing to do with the guy's ability. They didn't die because of what he was resurrecting. Kim Min-hyuk, that scary man, was the main reason why all those people died, since he was the one who killed them all. This news was overwhelming. For Hwang Seok, this realization was a real blow. He didn't even know how to react, because that bastard had insinuated that he was the cause of all the deaths. Hwan Seok jumped to his feet, unable to sit still any longer. This news had turned his mind upside down. Sul-hee realized that the guy wouldn't believe her right away. She folded her arms on her chest and looked quite serious. The girl wouldn't joke about such things. Even though the guy had little faith that her information was accurate, he was willing to listen to her arguments. Then, at the hospital, Hyun-nim and Sul-hee came to find out the cause of Sung-min's death. The man was only able to pin the doctor to the wall with one hand. The man was clearly in fear for his life. They were able to find out that the doctor was paid $500 million. He didn't want to tell them right away, so Han-nim had to show him how serious he was. Hyeon-nim used his full range of interrogation skills on the doctor. The doctor's blood splattered the man from head to toe. Hwang Seok listened to the story with bated breath, as it was not hard to guess who was behind the whole affair. Sung-min's face was a vivid memory in Hwang Seok's mind. Her kind smile and sincere feelings. The girl was always happy to help, both him and Yeo-rin. She was the first of his friends to know about the ability and believed Hwang Seok. That day, the girl showed unprecedented empathy. She felt so sad that the guy had experienced so many deaths in his life. That night, she wasn't afraid to stand up to the bandit at all and didn't give up the whereabouts of her friends back then. She was a true friend who would never betray her friends for anything. The girl knew that Hwang Seok would definitely come back to them, and with a smile on her face, she didn't let Yeo-rin feel sad. All of this destroyed Hwang Seok. He was furious at such a revelation. The guy believed Kim Min's words and was broken because he thought he was the cause of all those people's deaths. And now he found out that this scumbag was killing Hwang Seok's acquaintances and friends with his own hand. The bribed doctor entered the girl's room. She was sound asleep and didn't even feel the presence of a stranger. The man looked sadly at the girl, who didn't even realize that this would be her last sleep. He raised the hand in which he held a syringe. Then he pointed that syringe towards the girl's IV. With a shriek tearing his voice, Hwang Seok slammed his fist into the wall. Blood immediately came out of his knuckles. He couldn't stop. The guy continued to shout and hit the wall, because that was the way he could release all his anger at that moment. The girl watched him empathetically. The bully didn't even try to stop him. The man understood that Hwang Seok needed it. The guys didn't bother Hwang Seok. They understood that he needed time to absorb everything he had just learned. The exhausted guy fell to his knees. He continued to stumble dumbly into the wall, a ringing emptiness in his head. Blood flowed from his shattered hands, but this pain was intangible compared to the one that whimpered in his soul. The boy's face was twisted with anger. Hwang Seok wondered time and time again why Kim Min was doing this to him, and why he was doing all this. Involuntarily, Hwang Seok wondered if Kim Min had lied about the power of his ability and the price it charged for each resurrection. What kind of curse his father had spoken of that day? That would remain a big mystery to Hwang Seok. The boy sat still for a long time, saying and doing nothing. The boogeyman couldn't stand it and turned to him. He wasn't going to watch Hwang Seok's snotty behavior for long. The man immediately got to the point. They had too little time to watch Hwang Seok trying to get over this news. The boy turned his head toward him, for the bulky man was right. As long as Kim Min and the entire Dowon group was alive, everyone surrounding Hwang Seok was in danger. The man wanted to remind the guy of the day they made the decision to work together. Back then, Hyun-nim was not happy about it and showed it to Hwang Seok in every way possible. Then they agreed that Hyun-nim would take advantage of the guy's ability to resurrect himself. Now the man had come to him for a reason. He was ready to offer the guy a plan where his ability to resurrect was the key. Hwang Seok still sat on his knees and listened to the man intently. He gawked at the guy through his glasses, as if he was trying to gauge if the plan would work out. The time had come. Hwang Seok's mood changed immediately. It's time to act. He would get even with the freak who had ruined so many lives and make him pay for each one. Life went on as usual in the hotel. There weren't too many people in the lobby. Everyone was minding their own business. Behind the front desk stood the receptionist. He paid attention to a girl who approached him with a weighty suitcase. The man immediately greeted the girl with a smile and asked her to give her name to let him check the room reservation. Sul-hee was dressed in a beige cloak as if she had flown in from a long journey. Her suitcase was indeed large and seemed very heavy. The girl greetingly said her name. The man immediately started doing his job. Sul-hee continued to smile affably and waited for him to find her name on the list. The receptionist confirmed the room reservation. It was a penthouse, which made him slightly embarrassed since the room was very expensive. Then his eyes slanted to the side. The guy held his gaze on the suitcase that stood near the girl. When the formalities were over, the girl headed in the other direction. The receptionist called out to her, offering to help her with the suitcase. Sul-hee pushed down her glasses and with a smile on her face, she thanked him for his help but declined. She didn't want a stranger touching her things. The guys stood around the table and began to discuss the case they were to work on. Young Nim revealed that the election would take place at the hotel. The man snatched up a sheet of paper and abruptly placed it on the table in front of the guys. He was telling them that all the higher-ups would be gathered at this hotel. They were all involved with the Dovan group. On the sheet was drawn a very rough picture of how it looked like things were going to happen. Young Nim revealed that the hotel would be surrounded by 100 guards. Looking at the boogeyman's creation, the girl jumped with laughter. The serious face with which the man continued to talk about the situation around and inside the hotel made it impossible for Hwan-suk to laugh heartily. Realizing that there was no way to get into the hotel so easily, Hwang-seok stood there confused. He couldn't figure out how he could participate in Hyung Nim's plan. The man was slightly angry as he was not allowed to finish his plan. He continued speaking in a rough voice, looking as if everything was already clear. And next to him were the dumb asses who couldn't put 2 plus 2 together. Their plan was to sneak into the hotel. Wang Seok knew the risks involved. Still, they had no choice but to stick to this plan. Their plan was simple. Hwan Seok would resurrect where he slept. The wheels of the suitcase rolled smoothly across the hotel floor. Hwan Seok sat in a cramped position, realizing that this was necessary for the case. They needed to figure out a way to discreetly sneak the guy into the hotel. Because of that, a non-cunning plan was devised on how to do it. The girl calmly rolled the suitcase in which Hwan Seok was seated. It was the perfect cover because no one would suspect her. The guy only needed to spend the night at the hotel. That way he would create a new resurrection point for himself. The girl continued walking down the long corridor. Everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, something appeared in front of her eyes that caused her to fall into a second of confusion. Her heart shuddered in her chest, but she was not allowed to give the appearance of panic. Kim Min was walking in front of her at the same moment. He was actively talking with Deputy Cho, and around them were several guards who were watching the surroundings very carefully. Kim Min distracted from the conversation. He cast a quick glance at the one who was walking towards them. Sul-hee knew what she had to do at such a moment. Before going to the enemy's lair, they had discussed this turn of events. She tapped her fingers on the suitcase completely unnoticeably, so as if she was just going through her fingers, when she saw a familiar face. Hearing that signal, everything turned upside down inside Hwan-seok. He didn't think they would run into each other, but fate itself was bringing them together. The guy's gaze changed, becoming hard and determined. He knew from the signal that Kim Min was very close by. This was a chance to do justice. In his hand lay a revolver. He gripped the barrel tighter, and his finger reached for the bolt. The boy pressed it, preparing for battle. Kim Min could quickly recognize the girl in front of him, so he greeted her with a slight smile. They hadn't seen each other since the day of the explosion at the host club. The man stepped forward a bit. The others gathered behind him and waited silently for their conversation to end. Kim Min wondered what could have brought the girl here. She stared at the man and didn't immediately come up with an answer. Excitement raged in her chest, and her temples began to pound with tension. The girl tried to put on a nonchalant expression on her face. Sul-hee hurriedly assessed the situation. There were too many people in front of her. This was really hampering their plan. After a second of confusion, she greeted Kim Min-hyuk with all the cheerfulness she could muster. She pulled her glasses off her face, revealing the council's welcoming face. All fear and doubt faded into the background. Sul-hee was making up a story on the fly about why she came to this hotel. According to her legend, the girl was being chased by a crazy guy, so she decided to stay in a hotel where he couldn't get to her. Kim Min was actively supporting her in the conversation, as she continued to complain about her fears. Cho Shi-ho stood behind her and didn't interfere in the conversation until her gaze traveled to the suitcase she came here with. The woman continued to stare very intently at the girl's overly large suitcase. A bad feeling crept into her soul. In the meantime, they continued to talk sweetly. It turned out that the hotel would be closing to prepare for an event coming up soon. Deputy Cho's eyes narrowed as her suspicion was displayed more and more vividly on her face. The girl was still silent, but she already didn't like Sul-hee's arrival. Kim Min was very polite. His voice was like honey syrup spreading through the hotel lobby. The man made a gesture with his hand and promised the girl that this night at the hotel would be free for her. Unexpectedly, Deputy Cho intervened in their conversation. Kim Min jerked his head in her direction, not understanding what could have gone wrong. Cho Shi-ho still had her doubts about Sul-hee's suitcase. Therefore, she resolutely insisted that such luggage was too heavy for such a fragile girl. When it was suggested in an orderly tone that her suitcase should be helped to the room, Sul-hee became nervous. She didn't like the idea at all, so she began to politely decline. Deputy Cho, as if she didn't hear the girl's words, she nodded her head towards one of the guards and ordered him to proceed with the order. The man himself was not very pleased with pulling other people's suitcases, but the order came, and he had no right to refuse to carry it out. Clenching his fist, the guard headed towards the girl. He was like a mountain that was looming over Sul-hee. The situation was getting out of control and the tension was building up more and more. Her eyebrows furrowed as this was not what she wanted, especially since Sul-hee had made it clear that she didn't need outside help. Wang Seok sat in full tension. He was listening intently to what was going on outside and was ready to act immediately if things didn't go according to plan. Suddenly, Kim Min's hand went up, signaling the guard to stop. The man looked at his boss in surprise, and at that he immediately stopped. The guard doubted that he understood the gesture, so he was very cautious to find out what Kim Min was trying to say. Kim Min was too kind. He couldn't hide the girl's anxiety, so he decided to let her do as she pleased. He moved forward. The others followed suit. Sul-hee still stood still, afraid of making the wrong action. She felt like time had stopped for her at this moment. When Kim Min got close to the girl, he decided that he should send a message to Hwang Seok through her. In his words, he was very sorry that this had happened to Sung Min. The man's words were like a blade that wounded Sul-hee's soul. They had the same effect on Hwang Seok as well. He heard every word of his enemy, causing his heart to flutter in his chest with anger. A fierce obsession surfaced in front of him, as Hwang Seok jumps out of the suitcase, holding the revolver in front of him. He sees Kim Min-hyuk's face. Hwang Seok feels incredible joy as his enemy's face contorts with surprise and horror. Hwang Seok fires a single shot. The revolver makes a loud sound that is tantamount to death. The guy's hand is tense and taut as a string. He feels the recoil of the shot, which brings him nothing but pleasure. The bullet that was fired quickly cuts through the air and hits Kim Min's body. This one shot is enough to end the bastard's life. The elevator made the standard sound that indicated it had brought the customer to the desired location. The small screen showed a penthouse symbol. The girl entered the room, which was incredibly spacious, richly appointed, and very bright. Sul-hee wheeled her suitcase into the room and left it. Her hand unclenched the handle of the suitcase, and it only now came to the girl's attention with what force she had been clutching it. Her fingers were aching painfully. A moment later, Hwang Seok popped out of the suitcase. His body had grown tired of being in an unfamiliar position during this time, and he was happy to disrobing. Sul-hee stood opposite him and wanted to understand what had happened and why the guy didn't act when he had the chance. According to their plan, Hwang Seok should have immediately taken advantage of the situation and nailed Kim Min. But that didn't happen. Now the man was getting into the auto with peace of mind. His deputy was beside him. Kim Min gave no little reason for the guy to carry out the plan he had conceived. It was as if he knew about what had happened at the hotel, smirking at the fact that even here he was right. Hwang Seok stood up and turned away from the girl. There was one important reason for his inaction. The guy didn't want to take advantage of the situation since Sul-hee might get hurt in this case. He turned to the girl, his gaze and voice as serious as possible. Hwang Seok wasn't going to watch any more innocent people suffer because of him. Such a response was understandable to Sul-hee. In her heart, she thanked him for Hwang Seok's concern for her safety. Turning to the window, the girl started to suggest to him to go take a shower. Hwang Seok sat down on the bed and didn't want to do anything yet, so he gave her the opportunity to go first. And only now he realized that he was alone in an expensive room with a gorgeous girl who was not shy to take a shower when he was so close. The guy's cheeks turned purple with excitement and fantasies. Kim Min was already in his office. The man went to the window as usual and started watching the hustle and bustle of the city. Behind him, Cho Shi-ho appeared. The girl did not understand why he let the girl pass. Her voice had a note of bitterness in it. The man covered his eyes while the girl speculated about Sul-hee and her sudden appearance. As she did so, she also recalled the strange suitcase that was still keeping her in suspense. The girl stared at her boss in surprise when he revealed that he was in incredible anticipation. She still didn't understand her boss's true feelings. He thought back to their previous run-ins and realized how much Hwang Seok had changed. Kim Min was in pleasant surprise when the guy didn't jump out of his suitcase and take advantage of the situation. How many times had they met, and every time Hwang Seok had tried to attack Kim Min? But this time was completely different, which caused Kim Min's mind to stir. He would never forget that very look in Hwang Seok's eyes when he reached his limit of patience. That anger that blazed in his eyes was as hot as the flames enveloping his body. Kim Min-hyuk smiled. In front of his eyes, a flighty guy who previously had no patience was growing up. But today, a great change had occurred. While the man was experiencing excitement, the girl was silently listening to it. She would never understand this man, and all his words gave her mixed feelings. When she asked Kim Min about what he was going to do with him, the man twisted his head towards the girl. It was as if he didn't expect that such a question would even dare anyone to ask him. Cho Shi-ho couldn't figure out her superior's intentions. After all those deaths he had committed were for something. The girl assumed that this way Hwang Seok would be afraid to die. She also noticed the fact that Kim Min had let Sul-hee investigate the case and reach the discovery that the guy's ability didn't kill people close to him. Now Hwang Seok knew that, and all those actions became meaningless at this point. He now knows that it was Kim Min who killed all the people. She continued speaking, suspecting that the man had a special plan for this one as well. Kim Min didn't stop her from expressing her opinion, so he silently let her speak. Deputy Cho's fists clenched. She was having a hard time saying all those words. She had decided to talk about this for a long time. The girl lowered her head and in one breath demanded that Kim Min share his plan with her. She was tired of being in the dark and only a tool in his hands. Eyes wide open, she demanded an answer from her boss. He didn't even trust even her, such a dedicated employee, with his thoughts. It depressed the girl. He looked at her with an unkind look when Cho Shi-ho demanded an answer to her question. She wanted to know who she was to him. Kim Min's hand came up and headed towards the girl. Cho Shi-ho flinched and held her breath, waiting for his touch. Kim Min barely touched her cheek and lips. This movement was so gentle and vulnerable that the girl's heart was ready to jump out of her chest. Narrowing his eyes, Kim Min praised her impeccable dedication and work. But there was something scary in his gaze. Taking the girl by the shoulders, he brought his face closer to her, which didn't express kind feelings at all. He didn't like the fact that she was starting to build the demeanor of a woman in front of him. That wouldn't work with him. The man's words hit her harder than if he had done it physically. She stood before him and couldn't believe that in all their years together, he still didn't trust her. His voice was cold and cruel. Kim Min ordered her to leave the office. Cho Shi-ho only stood there in confusion for a second. When Kim Min walked to the window again and turned away from her, Deputy Cho gathered her thoughts, bowed politely, and left. The man remained standing at the window, the view from which soothed his heart. Kim Min's mind raged with thoughts. He didn't like this conversation with Deputy Cho at all. If the girl already had thoughts of having such conversations, then she might soon become useless. Hwan Seok continued to sit on the bed and blushed like a tomato. Obscene thoughts began to creep into his head. His heart was pounding in his chest. The girl immediately smirked when she saw the boy's crimson face. She was amused to see what lustful thoughts immediately popped into his head. Hwang Seok was completely out of it because the girl was planning to stay in this room until tomorrow. She knew he would still need to get out of here. He waved his head in the other direction, embarrassed even more. The guy had completely forgotten about why they had come here in the first place and what they were planning to do. Hwan Seok admitted that he didn't have any lustful thoughts. He was just confused because of the situation that had arisen around him. The girl gave him a puzzled look, after which her mood immediately changed. A slight smile appeared on her lips, which could drive even the most callous man crazy. She threw her cloak off her shoulders in one deft movement and walked toward Hwan Seok. Her every movement was soft and graceful. She sat down beside Hwan Seok, put her foot on his leg, and touched his face with her fingers. He stared at her in surprise, not knowing how to react to being so close. Hwan Seok was sweating from being so close to the girl. He wanted to say something, but his words were jagged and his mind was confused and foggy. Sul-hee's face was playful, enjoying watching her take control of the situation. Hwan Seok tried to stop her and remind her why they had come here, but Sul-hee didn't want to hear another word. The girl took hold of his neck and moved as close to him as possible. Their lips were a few millimeters apart. The guy felt the girl's breath on his lips. One wrong move and he would taste her. Unable to take it anymore, and at the same time he was in anticipation. Hwan Seok squeezed his eyes shut, so hard that he was plunged into impenetrable darkness. His eyes snapped open when he felt a light sliver on his lips. He goggled at the girl as she touched his lips with her fingers. She had a caustic smirk on her face, and a lump rose in his throat. Hwan Seok barely swallowed that lump and looked at the girl in shock. The guy couldn't understand what had just happened to him. Sul-hee had honestly admitted that she had given him sleeping pills in such an unsophisticated way. The realization of this was slowly coming to his mind. Hwang Seok felt his body become light, and he began to fall sideways at the same moment. He ended up collapsing on the bed, unable to do anything. Sul-hee watched him as she continued to sit on the bed next to him. She felt a little sad about not living up to her boyfriend's expectations, but the girl herself was well aware of the mission they had come here with. Therefore, it was already time for him to go to bed. Now that Hwan Seok had fallen asleep, their plan was becoming more and more real. He couldn't resist the effects of the drug, so he fell asleep immediately, snoring softly. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice that demanded him to open his eyes. Opening them, he could see a familiar shape. A girl that Hwan Seok knew well appeared in front of him. Sungmin smiled at him, happy that he had regained consciousness. The guy's eyes widened as he realized who was sitting in front of him. He couldn't believe that a girl, alive and unharmed, was in front of him. He jumped up on the bed and she was standing against him. Hwan Seok looked at her, and Sungmin stood there, waiting for him to wake up and believe that she was there. Sungmin had not changed a bit. She was still beautiful, with perfect hair and a kind face. Hwang Seok's mind was filled with information that one person had managed to stay alive. Sungmin stood in front of him, still alive. He was so happy to see her. Worried that the girl might be injured, Hwan Seok immediately jumped over to her and started groping her to see if she was okay. Suddenly, everything went black, and Sungmin was standing in front of him, bleeding. The guy twitched fearfully. His heart seemed to stop for a moment. Letting go of the girl, he looked at his hands, which were splattered with scarlet blood. The red color seemed to sparkle on him, and there was impenetrable darkness all around. Songmina was standing not that far away. Her entire body was drenched in blood. The guy couldn't even see her face anymore, as everywhere he looked there was only blood. This scared him very much, and he jumped to his feet and started to back away. A voice came out of his throat, and it seemed like it didn't belong to him. His heart thudded in his chest, and he turned around, and there were hundreds of people who didn't even look like people anymore. They were all covered in blood and walking towards him. Many voices were saying the same phrase, merging into one terrifying sound. Hwang Seok was responsible for them all dying. They blamed him for causing them to die. Hwan Seok was terrified. He didn't know where to run. There was darkness on all sides and bloody bodies that were slowly coming towards him. Hwan Seok tried to say it wasn't his fault, but he realized it wouldn't help him. His body treacherously trembled, and fear increasingly enveloped his mind. Hearing another familiar voice breaking from the crowd of dead people, the boy turned around sharply. His gaze was frightened, but he couldn't ignore that voice. In front of Hwan Seok stood his father, who reminded the lad of the words he had said when he was still a child. Realizing that he had disappointed his father for not listening to him once, Hwang Seok shuddered. Standing in front of the man most important to him, who was looking at him with such a devastated look, the boy tried to justify himself. He repeated over and over again that he was innocent, and it was his worst enemy, Kim Min, who had done all of this. The boy's father continued to look at his son with a stern look. He didn't want to believe that his son wasn't guilty. He didn't care how those people died, because Hwang Seok was the root cause. The boy looked at his father in horror, his mouth ajar, but he didn't know what to say to counterbalance him. The man began to walk slowly towards his son. In his opinion, it was already too late to do anything. Taking Hwang Seok by the shoulders, he reminded him once again that he would never be free from the curse again and would live with it for the rest of his life. The boy wanted to know what curse he was talking about. He called and called for his father, but he never answered him. Hwan Seok opened his eyes with a look of horror on his face. His heart was pounding in his chest in a frantic rhythm. He couldn't tell for a while where was reality and where was his horrible dream. After catching his breath, the guy got up on the bed and sat down. The girl, hearing the rustling of the bedspread, looked back in his direction. She was putting on lipstick at the time and was glad the guy was awake. She informed him that he had slept all day and it was already time to check out of the room. They had accomplished their plan and there was no point in staying at this hotel anymore. Hwan Seok didn't seem to hear what she was saying, still under the influence of the scary dream he had while he was sleeping. His whole body was trembling from the emotions he was experiencing. Sul-hee noticed his strange state and immediately suggested that he might have seen some kind of nightmare. The girl became concerned. Even though he replied that he was fine, she still saw the state he was in. Hwan Seok was sitting on the bed and still couldn't regain consciousness. In front of his eyes, images from the nightmare dream he had just felt with his whole body were still appearing. They gathered again in the same hut where Hwang Seok had been training. The boy was carrying a huge sack behind his back. Hyun-nim was pleased that everything was going according to plan. The man lamented that they hadn't been able to meet Kim Min at the hotel. Hwang Seok tried not to react in any way to his unhappy remarks. He and Sul-hee decided to keep the incident a secret. So when the two guys looked at each other and winked at each other, Hyun-nim couldn't understand what the two were hiding. Before continuing with their plan, the big guy suggested going over the key points of their plan one more time. He wanted everything to go the way they had planned. Hwang Seok held his bag, confident that he could resurrect himself with all these things. But Hyun-nim had doubts about that. One day, Hwang Seok woke up after another resurrection. This one was when Kim Min shot his own mother and a fight broke out between them. At that time, Hwan Seok didn't even realize how he was killed. He was too soft and couldn't destroy Kim Min in front of his mother. The boy scratched his head, ruffling his hair. He found a small button in his hair that didn't belong to him. It had most likely been stuck in his hair when he and Kim Min had fought and had been able to travel with his resurrection. With that conclusion, he was sure that he would wake up with everything he had on him at the time of the murder. So, they bagged the weapons. So they carried it all into the hotel. The key moment had arrived. Hyung Nim drew his gun and pointed it at Hwang Seok. There were 3 days left until the election, exactly as long as it took for the guy to resurrect. The girl stood back and was uneasy about what was about to happen here. The man was pointing the gun at Hwang Seok's head, thinking that this was the most painless way to kill him. Sul-hee wasn't ready to see the killing, even knowing that Hwang Seok would eventually be resurrected, so the girl decided that she would wait outside. Before Hwang Seok was to be killed, he turned his head in his direction and winked and wished him luck. The muzzle of the gun touched the boy's head. It was an extremely unpleasant feeling for him, but that was their plan. The feelings inside Hwang Seok mixed together. It would only be a second from the moment of his death and resurrection. He already knew that he had no effect on the deaths of his loved ones, and there should have been no fear. But that dream he'd had, his father, who had reminded the boy time after time that his power was cursed, surfaced before his eyes. Pushing all doubts aside, Hwang Seok's face changed and he looked at the bulky man. He was ready for this, his gaze blazing with determination. He was not afraid of death. Kim Min called a meeting from the board of directors. The man sat against everyone, and what he told them didn't please anyone at all and raised many questions. Shin Ai-chul stared at Kim Min in surprise. He didn't understand what kind of game this guy was playing, and such a statement was strange. No one sitting in the audience understood the reason why Kim Min had decided to move the election 2 days early. The man's eyes glittered with anger as so many questions poured in his direction. He ordered them not to ask such questions anymore, but to shut their mouths and carry out the order. The girl walked out of the lodge where something unknown and frightening was about to happen. She didn't want to witness a murder, so she headed towards the car. Sul-hee jerked sharply when her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket. She was so tense that this innocent call startled her. Calming down, she answered the phone call and continued walking towards the car. She had gotten a call from an employee at the hotel where she and Hwang Seok were staying. He reminded her that the girl had asked him to keep her informed if anything started happening at the hotel. Sul-hee paused, feeling the importance of that call. The receptionist, crouched behind the front desk and afraid that she might be caught, whispered that something had started happening at the hotel. Preparations for the election had begun apace at the hotel. Even those staff members who had overstayed their day off were called in. Everything had accelerated dramatically. He also revealed that the election that was supposed to be held in 3 days was postponed to tomorrow. Sul-hee opened her eyes wide in shock at what she heard. She couldn't believe it at once, so she decided to make sure that the information was accurate. While she was on the phone, a loud gunshot sounded from the cabin. Realizing what a mistake they had made, Sul-hee spun towards the lodge. If the election was postponed until tomorrow, Hwang Seok would resurrect when it was already over. There was dark smoke coming from the gun after it was fired. The man continued to hold the barrel tightly, but the intended assassination never happened. At the very last moment, Hwang Seok for some reason grabbed the burly man's arm and pulled the gun aside, preventing him from killing himself. The man tensed up at such an unexpected action by the guy. He didn't understand the reason why he turned his hand away and didn't follow his premeditated plan. Hwang Seok was in no hurry to answer. He himself didn't know why he had done so, but the feeling in his heart was screaming that they would make a mistake by doing so. At the same moment, Sul-hee ran into the lodge. She exhaled a sigh of relief when she saw that Hwang Seok was still alive. With anxiety in her heart, she began to talk about how much the plans had changed and where she had gotten this information from. Sul-hee quickly managed to get her attention, and Hyun-nim even forgot about what Hwan-seok had just done. The man listened intently about the palace at the hotel had changed, and the election had been moved to tomorrow. He was very surprised by such a statement and didn't even immediately realize what exactly the girl meant. Clenching his fists, he tried to understand the reason for such a striking change. At the same moment, his cell phone rang in his pocket, announcing that a message had arrived. Raising the phone to his face and reading the message, his eyes opened wide. The girl's informant hadn't lied, and the message said that the date of the election had been changed. Fury took over the man as already their plan was bound to fail. Hyun-nim squeezed his phone so hard with anger that it cracked in an instant, unable to withstand his owner's onslaught. While Hyun-nim was cowardly with anger, Hwan-seok stood with his head down, for his sense had not failed him. The corrosive suspicion that Kim Min had figured out their plan never left him. That was why he didn't let himself be killed at the last moment. All attention shifted to the man, for their plan had changed abruptly and no longer made any sense. The man was silent for a while. With a slight twist of his head toward Hwang-seok, he announced that they didn't need the guy anymore. Such words hurt Hwang-seok's ego. Hwang-seok and Sul-hee stood there with sad faces. They realized that no one would let them into the hotel. Hyun-nim, on the other hand, had an official opportunity to be there, even though he wouldn't be able to bring weapons into the hotel. The man walked past Hwang-seok. Their alliance was over at this point, as the bulky man no longer saw the point in this guy. Hwan-seok realized that very well himself. A second later, Hyun-nim walked out of the cabin and slammed the door with a resounding thud. It was as if he had put a bold end to their conversation. The girl indignantly folded her arms across her chest. She clucked her tongue unhappily, for the big man's demeanor was too cold. The guy still stood with his head down, feeling guilty that their plan had failed. She turned her head toward Hwan-seok, wanting to know what his next move would be. She wasn't happy about the way things had gone down like this herself. Hwan-seok lowered his gaze. He didn't know how to answer the girl's question. Kim Min was in his house. The man poured himself a glass of wine and listened to the ticking of the clock hanging on the wall. He was anxious to see if Hwang-seok had figured out his plan. Sul-hee drove the car into town. As they drove, they had a chance to discuss the case. Hwang-seok suspected something wrong the moment Kim Min teased him at the hotel. As Hwang-seok continued talking, the girl glanced in his direction. Kim Min knew the guy's ability well. It was because of this that Hwang-seok thought that the guy would decide to take advantage of it. The guy looked thoughtfully out the window. He himself couldn't quite figure out what feeling had caused him to doubt. After all, Hwan-seok had been willing to let himself be killed until the last second. In his mind, the encounter with his father came up again and again. Even though it was only a scary dream, he couldn't forget the words he had said to him. Hwang-seok's gaze became harsher. He urgently needed to come up with a new plan of action. The girl didn't pay attention to the change in Hwan-seok's face. She was also pondering how they should proceed when the plan changed so drastically. The girl didn't have time to finish speaking before she was distracted by the phone ringing. She glanced towards the phone. The girl saw who was calling her, a name she definitely didn't expect to see right now, Kim Min-hyuk, who had called her himself. It was a very unexpected call that made her shiver. Sul-hee's eyes widened, and she couldn't even imagine the purpose of this man calling her. Hwang-seok immediately reached for the phone, completely unaffected by the embarrassment the girl felt. She didn't think that picking up the phone was a good idea and urged him not to do so. Of course, Hwan-seok didn't listen to the girl, so he picked up the phone without a doubt. He was ready to hear his voice, so he himself didn't even flinch. Kim Min smiled through his teeth when he heard Hwang-seok's voice. He was pleased to know that the guy wasn't dead and was able to guess his plan. Hwang-seok was unwilling to listen to anything that didn't pertain to their case. He wanted to get straight to the point and find out what Kim Min wanted. Kim Min was in no hurry to tell the reasons why he called him. It was like he was playing with Hwang Seok and talking about different topics that didn't concern their case. The girl was trying her best to show Hwang Seok not to listen to this creep and end the conversation. But the guy didn't even look at her. He was completely immersed in Kim Min's voice, who already thought that Hwang Seok would be defeated. The guy straightened up. It pissed him off how Kim Min was talking a lot, but his words didn't matter. The guy's voice became harsher. He boldly declared to his enemy that tomorrow would be the last day of his life. Kim Min listened to Hwang Seok's voice with excitement. He was anticipating to know what kind of plan the guy would come up with this time, when the previous one, the man was able to unravel and prevent it. But suddenly the conversation changed abruptly, so much so that Hwang Seok tensed up and couldn't immediately understand what the creep was talking about. The man was looking at the wall in front of him, where a web of photos of dead people stretched out. He spoke in a cryptic voice, alluding to the terrible things that would happen after Hwang Seok's death. Hwang Seok's eyes widened when the voice on the phone informed him that even though Hwang Seok's ability didn't take people's lives, the man would kill every person he cared about with his own hands after he was resurrected. Kim Min's lips stretched into a sinister smirk. Hwang Seok's voice was angry, but that was what the man wanted. He was willing to make an exception and immediately warn the guy whose funeral he would go to after the resurrection. When Hwang Seok heard his roommate's name, her face immediately appeared in front of him. This freak was going to kill the girl if the guy died and resurrected. Such a realization left Hwang Seok in complete shock. The guy had no idea how sick in the head his enemy was. He just liked to see Hwang Seok suffer. Kim Min's face was maddened by the amount of power he had in his hands. The man politely and mockingly asked Hwang Seok to spare his life. Hwang Seok didn't know what to say to him. He was so shocked by such words that he was simply at a loss for words. Even though he knew Kim Min wouldn't joke about such things, a chuckle escaped his lips. Threats were hurled at Kim Min, but he didn't even blink. Hwang Seok insisted again and again that this day would be his last. Hwang Seok was serious about ending this bastard and was no longer going to give in to his provocations and feel sorry for him like he had on previous occasions. Kim Min just smiled. He liked the way he managed to throw the guy off balance with just one phrase. But that only gave Hwang Seok more energy to start acting without any fear or regret. He promised him that he would destroy Kim Min once and for all. Hwang Seok wasn't going to listen to that sick bastard anymore. So after finishing his speech, he took the receiver away from his ear and ended this call. The girl looked at Hwang Seok with a heart full of excitement. She had heard this entire conversation and really hoped that he was bluffing. Hwang Seok turned to her and a cocky smirk curved his lips. He wasn't bluffing and was willing to do anything to get to the enemy. Even if 1,000 soldiers stood in front of him, the guy would force his way through and destroy him. The guy already had some sketches of the plan in his head. The girl was very surprised by this turn of events. She was very curious to know what he was up to. Cho Shi-ho was riding in the car alone. The girl was looking out the window, completely immersed in her not-easy thoughts. She looked at the city flying past her, but she didn't even pay any attention to it. All her thoughts were somewhere far away from this reality. She remembered the recent conversation that had taken place between her and Kim Min. Deputy Cho was as surprised as the others at Kim Min's decision to postpone the election. The man had once again decided that she shouldn't know the details of his plans. This surprised the girl once again. It was as if she hadn't even said anything as he started assigning her new errands. Still, she decided to find out why the man's plans had changed so suddenly. Her voice was quiet. The girl was hoping for Kim Min to reveal his plan to her. Except that Kim Min's face was skewed with anger. He had absolutely no desire to answer to the girl when he expected her to obey his orders without question. Something in her heart clenched when she saw his cold face in front of her again. Kim Min's attitude towards her had changed for some reason, and it made her uncomfortable. Cho Shi-ho walked to the house where she was greeted by the house manager in a friendly and polite manner. The woman bowed in front of the girl. Deputy Cho immediately got to the point and wanted to know what her grandfather's fortune was. The woman immediately started to answer and didn't finish her speech before she was interrupted by a foreign voice. The girl immediately turned her head, recognizing the voice. For a moment she doubted what she had heard. But it was still Jin Ho sitting in the corner of the room. The guy spoke to his sister with a sneer. He didn't like it at all that the girl was groveling before Kim Min. The woman informed the girl that the guy had been expecting her here since yesterday. Shi-ho was furious when she saw him in this place. Her voice immediately changed and became cold. She glared at her brother and ordered him to get out of this house. The boy didn't take her words to heart. He knew her reaction would be exactly that, so he wasn't surprised. Still, he'd come here for a reason. Even though their grandfather didn't like the guy and would be against it if he knew Jin Ho was here. He started to rise to his feet. There was a reason he had come to this house, and he didn't care about anyone's inhibitions. He had something to tell his sister. He approached the girl. She looked up at him angrily. The guy was a little taller, which made Shi-ho seem weaker. Deputy Cho once again made it clear to him that she had nothing to say to him. But the guy still insisted that she listen to him. It was about today's election. The girl's face changed when the guy told her his plan and warned her that he was going to kill Kim Min-hyuk. When she came to her senses, Shi-ho got into a defensive stance. Such a statement was taken by the girl as a direct declaration of war. Jin Ho waved his head. He had no such desire. The guy looked at his sister and asked her in a calm voice not to come to the election. He didn't want the girl to get hurt. The girl's eyes narrowed. She was not willing to listen to her brother's words anymore. Folding her arms across her chest, the girl looked at him point blank. She knew that he would give out something like this, so he didn't surprise her a bit with his statement. Shi-ho defiantly suggested him to go and try to do what he had planned. The girl knew that all precautions had been taken and he wouldn't be able to carry out his plan. He watched her with a kind of sadness. The guy sincerely wanted his sister to listen to his words, but the girl declared that their entire organization would be wiped out without a trace. He wanted to reason with the girl, to get through to her, but she was so blinded by Kim Min that she didn't want to hear anything else. She tried to ignore his words about Kim Min using her and nothing more. Shi-ho was a convenient tool to accomplish the scoundrel's goals. Jin Ho stared intently at the girl, hoping that he could open her eyes at least a little to the realization that she was only the granddaughter of the company founder and had no more importance to Kim Min. Her heart stabbed painfully when the guy talked about how when Kim Min reached his goal and became chairman, he wouldn't need the girl anymore. For some reason, it was those very words that made her emotional, perhaps because those thoughts were creeping into her head on their own. Jin Ho felt that he was able to hit his target and continued to press the girl with this topic. His gaze became stern and he reminded her once again that Kim Min was a bastard who uses the people close to him to get what he wants. Shi-ho stood in the room and everything around the girl went dark. No one had ever said such a thing to her before, so when such thoughts crept into her head, she would blindly dismiss them. But now it was as if she had been plunged into cold water. She remembered one of their last conversations, when the man had begun to show his true colors in front of her. Then he had begun to keep his plans from the girl. It was as if she felt his hand squeezing her shoulders again. There was nothing she could object to her brother's words. No matter what the girl's opinion of him was, he had hit right on target now. Jin Ho walked past the girl. He did what he wanted to do. The guy warned her and tried to open his eyes to Kim Min. She, on the other hand, remained standing in a stupor. Immersed in her own doubts, Shi-ho had nothing to answer her brother. She stood still, realizing that he was telling the truth. At some point, she spoke up when the guy was about to leave the room. She wanted to know why he suddenly remembered that he had a sister. Jin Ho froze in place. This question caught him off guard. It took him a while to find an answer. Without turning towards the girl, he spoke. Jin Ho had never considered their father or Choi Sung-kyu as his family. Opening the doors and feeling the fresh air on his face, all he said was that Shi-ho was an exception, after which he left the girl. This conversation had excited the girl too much. She wasn't prepared for Jin Ho to think of her as his sister and want to talk about such topics. Clenching her fists so hard that her palms ached with pain, she was angry that this guy was right. It scared the girl a lot. Meanwhile, Hwang Seok and Sul Hee made their way to the gym. Once inside, Hwang Seok reached over to the light switch and flipped the lever. Immediately, the lights came on. The guy and the girl stopped, looking around the gym. Hwang Seok felt a strange feeling and couldn't understand why the hall was so empty. The girl just stood behind him and looked around the room. Everything was lying in its place. Only there were no people in the hall, and that was strange. Hwang Seok went to the side and started calling for his friend Yoon Ha, thinking he was in one of the restrooms. Sul Hee covered her nose with her hand as the acrid scent of sweat immediately hit her. The guy walked a little further and opened one of the doors. He peeked into the room, hoping that everyone was here. There were none of the people Hwang Seok was looking for in the room. Only the guy could find Yeo Rin sleeping on the small couch. He stopped at the entrance. His gaze traveled over the girl. He hadn't even noticed that it had been so long since they had last seen each other. Folding her arms at her chest, Yeo Rin was sleeping peacefully. She didn't even realize that Hwang Seok was in the room right now, looking at her. Hwang Seok smiled. He was happy to see Yeo Rin, and just to know that she was doing well now, and most importantly, that the girl was safe here. The guy got down on one knee in front of the couch and looked more closely at Yeo Rin, only now realizing how much he missed her. Sul Hee walked over to him and saw Yeo Rin for the first time. The girl immediately recognized Yeo Rin's beauty and stated bluntly that it was clear to her why Hwang Seok had fought so fiercely for her. The guy only shook his head slightly. His eyes returned to the girl. He tried to look at her and memorize every feature of her face. The reason was far from the girl's beauty. He thought she was very strong and incredible. The guy took the bedspread and lifted it slightly to cover the girl's shoulders. Despite the fact that the schoolgirl had lost her entire family, the girl continued to stand firmly on her feet and did not get discouraged. She tried to change this rotten world with her non-childish actions, and quite fearlessly challenged very strong and influential people. Even when a guy turned his back on her, Yeo Rin still gave him the strength to move on. This girl was very special to him. Even when everything around her collapsed and the girl was very hurt, she continued to fight for her life when it seemed like it was impossible. She had the chance to bury her own father, knowing that he died not from illness, but at the hands of terrible bandits. In her small years, the girl learned what betrayal from adults who were weaker and stupider than she was at her young age. And even at the moment when Hwang Seok abandoned her, the girl never stopped believing in him and believing in her own strength. Such a sudden departure of Hwang Seok was a big blow to Yeo Rin, since he didn't even bother to explain everything to her. Sul Hee was surprised to hear such a thing. She was wrong when she said that Hwang Seok was only protecting this girl because of her cute face. Now the girl realized that Yeo Rin meant much more to him. He continued to watch the girl sleeping sweetly. All he wanted was to prove that Yeo Rin's efforts were not in vain. It was as if it was fate's destiny. Looking at the sleeping Yeo Rin, a fire of rage flared up inside Hwang Seok that would help him pass all the tests. Sul Hee was happy to hear such a militant attitude from the guy. The girl smiled and wanted to see the moment Hwang Seok would show them all. The girl crouched down beside the guy and looked at him with excitement. She really wanted to know what plan the guy had come up with that would be able to send 1,000 people flying. Hwang Seok felt a slight pressure, but he himself realized that to realize it, he needed help. The guys heard loud shouts and immediately turned their heads to their source. The words sounded uncensored, which made them even more interested. Kwang Soo was expressing his displeasure that they had to do something for Hwang Suk once again. The guys were holding welding masks in their hands. Yoon Ha was trying to calm his friend down so he wouldn't be so indignant. One principal was staring in front of him. They started looking at each other and didn't realize what was going on. Such a sudden and loud appearance of the guys surprised Hwang Seok. The men also didn't expect to see Hwang Seok so soon, But the principal immediately said that he was aware that the election had been postponed. Hwang Seok was surprised that the man knew about the change of plan. It was a surprise to him. As the men continued talking, Sol-hee waved her hand at the guys. Kwang-soo and Eun-ha dumbfoundedly stared at such an attractive girl. Yoon-ha immediately thought about the fact that whenever Hwan Seok disappeared somewhere, he would come back with a beautiful girl. Hwan Seok wanted to know if what he had asked for would be ready by this evening. The man folded his arms across his chest and looked at the boy unhappily. While picking his nose, the director stated that if he had thought of something like this 18 years ago, he would have easily managed to destroy Jo Do-won. This was followed by an accusation towards the guy for not telling the old man about the plan 18 years ago. Hwang Seok was stumped, not knowing how he should answer such an interesting question. Hwan Seok was furious that no one was answering his question. He wanted to know if what he asked to do was ready. That's when Eun-ha approached him and clapped his friend on the shoulder and beckoned him to follow him. The man was 100% confident in his creation. He showed his thumb and smiled his trademark smile. Yoon-ha was glowing with anticipation to show his creation to the guy. The guys walked out of the gym with the whole crowd and followed the principal. As they walked, Kwang-soo couldn't hold back and began to wonder about the girl's age. They stood in front of something and with a twinkle in their eyes, offered Hwang-suk an appreciation for the work they had done in such a short time. Sol-hee froze and held her breath. The girl had never seen something like this before in her life. She even felt sick at the realization that this was actually happening. Hwan Seok appreciated what he saw in front of him. He whistled enthusiastically, thinking that it was exactly that and even better than he had expected. Kim Min was still sitting in his house the same way. The wine was poured into a glass but never touched. He continued to listen to the monotonous ticking of the clock. The man was counting down the time and there were 17 hours left until it was over. It was a very long wait, the hands of the clock moving too slowly on purpose. A slight smile touched the man's lips. There was so little time left. He had been striving for this moment for so long and soon it would happen. The sudden ringing of the intercom distracted Kim Min from his deep thoughts. The man turned his head to look at the person who had come to see him. Cho Shi-ho appeared on the intercom screen. The girl was standing under the gate of the guy's house. He didn't expect to see a girl at such a late hour. Kim Min didn't like the fact that she decided to come to his house. Still, he pressed the button that allowed the girl to enter. After a while, the girl was already standing in front of Kim Min live. She apologized for bothering him at such a late hour. She had come to inform him of something important. Her facial expression said that this conversation was going to be serious. It took a lot of courage for her to appear like this in front of him. When the guys looked over the details and stopped marveling, the girl was ready to leave them. They all stood by her side. The girl felt bad about the fact that she had never been able to help the guy in this case. He hadn't even told her about the fact that he was making such a thing. Hwan Seok stretched out his arms trying to reassure her. After all, the girl had actually done a great deal. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, Hwang Seok reminded the girl that it was only because of her efforts that they were able to uncover Kim Min Hyuk's lies. And that meant a lot to the guy. Hwang Seok's words of gratitude really amused the girl. Now she really didn't consider herself a burden, especially when the guy said everything sincerely. Sol-hee couldn't find a better way to thank Hwang Seok for this than to gently smack his cheek. The guy had definitely forgotten all the thoughts that had just been swirling around in his head. He had absolutely not expected such a display of affection. The girl pulled away from him slightly, then whispered about waiting for Hwan Seok when it was over and giving him special favors without a price tag. Sol-hee spun around and walked in the opposite direction. Hwang Seok put his hand to the place where the girl's lips had just visited. He still couldn't get his thoughts together and just stared at her. Yoon-ha's face stretched in surprise as he heard the last words. Hwang Seok's cheeks turned pink. He was pleased to realize that such a girl had become a friend to him. Kwang-soo was furious that Hwang Seok had gotten all the credit. After all, they had done the miracle, and only Hwan Seok had gotten the kiss. Hwang Seok was also going to leave them. The director was surprised because he had nowhere to go since he didn't have a home.